Yeah, that's what I thought.
Well, let's pretend that that was the only response that we could just see where it goes. So basically, you're saying, yeah, if you know, if if that is correct, that space actually is fake, or that they're fake in space, whatever, then the people making that claim are wrong. And he's saying, yeah, that's true, or no, are correct is what you're saying. The people making that claim are correct, and he's saying, yeah, that's true. If that assertion is correct, then the consequences would be correct.
Yeah, I mean, after I held his feet to the fire, after I called out a bunch of the original like obfuscations and fallacies and all the side things he tried to do, at some point he kind of coughed up and he did sort of say, well, yeah, I mean, if that premise is true, then of course there's other things that we based on that. But instead of actually saying that and like putting that on the table, he kind of sort of said that and then quickly started going into some other obfuscation about presidents and some other bunch of side stories that weren't really connected to the original thing.
Yeah, I'm pretending that he only said that though, just so to see where this takes us now. So we're now he's saying yes, if that were true, then then those people would be correct.
Yeah, that's all I was asking originally. That's all I was
saying.
So
what, Gio? So what? And then I followed up. You said I could talk as long as I want. My next question is, so what? What's the point of that statement?
Well, it was just originally you were like ridiculing that, oh, they'll just say it's fake. Ha, ha, ha. And all I was saying is that if they're right, then why would you say ha, ha, ha if they're correct?
Because it's a silly position to have, to say something like that is fake. Like when Hadfield is wringing out the washcloth and it's on a live stream, to call that fake without any basis is just silly. It's a silly position.
But there are bases for why people think all this stuff is fake. Many of them.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I see absolutely no basis for saying that this video that I posted before is fake. I mean, it's just impossible to fake that. That's just silly.
All right. Do you want to go through the 6-hour NASA compilation of fakery? We can go through every single one of them.
Yeah, and I've seen all of those.
We could do a 30-hour live stream right now. We should go through every single one. And I'd like to see at the end.
Guys, yeah,
Coach,
absolutely. Like I mean, when you guys see
I'll
like
promote it.
compression artifacts,
NASA cold busted.
Fakery.
NASA employee debunked live.
There's not like a single evidence of fakery in every single one of those. You guys see like compression artifacts and think it's like something that's not. It's just nonsense. So it's very baseless still. Sorry.
That's well, it's your opinion.
Yeah, but I mean, which one of us has a satellite in orbit?
And there's many more people realizing this stuff's fake, so you're kind of starting to get outnumbered.
Not really. Which one of us has a satellite in space, Geo?
For the people that have looked into it, like I understand there's like common Americans who maybe just don't really know, like they haven't even looked into it. They haven't looked either way. So they might generally, oh yeah, we probably went to the moon or they're out in space or whatever. But those people don't really count in the actual discussion because they haven't really seen both sides. They haven't really looked into it at all. But the people that have looked into it, the percentage is way higher of people seeing the fakery.
I would love to
see you know what that means. You extrapolate that number out to the rest of humanity, and it's only a matter of time.
That's a baseless claim, Gio. Sorry. It's you hand waving. I'd like to see some actual statistics on that.
Seems like you're just projecting, man. You just hand waved what I said while saying I hand wave, and I didn't hand wave, and you did.
No, I just asked for a basis for your claim, like I always do. It
for
seems
what
you have
claim?
none. Claim about these statistics that you just made. Oh, well, that's all right, Gio. You can stay the way you are. That's fine. At least you don't say that the sun shrinks in size as it sets or the moon changes size at the horizon anymore.
I don't think it's your place to say what I do or don't say. I'll say what I say. You can say what you want to say.
Do you think the moon changes angular size at the horizon versus the zenith?
It can, absolutely, depending on the conditions, whether there's magnification and what the conditions are. So whatever you just said I don't say is obviously now wrong, because yes, I would say that.
Oh, yeah? But can you prove that, or is that just you making that up?
Yeah, you can see it at sunset. See it every day, depending
and
on
it's a different angular size?
It's a different size in the sky, yes.
Angular size? Is it? Are you sure? How do you know?
Hey, can you calculate rocket equations?
Sure. Which one would you like?
Escape velocity
Yes,
for
it is Earth.
like what size would be the most efficient, weight to fuel and whatever ratio to get to the 25,000 miles per hour. Straight up. That's straight up, right?
For escape velocity. Well, I guess that doesn't matter because they're both hyperbolic. But it's
They're
1 point.
hyperbolic.
Yeah. Escape velocity
Okay.
is hyperbolic.
Right, but it still describes a specific phenomenon.
Yes. What's your question again?
What is the best formula, like parts ratio
Parts? I don't know what that means.
for available materials and equipment?
You want to have the highest ISP rocket fuel, the lightest rocket, and the highest payload fraction.
Right. So using all those that we have available of the high whatever to those specs.
You would
What
want to use
specs could you give
hydrogen
us? What
and
specs could you give us using that philosophy?
sure. Liquid hydrogen, oxygen is the best ISP we have right now. Liquid hydrogen and fluorine would be even better, but that produces hydrofluoric acid exhaust, which is why we don't use it.
All right, and so now we need to get a ballistic, but we need to do a burst so that we can let it burst off and let it be ballistic. We need to have it going 25,000 miles an hour.
Well, you'd want to do that in stages. You wouldn't want to send like one stage to that. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know nothing about that. So fine, we could do stages, but what would
Okay.
be, you know what I'm saying? Like, is it feasible?
No, I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Is it feasible?
To reach escape velocity?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Voyagers did it. Galileo, Ulysses, everything that went to Mars, everything that went to the moon reached escape velocity. What else? Well,
Everything
actually,
that
not to the
went to
moon.
the
That's not
moon?
true. No, that's not
See,
true,
buddy,
actually.
be careful, right? I don't even know if you're right about the Mars one.
Yes, because that's outside of the Earth's sphere of influence.
Right, but couldn't they have crept it out with orbital climb or something? I don't know.
Orbital climb requires a rocket.
Right, so therefore it wouldn't be meeting this criteria. It wouldn't have to have been ballistic escape velocity, right? So it maybe didn't have to. I don't mean to be challenging you on this. I'm just exploring.
Your last delta V maneuver has to be sufficient to reach escape velocity at that orbital altitude.
Right, but which would be different? Wouldn't it be the 20? So, right, you qualify by saying escape velocity, I guess, but I'm still on the 25,000. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm talking about down here, Earth
25,000 is,
Earth surface.
yeah, that's a single maneuver from the Earth's surface.
Right, so feasible, not feasible, thoughts?
No, it's not feasible.
Can you tell me more? Can you go in more
Sure,
depth?
because you don't want to be traveling 25,000 miles an
Not
hour
about if you don't
in
want to be. Can we build the equipment?
no, it would get ripped apart by aerodynamic drag.
Okay, so yeah, okay, but 60 miles up, there's no drag. 2 minutes up. So what about the stages thing you said?
Well, that's why rockets have stages.
Right. So feasibility in cruising at a couple thousand miles per hour up to the straight up, and then once we get to Carmen line, bursting again.
There's an optimal trajectory, yes.
I'm not worried about optimal trajectory. I'm just talking about
Well,
material.
that's what you asked, though.
I want a perpendicular trajectory.
Perpendicular to what?
I mean, to the surface.
Well, that's not optimal. You
I mean, I know
can't design a rocket to
we'd
do
have
that.
surface points being, rotating around, but I'm still just talking about. It still wouldn't be right because that shit would have that momentum too, right? But anyway.
Yes, the shit would have the momentum.
Yeah, but yo, come on, feasibility. What's up, bro?
Not feasible.
Why?
Aerodynamic drag.
No, but we're gonna leave past the drag.
Well, that's exactly what Artemis just did.
So it
So
didn't go
every
that
rocket.
fast though, right? They did this little slow thing to go to the orbit.
No, they didn't.
I'm talking about the solar what would happen, I guess, if we did something straight out? Like I wanted to get to there to straight talk about that, but you like, oh, it can't even happen. But we both know it can happen. You just don't really know the measurements, and you're gonna not go in. Rather just act like I'm stupid and go into it. But anyway, so think about it. If we pointed something straight to the sun, something straight away from the sun, that'd be fucking dope, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that'd be dope.
I mean, you could hit it with like, oh look,
I think it'd be awesome if we
it
land on the
doesn't
sun at
escape.
nighttime.
It falls into the sun.
We should throw trash into the sun.
Heck yeah, man! Live stream that shit, bro.
Everybody would call it fake, though.
No, see, you would call it real no matter what.
If it was real, I would call it real. Yeah.
You just call it real no matter what.
That's a good way to flip it. Like, well, you call everything real. You're just going to call it real no matter what.
No, at least I admit that some things are real, some things are fake. And
but
the existence of fake things doesn't impart the truth or falsehood on something else. I mean, that's just silly logic. You guys seem to disconnect those two.
I get you,
Like,
man.
you think that because CGI exists, then everything must be CGI, or everything
Come
can
on.
be CGI?
It would have to be. We were talking about it. There have to be the little CGI feeders, the creators, the sneak inners of the CGI, right? So that the real mission team didn't know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? But you have, somewhat mismeasure, I believe, occasionally, man. Like you talk about you being the president is analogous to this guy talking about a dome. And while you may get a point about evidence, there are other factors than other just, cold hard evidence or whatever. That's just a term. You have
How can you
things.
prove who the
You have
president
reasons.
is?
It's feasible. There's a book about it that it used to happen. There's a lot of people that maybe believe it. Nobody believes you're the president. None of this stuff. You just go to wacky land and you try to paint people overly. You just straw manning basically, man. And come on, man.
So
That ain't good
let's
for you.
establish some standards. How do you know who the president is?
Ay.
Hard question, huh?
We could do it 100 different ways, man. I
Name
could
one.
ask 10 people in a room. I could look at Google.
Okay.
I could make
Has
a phone call.
Google ever lied? Has Google ever lied? Could that be fake?
Of course, bro. This isn't. You got to be fair. See, this is what worries me about you, bro. You work with satellites.
And you're worried about me?
Yeah.
I'm flattered. Thank you.
I mean, you smart enough to be a lot of smart things, but then measuring analogies about, skepticism versus overconfident belief, it just seems a little bit mismeasured there, buddy.
Thank you for your assessment.
So you're trying to equate. You're trying to equate with deciphering who the president is with whether space exists. Is that what you're trying to make a link to?
Basically, yes. That's what he's doing.
And what is an example that is as silly as your stance? Because you can't prove either one. You can't verify space. You can't verify who the president is.
Oh my God! You can't verify your butt crack then.
I guess not.
Well, those are pretty different. I mean, whoever the president is, they're not really a president of anything. They're just a human being. There's people who claim that there's a structure like the United States, and then there's documents, and there's people playing roles and claiming that they have paperwork that is whatever it is. So
yeah,
he's just
Joe Biden is a body
person.
double.
So the only way to prove it is to go into their system of whatever validity their system claims. And certainly there's documentation that claims that he's a president.
Yeah, but Joe Biden was replaced by a body double. So, I mean, Joe Biden's not the president.
That's fine. I didn't make that assertion that he is.
Oh, I mean, that could be true. I mean, if that's true, then he's not the president, right?
But whether space exists is a physical. It's not just dependent on somebody's make-believe fake empire of, hey, I'm a president of something and I have control over militaries. That's not really the same thing. Like outer space is a physical place that they claim exists, that when you fly up into the sky, you pop out into a vacuum.
Nobody says that. Really, that's a little bit inaccurate, but I understand what you're getting at. I mean, what's the difference between popping out into a vacuum and climbing Mount Everest, where it's a vacuum relative to us down here?
Millions of miles.
I don't think
you don't
millions.
Float around on the top of Mount Everest either.
Millions.
That's right. And does the globe model say that you should?
You're right. Billions of miles. Trillions even. Quadrillion, trillion, trillion.
I check my check.
Yeah, you're good, Matrix.
What the fuck going on? Why everybody so quiet?
Oh, it was just a moment of pause there. I think we were talking about space and Gambino's trying to assert it as being valid.
With evidence and proof. You left that part out.
We debunked him. He's done. That's why he's so quiet. He's done.
Yeah, that's what happened.
But truthfully, though, what evidence is there for space other than the stories and the comic books? What actual evidence there is there for the regular layman to actually verify?
You can go see the ISS yourself.
So okay. So I can rationalize that as a quote unquote flat earther. I could just say there's something in the sky that we absolutely have no idea what it is, but NASA have developed a story to explain what it is. Doesn't mean that what they're saying is true, right? Doesn't mean that there's necessarily people up there. There is something that is going around whatever this place is, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's the ISS and there's people floating up there.
People have captured astronauts on spacewalk though from the ground, so that doesn't work.
Yeah, what you need to evaluate what you just said. You said people captured astronaut. That doesn't make sense because that isn't logically possible. People can't capture people up in space from the Earth.
Yeah, you can. You just need special equipment.
Show it.
Oh yeah, sure. Here.
So you're gonna see through the windows and through the metal, through the so-called metal of the ISS to see the people. Is that what you're saying?
No, I said spacewalk. Did you miss that part?
You're saying that there's footage of people capturing spacewalks from Earth?
Yeah.
I think I've heard that. I remember seeing little things. I don't remember which one he's about to show right here, though.
I mean, Michael Jackson did do the moonwalk, you know.
It didn't populate.
Yeah, I see that.
It's a new claim, though. I've never heard anybody claim that they have visual evidence of the moonwalk from Earth. I've never heard that before.
The moonwalk, huh?
You know, Michael Jackson didn't invent that. It's a common
Can
misconception.
you post a picture?
Oh, there's got a ton of pictures in that link.
Of Michael Jackson doing the moonwalk? I'm sure you can.
Yeah, let's do it.
Probably some videos on YouTube.
Maybe a few.
I've seen this one. There's a high school kid that does it. Like he's 16 years old and he does it in a high school talent show. It's pretty good, actually. Billie Jean. Very impressive.
Yeah, so Gambino, you were saying before that you have some absolute evidence and whatever you were calling it. Did you say proof? I forget which word you used about that space exists. So what would be your top three?
Oh, my satellite in orbit that I've gotten the pictures from. Okay, explain what you
Do you
mean
have
by
a
that.
swivel camera? Can your next satellite have a swivel camera?
Swivel camera. Well, it's on a CubeSat that tumbles, so it swivels.
So why are you under the impression that you put a satellite in space? Where are you getting that story from?
From my personal life. Why are you under the impression that you live in a house or whatever? I mean, that's just silly. What do you mean impression?
Okay, so tell us the story of how you put a satellite in space.
Oh, cool. Sure. So I worked with a team at West Virginia University, and we put in a proposal to put up STF-1, and we won a spot on Alana 19, which was a free launch service provider from NASA. And we built the ground station. We built the whole satellite, the comm system, the power system, attitude control, which is passive. And we put it on the rocket, and they launched in orbit for us, and we got the signal, and we got the pictures.
Okay, so you built equipment, sent it off to someone. They claim they put it in space, and you're getting signals from the sky.
Mm-hmm. From the place where the orbit coincides with the signal. Yes, I guess that's kind of reductionist, but and it's sighted in a telescope as well. Takes a powerful telescope, though.
And this link you posted is the pictures of it, or
No, that was the picture of the guy that caught a spacewalk on the ISS. But, you know, I've linked my thing lots of times. Do you remember it?
Can you show the picture though, man? Why you gotta do a link?
Oops, that didn't copy.
Oh my gosh. Take a screenshot of it.
I mean, why bother? If it's a screenshot, it's CGI, Photoshopped. What's the point?
Yep. And if we're right, it's very important that we know this information. If you believe it, you can go on believing it. There wouldn't really need to be used to come ridicule people that have a different opinion.
Well, now who's changing the topic, Gio? I mean, you asked me.
This STF thing?
Yeah, you asked me about my proof, and I obliged, and now you're trying to, like, personally attack me? What's the point of that?
No, I was talking to extremists, I think, but this wasn't a personal attack either at all.
I didn't take it personally.
No, he was saying something about, he was doing the same thing you were doing before. Oh, you guys will just call it CGI, sort of this like ridicule thing, and trying to hand wave the claim that it may be CGI or fake, and just waving it off and trying to kind of, in a like bigotry, basically trying to just say, well, you guys are all just think it's this way, and you're all in some category that you're putting in your mind that you think needs to be looked down upon.
I mean, that is an accurate representation of your behavior, though.
I mean, I've never heard, there does not exist a picture that is supposedly from space that any flat earther says that's from space. All of them are referenced as edited, CGI, photoshopped, whatever, all of them.
Okay, so if you were proven to, or you knew for sure the Earth was stationary and planar in nature, would you also likely speculate that all of the space stuff is fake?
It would make me reconsider my opinion. If everything, the thing is, if everything that's put out, I mean, it just sort of, it's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy. If everything, you can just say that about everything. I mean, anything that goes against, if you think the flat Earth is real, then everything that comes out that contradicts it is automatically fake. I mean, there's no reasoning, no proof, no evidence, no nothing. All of it's automatically fake because it goes against what I believe.
That's a tautology. That's what Gio's doing. It's a tautology. It's like a trivial statement. It's like
Yeah,
0 equals 0.
Okay, I'm not even doing that at all. I'm not saying what he just said. It's not even what was being discussed. So extremists, we can actually have a conversation. Gambino is just...
Is this what you said you were going to post, Gambino?
Yeah.
That's a picture from Earth?
No, it's from orbit of Earth.
You said we could look up from Earth and see a spacewalk on the ISS.
You guys asked for two things. There was that and a picture from my satellite.
No, okay, I get that. Okay. Okay, thank you for the picture from your satellite.
You're welcome.
So extremists, I hear what you're saying. What I was trying to say, yeah, so if someone comes to the conclusion that the Earth is stationary and not a globe, then you were agreeing, yes, it makes sense to question and or likely look into a lot of the NASA stuff, and then of course seeing the inconsistencies and come to the conclusion that they're faking. It's kind of like it does come together in a package deal. It's like the globe kind of goes with outer space and the moon landing. They all kind of go together. So once you start dissecting the lies and you're seeing like the lies and the criminal structure of it, then it's like a house of cards. It all comes falling down. But couldn't the opposite be said? Like for what you're doing, like you would have a belief system in a globe and you're confirming it all as real. So whatever you just said about, a flat earther thing, because the Earth is flat, they're then saying all this other stuff is fake. couldn't the exact same opposite be said for you? That your belief system is in a globe, and then you believe it's all real. So whatever NASA pumps out, you're going to go, yep, it's real. So wouldn't it be the same and just the opposite?
But the difference is everything conforms to the globe. We don't have to make up separate excuses for everything that we see. Eclipses, sunrise, sunset, 24 hours. We don't have to deny the 24-hour sunrise. We actually know it's real. It's been shown. We don't have to say, no, it's not. It's CGI. It's fake. The whole Antarctic trips, people have been to Antarctica. They've been across it. We don't have to deny all that stuff. I mean, there's been hundreds of people that have actually gone across Antarctica. Some of them by themselves, actually. You know, we don't have to deny all of that stuff. We don't have to deny. We don't know what the sun is. We don't know what the stars are. We don't know what the planet. We don't know if the moon is even a real thing. We don't have to deny all of that stuff to accept that the globe is real.
We don't either.
Is the moon real?
Just the map. Just the map. That's the only thing, dude. All the other stuff, if the map was different, they'd say it's happening by a different mechanism. It still could be stuff that it is. It's just operating under different assumptions of rules that you got wrong.
Wait, what did you say about the map? Did you say about the map?
Yeah, that's the only thing that's it.
What's wrong with the map? The map works.
I'm saying that's the only thing. All those things you just listed that flat earthers are supposedly denying is not true. It's a straw man. The only thing they're denying is the map. They don't have to make up anything else. You're making up everything too.
So they're denying
Just
the
what's your
map.
map?
They deny the map, but not everything else I just said.
From what I've researched, yeah, you seem to be straw manning them.
Okay, well, we'll go with the map then. We don't have to deny the map to believe the Earth, to understand, realize, and know the globe is real. And that's actually kind of the simple one.
Well, you keep saying like people have to. I don't think anyone has to do anything. I think people have their viewpoints in terms of what's true, deciphering what's true, seeing through the bullshit. You know, they say like, you know, it's like that idea of like if something passes the sniff test, you know, like is it even, you know, and so it's like you're saying as if somebody has to do those things, and I wouldn't say it's like a requirement, but I think there's like a structure in my viewpoint of the globe lie, the outer space lie, they go together. So no globe, no space. At least not the way they claim it, not a vacuum that surrounds a globe. So yeah, it's all out the window.
But, okay, so you start at, he mentioned the map. You start at that. If the map is right, the distances are correct, then the Earth has to be a globe and everything else lines up. All the rest of the dominoes fall in place.
I mean, the map really is the crux of the argument, wouldn't we all agree?
You cannot make a flat planar map match the known distances and directions. Cannot be done.
Well, who are these distances known by? I know
People
you
that
didn't.
use
I know
them.
you didn't verify them. You don't know them. You found them on the internet. So yeah, I would like to see those distances verified, and then maybe you would be able to back that claim with something.
The distances have to be correct, and we've gone over this umpteen thousand times. For everything to work in terms of logistics, transportation, airline routes, shipping routes, all of these things depend on the distances being correct. If the distances aren't right, they don't put enough fuel in the planes. If the distances aren't right, the planes don't make their routes, the ships don't make the ports on time. All of these things don't happen if we don't know which way to go and how long it takes to get there.
You don't travel far enough for it to be relevant usually.
I mean,
Yeah, and I would question the routes because a lot of these, if you're talking about longer distances, they're given flight plans. They're given coordinates. A lot of it's on autopilot as well. But these guys are not like, maybe in a small Cessna plane, you would actually like fly yourself and, you know, in terms of like not following a route. But if you're going on a bigger path, like a longer path, and you're following, so how does that person know that that path is not slightly curved? And when I say curved, I don't mean curving over a sphere. I mean like a left and right curve. That would change the distance.
there is a direct flight from Sydney to Dallas, Texas. And we know how long that flight is, how many hours it takes, the approximate speed of the plane. You know, it's a particular, I think it's an A380. We know what its typical cruising altitude and speeds are. And we can figure out what that distance is. And then you can go from Dallas to London, London to, somewhere else in the Southern Hemisphere. And then from there back to Sydney. And if you go those 4 points, and you were to plot those 4 points based on known flight routes and times, there is no way to make those distances and directions match except on a sphere.
And how do you know those are straight paths? How do you know the airplanes are taking a dead straight path? How do you know they're not making a slight left to right turn? Because if they curve,
you can look on the flight route, but again, it's the flight route is pre-planned. You know, it shows on the. You can track the plane in flight if you're on the flight and if you're just waiting for it to arrive. I mean, if I have to pick up somebody that's going to come in on that plane, it's scheduled. It says it left at this time. The distance is this. It should be here at this time. And I mean, it might be 20 minutes off. It might even be 30 minutes off. Whatever. It could be some period of time off, depending on if they had to go around storms or whatever. But if it left at this time, then they know about when it will arrive. And if it arrives at that time and it was traveling at that speed, then that distance is correct. Regardless of whatever path that was.
Could it be traveling faster than it says it is?
It could be traveling a little bit faster, but I'm talking about the typical cruising speed of this A380 or 777 or whatever the plane is. We know those typical cruising speeds and altitudes. And I mean, it'll go a little bit faster, but like I said, there's all kinds of tracking websites, and it'll say this thing is going 601 miles an hour. I mean, it'll give you down to I don't know if it'll give you the exact mile per hour, but it'll give you down to at least the tens of miles per hour. Or
what do you know about planes taking advantage of the air currents or the jet streams?
That makes some difference, but it doesn't change the distance that they have to travel. It'll help them going whatever west and hurts them going east or whatever direction however it goes. I mean, typically they go better when they travel east in the northern hemisphere.
How do you know that when you see it tracked, it isn't offline and it's actually just having like a simulated reading of
because it still says it still says it's going to get here. I mean, if you're watching that flight and you're on the little tracking website or whatever, and it says it left at whatever time it left, and it says it's going to arrive at whatever time it's going to arrive, you can track that whole thing. And if it makes a deviation, it'll show you the deviation.
You sure about that? It's surprising how little flights there are in the Southern Hemisphere on Flight Tracker. I mean, there's almost no flights from South America to Africa or vice versa.
There are not many, just because most of the people live in the Northern Hemisphere and there's more land. But there are some, and I'm not even necessarily I'm just talking about distances in general.
Well, in the northern hemisphere, there'd almost be no disparaging. That's not the right word. There'd be no
discrepancy.
There'd be no discrepancy or whatever between a flat or a globe. when it comes to the northern hemisphere. Very little, like it would be hours or 2 to half an hour or whatever, you know.
And you're right.
So the south is really where the truth lies.
There's not a difference in the distance wise in terms of like the distance covered, but there is definitely a difference in the route as far as a straight line route versus a great circle route. So I mean, there is a difference.
Well, when you're standing in the north, it really is like so, you know, dismissible. There's practically no difference at all, even on the way it would show up.
Transcontinental, because there's a big difference between going Tokyo to San Francisco or LA straight line on a flat map versus the actual route they take goes much further north than the actual flat route.
Right, but then again, that would fall into the half an hour to an hour sort of range.
Well, it's a pretty significant, and I mean, so the point of them deviating this is just to keep up the flat. The pilots know that the Earth is flat, but we're going to deviate all this extra distance. We could go there a lot quicker if we went straight over from Tokyo to San Francisco. If we flew, it'd be an hour shorter, but we're going to fly up all this extra way up here toward Alaska, fly a little further south to use up all that extra fuel and waste an hour or 2 hours or whatever it would be to keep up the illusion of the flat Earth. That's the argument.
The globe, illusion of the globe.
No, they could.
Well, whatever.
They could be taking advantage of wind currents there. I'm not saying they are, but I mean, the reason to take more of a detoured route could be to an advantage that you just aren't recognizing right now.
That sounds like too much of a coincidence. That every time you have to follow the globe path to find the best air
current. Same air current on every flight, all of them, every time.
And he always mentions
the jet streams are pretty consistently, like, you know, located where they're at.
But you know, they do vary in
pretty reliable things.
Actually, they vary in the season a lot.
In what way?
This is for their season, but you know, within the spring, within the summer, they vary quite a bit.
In what about the direction? Because that same route doesn't change that much going in one way or in the opposite way, right? If it was due to air current, going in one direction, it makes it harder to go back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going Tokyo to San Francisco. Okay, maybe I take that for the air current. Whatever, we'll go with that. Now, I'm going back the other way, San Francisco to Tokyo. Now, is the air current suddenly reversed for my return trip?
Well, hold on. I got a question. If there is an air current that was used one way and that air current has a direction, wouldn't you avoid the altitude so that you aren't fighting against the wind?
Yeah, but you need the exact same thing in the other direction to be able to do the same path in the same time.
In the same time, sure. Makes sense.
Not just avoid the air current. You need an opposite air current.
So you need it to help you. It helps you in one direction. It's got to help you in the other direction to make the time match.
Right, you'd avoid it, or you'd go in a straight line, where when using the air currents on a flat Earth, you'd go in a curved line. You know, to accomplish the same time.
Wait, what?
It okay, on a flat Earth, right? The air currents would be circles, so that would be, you know, you using it, you take a curved path.
Wait,
but if you wanted to avoid it,
why are the air currents a circle on a flat map? What makes them circular?
Because you've seen the jet streams, right? They go, they're above and below the equator.
They're circular, yes. But
they're circular on both models. So to follow the air current, you'd have to take a curved path, right?
But what my question was, slight detour of the whole flight route thing, is why on the globe model they're circular because of Coriolis, among other things. So there is some sort of deflection, because if there's no force causing the air current to change directions, obviously it could be air pressure or whatever. I guess we can go with that. Never mind, answer my own question. Okay, back to the thing. If they're going in one direction, the air current helps. If they're going in the other direction, they're going to change the altitude. And you're saying at a different altitude, the air current will help a different direction.
Well, it actually is like that. You know about the balloons that can stay in the same location or like over the same piece of land, right? The balloons, all they have to do is raise and lower in altitude to take advantage of the winds going in different directions at different heights. Like these balloons, they can raise and lower and maintain like the same location just by letting one take them a little bit to the left. When they get too far away, they lower and let the lower altitude wind currents take them back to the right.
So you're saying that all over the world, every flight involved, east, west, northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, the winds just happen to blow at the right speeds that facilitate the planes to make their arrivals on time.
No, there's sometimes, like we were saying, on the 2 route, you could take a curved path because it's just you're going to get a huge benefit from getting carried along by the jet streams, and that would be a curved path. It would have to be. And then on the return route, well, you can't have the assist from the stream, so you might as well go in a straight line instead of taking the curved path, just the straight A to B route.
That seems like a lot of I mean, I hesitate to use the term, but making up shit.
Oh, sure. I'm only speculating what would be going on. But one thing we probably could agree on is that the sophistication of air travel nowadays would be that, so that like the air currents are known and planes will take advantage of them at every opportunity they have. Right? They know to avoid something that's going to fight against them. Right? Like we have the technology. No one's going to fly a route that they know is going to be detrimental to their fuel efficiency. I mean, that's just common sense, right? No one's going to fly into a headwind. We know how to avoid these things.
Yeah, from what I know, these airliners fly specific routes certain times of the year to take advantage of each wind. Even when we're flying short distances at lower altitudes, we'll talk to other air that's going in our same direction, and we might be at 8,000 feet into a headwind, and they'll be at 12,000 feet with a tailwind. So they'll let us know, hey, we got a tailwind up here. Come join us. I mean, even just 1,000 or 2,000 feet in altitude, the wind can change at low altitude, much less high altitude. So I don't know as much about the airliners, the freightliners that fly at 30,000 feet or above, but at 8 to 15,000, the wind can change, from total opposite. And just 1,000 or 2,000 feet, we have to go, like if we're going one direction, we have to fly at even altitudes, and at another direction, we might have to fly at odd altitudes, because it's like a highway in the sky. But that 1,000 foot or 2,000 foot can make a huge difference in how much wind we're traveling into. We may have a huge headwind that's going to take us 30 minutes longer, and we're going to burn a lot more fuel. If we just go 1,000 feet or 2,000 feet higher or lower, we can request that and go try that altitude and maybe not have any wind whatsoever, no headwind. Even without a tailwind, without that headwind, we're going to save that 30 minutes. We'll be able to fly faster and not burn as much fuel and get there sooner. I can tell you that happens. We did that Friday night.
Yeah, so how would a pilot know if he's actually making a slight left to right or right to left swath? Is that the right term? Like that pathway over the Earth. They're following whatever flight plans they're following, but how would they actually know if they're slightly making a curved path that would then change the distance? And then, like Fundy was saying, like the wind currents are actually going in a circle, so they're already curved.
Well, you can see it on your track. Your track is a straight line waypoint A to B. And if you're being pushed by whatever in a boat, current and wind, or in a plane, just wind, which is the same thing as current in the sky, right? It's fluid movement pushing you against your surface. You're having to trim out a certain way or adjust a certain way. And if you're constantly getting off track to the south, and your autopilot's having to correct you back onto your waypoint, then you know the wind is coming out of a certain direction. Same thing in a boat. You have a track, but your actual position may be getting pushed by current and or wind, off in one direction, or maybe straight into you. So at the same RPM in a boat, you're supposed to be going 24 knots, but because you're heading into a current and wind, you're only going 20 knots. And if you turn around and go the opposite direction, you'll be going like 28 knots. It happens in a plane and a boat. Same thing. But course correction is standard. When you're on autopilot, it does it for you. But you can see it on your instruments. You can feel it too a lot of the times. I know I can in the boat, more so in the plane, but you can see it on your instruments if your autopilot's having a course correct. You don't have to be told you're flying into a headwind when you know at a certain richness of your fuel that you adjust, this lean at this RPM, at this altitude, you usually go 120 knots and you're only going 110 knots. You're flying into a headwind.
Yeah, no, I definitely hear you on that. And yeah, I agree. I guess the original question was brought up of, these distances that I think Extremisist was saying that they match a globe. And then he was trying to use the flight paths as being confirmation of those distances with the fuel they put in the planes. Therefore, he was saying the distances are correct, the flight paths are correct, Earth is a globe. But that one of the things was, like if you're making a curved path from left to right, not curved over a sphere, but like horizontal left to right, then that would change it. So it would change the distance.
Yeah, often their course, just like a freeway, it's when you're going in one direction, depending on traffic, you may fly one route, right? They adjust you. And then on the way back, you might go a total opposite way. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're not going to be generally going point A to point B there and back. They do try and separate the traffic by altitude and by path,
Yeah, then you have wind currents on top of that. So, I mean, do you think there's some way that it's being manipulated then or shammed in terms of like what the pilots are actually doing, what they're told they're doing, the flight plans they're following? Because that was his argument, is that it fits a globe. And then he, was using that as...
I don't know. I mean, what type of distances are we talking about? I mean, from New York to California is whatever X distance. We're on a curve, on a sphere, and on a flat plane, it's it's not that much further. Now, when you get into those longer flights, you're flying over open ocean and stuff like that. I mean, how much more distance would it be over a flat plane? Can't be that much. From San Diego to Hawaii over a curved Earth or a flat Earth, how many more miles is it?
Even if the distance were close, what about the heading that you would have to follow? Would that be different in the two cases?
I'm not sure. I know it's kind of strange. One thing I saw and didn't really know, I haven't really looked into it that much, is on a sphere, you know, in certain locations, when you say you think you're going west, you're actually not going west. Like, it was strange. Also, that flight that person took that wasn't a flat earther showed the direction that he was going was, when he took off, was one direction, and when he landed was going south, which when they mapped it out, it seemed to be what the flat earthers claim, you know, a straight line, a straight path. His compass headings were right on a flat surface with, you know, with the compass pointing north the whole time. Now, I don't know that. I haven't verified that myself. I'm just saying it seemed to be true because it wasn't a flat earther that was doing the compass heading. It was just a glober that said, look, I'm going to take a compass on this flight and let's see what it does. And when they mapped it out, it was a straight line over a flat plane, and the compass heading seemed to hold true of what it should be. You get into a whole other thing with compasses too, because right now my compass, like during the summertime, my compass and my GPS heading are not that far off, but like right now they're like 7 degrees off. It's a lot.
What kind of compass do you have?
I could look up the brand, but it's an 8-inch fluid compass.
You got one of those ball ones you used to stick to your dashboard in like the 80s.
Yeah,
remember that?
The black ones.
Yeah.
Sticky tape it.
Is it one of those?
No, it's
Or is it like a MEMS compass?
I mean, it's a marine compass.
Why would it change during the seasons?
I don't know. I mean, you tell me.
I don't think it does.
Oh, I can tell you it does. I'm not. I mean, I have no reason to make that up.
Maybe you got something magnetic nearby.
Yeah, right. That could be it.
I've never heard of a compass changing with the seasons.
I'm saying changes with the GPS heading.
Yeah, which means it has to be drifting from one season to another.
Well, I don't know I don't know what's changing. I just know it's more off right now than it is in the summertime. The difference is greater right now. I mean, I don't really use my compass that much. I just notice when I look down, you know, I'm going 180 by my GPS and 173 by my compass, or whatever it may be. I'm not even sure what that means. I'm not saying it hurts or helps. You know, I'm not fighting for one thing or other. I'm just saying it's different.
Why would it change in the seasons? Like the magnetic flux lines are different, or like what would be a possible reason for that?
I don't know. I've heard of magnetic declinations in different areas, but I haven't heard of things changing. It seems like it would, though, if this just say the sun would affect it. The sun is definitely in a different, you know, setting and or going around me in a different location in the summer and winter. 100%. You know, higher in my sky and setting more towards northwest in the summer than it is during the winter. lowering my sky and setting more towards the west in my winter.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, Essie? How you doing?
What's up, Playboy?
All right. You see what I posted, Gio?
Hello.
I saw it, yeah, but I didn't quite know what. Yeah, I didn't quite know what it meant.
The spacecraft right now heading to the moon is traveling at 178 miles per hour.
No way.
Way.
My God.
Oh, Kosha, you're gonna have to integrate this into your model.
I know, I'm Googling it right now.
Coach is on it.
Googling the answers.
I thought it was, yeah, Google it as quick as you can. I thought it was 6:53 or something. That's what they had said yesterday.
That was yesterday, yeah.
You know, I was watching this dude last night. He was having a real hard time, but he was trying to give a lesson on orbital mechanics to a bunch of other dudes, and I think the whole idea got lost. But I would let me see if I can find that. So I would try to watch that. Oh, wait a minute. That was me talking to you last night, Essie.
I was just gonna remind you that did you forget Kepler? Your big explanation was Kepler's law.
Yep.
That's what slowed the craft down.
Kepler's law, which is a product of Newton's universal gravitation, caused by
It's a product of fantasy. Yeah.
I just want to make it clear because it seemed like at the end of our conversation you were under the impression that these were two different ideas.
No, I wasn't under the impression at all. One improved on the other. Kepler killed Brahe, stole the stuff, right? You're aware
That's
of that
true, yeah.
story.
That's all
Yep.
true.
Yep. And then he massaged it, and then Newton massaged it a bit more. Yeah, I know that fantasy thing. Yeah, that's the standard. That's the second law right there in action.
Can't trust anyone who's willing to murder.
Absolutely.
Well, you can. That would make you a fool.
Yeah. So this little diagram here, the explanation of an oval orbit is supposed to, satisfy this slowdown of from 25,000 miles an hour to 178 miles an hour. I mean, you gotta be programmed to believe that shit.
What's hard to believe about that?
Sorry, go ahead, Gambino. This is Gambino. By the way, this is the conversation that I was telling you about earlier. We're back into it.
Yeah, Essie, this just shows that the further away you get, the slower your velocity is, which is exactly what Orion is doing. So what's the confusion?
Yeah, there's no confusion, my friend. You just keep believing. You keep believing that in your diagram, a rocket took off, escape velocity 25,000 miles an hour, and because it has an oval orbit, and because Kepler told you so, you can believe that it slowed down to 178 miles an hour. That's your prerogative, bro.
If you toss a basketball upwards, does it slow down?
Is it a basketball we're talking about now? Tossing it.
But it follows the same laws of physics.
Sure, in your head it does. Yeah, in your head, sending a spacecraft that way equals tossing a ball up in the air. I know how you think.
No, it just follows the same laws of physics. The speeds are different, so a different path results, but the laws of physics are the same. What's hard to believe that it slows down after it's done burning the engine?
Aren't they in the vacuum of space?
Yeah.
Yes, but there's
Where
also
there's no
the
friction?
gravitational
The
force.
laws of physics of throwing a basketball here on Earth would not be the same as the laws of physics in space, right?
So if you take a basketball in a vacuum chamber and toss it upwards, will it still slow down or will it continue going upwards forever?
Slow down. Is that what you're saying? They're in a vacuum chamber up there, headed to the moon? I don't get what you're saying.
If you take a basketball and
That's
you move
not
air from around
analogous.
it,
That's
I'm
not
not.
even
I'm not
close to
done.
being the same thing.
I'm
Yeah, you said
illustrating
it
how
already.
something
The
can.
basketball in a
I'm
vacuum
not done.
chamber.
Yeah,
Well,
and
that's
then
the
you
part
ask
I'm
me some
refuting.
unrelated question.
No,
I'm
that's
asking
the
you a yes
part
or
I'm
no
telling you
question.
is not analogous.
Why not? It's the laws of physics, and it's demonstrating how something slows
No,
down.
they're not in a vacuum.
It's still under the gravitational
Okay.
influence of the Earth, though.
Yeah. Until it gets close enough to the moon.
Yeah, but you see,
That's
you
not
have a
what we were
problem
told.
with your explanation there, because your explanation says in order for a spacecraft to leave the Earth's surface, it has to be traveling at 25,000 miles an hour.
No, that's not what it said. To leave the
That's
surface?
exactly what it says. I can post
No,
it
it
for
means
you.
to
Word
escape the potential
for
of the gravity forever.
Yeah, that's escape velocity with a single impulse. This is not what that situation. This
So
is
you're not.
a.
So Artemis did not send a rocket from the ground
So
to reach
see,
the
if you shot a
That did
rock
not
with a
happen.
slingshot, you would have to shoot that rock at 25,000 miles an hour to get it to leave Earth's gravity.
And go past the moon and not fall back down. That's why it's slowing down. It's falling back down to Earth like it jumped up and down. We talked about this last night, SE.
You're doing the same up and down thing, Don. You're still in that fantasy land, bro. You're not jumping up and down, bro. You're traveling towards something. You're not jumping up and down. Don't let them fool you in that.
It still has the same laws of
I'm
physics,
saying
though.
in their fantasy land, bro. That's their story. So.
Yeah,
but
okay.
in the
believe that, Don.
projects that have already gone to the moon, they slowed down that much and had to like blast a rocket again to pick speed back up. I thought once you got up to speed, headed off in a direction in space, you didn't have to do any more burns. You would continue in that vector at that speed.
If you want to orbit the moon, you need a rocket engine burn. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about when you leave Earth's atmosphere and you get going a certain speed towards the moon, you don't have to do any more burns, right? Until you get to the moon?
Well,
Like
you have course corrections. There's still course corrections, but if you
is
want
that
to
what
actually,
Apollo? I'm talking about speed.
yes, which are done by burning the rocket engine.
So that's what Apollo did? They burned a rocket engine to keep their speed up on their way to the moon?
No,
I didn't.
They did course corrections with the rocket.
I know. Course correction, not course correct. We're not talking about course correction. We're talking about speed correction. To have enough speed to get to the moon, they burned the rocket engine to increase their speed, and then it would slow down again.
The majority of that was what's called translunar injection, and that was done from low Earth orbit. That was one giant burn to give you enough speed to get out of low Earth orbit to put you on a path to the moon. Now, as you're going to the moon, you have to make minor adjustments for various reasons, but you have enough speed to get to the moon.
Well, I thought they had to like do some maneuvers and join up, and then did they do the rocket blast?
All the maneuvers to extract the lunar module were after translunar injection.
So as they were on the way to their moon, after they did the injection, is what you said, the blast of the engine to get up speed, how far away from the Earth were they?
Oh, it was, I don't know, it was like a few hours after the burn.
So real close, right?
Yeah, it's still pretty close, I guess.
Closer than Artemis?
Closer than Artemis is right now, yes.
So they're going to have to do a burn on Artemis to get them back up to speed?
What do you mean back up to speed?
Well, they're doing 178 miles an hour. They're going to go 178 miles an hour towards the moon the whole time?
They were going way faster than that up until now.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about right now. They're doing 178. Are they going to do a burn? Do you know?
No, because they're close to the moon right now.
Oh, they're almost to the moon.
Yeah, they're
So
very
as
close.
they got
In
further
fact,
and further away from the Earth and got into the moon's gravity, they slowed down?
no, they slowed down relative to the Earth, but they've sped up relative to the moon. So this might just be a weird coordinate
They
transform
didn't
thing.
speed up. Hold on, they didn't speed up yet. They're almost to
In
the
what
moon.
coordinate system? In what coordinate system?
They haven't sped up.
In which coordinate system?
What do you mean, which coordinate system? You think you're playing chess, bro? You're playing checkers. What do you mean? What
Do you
coordinate
understand what a
system are you
coordinate
talking?
system is?
Oh
Is
no,
this
never heard of it before. The coordinate
okay? So then
system,
why
no, that
can't you answer?
escapes me.
Bro,
That
stop
escapes me.
being confusing, bro. They gave
So
it
just
enough
answer the
power
question.
to go as far as to the moon.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right. What? You said it's going to pick
What
up
is-
speed. It hasn't picked up speed.
He's
As a
talking
matter of
about
fact, it bled off most of the speed. Right now, it's 178 miles per hour.
yeah, in
Relative to what?
Relative to what? Dude, you know, maybe it's time for you to make a hot cocoa and let Kosho take over.
Okay, you're stumped. I'm done with you.
I'm stumped. Relative to what? You asked me relative to what, and you think you stumped me?
No,
Seriously?
Hey, see you later.
Later, have a good one, and try some cinnamon on your cocoa.
Actually, let's cut to the chase. That's what he's asking is the exact right question. The speed that you're describing is relevant to the Earth, right? So if you describe the speed relevant to the moon, in reference to the moon, there's going to be two different kind of velocities. So this is what he's
Tell
talking
me
about.
the difference. So what's the actual speed?
It depends on how it depends on how fast the moon's
Compared to
moving and how
what?
close it's approaching it. Yeah.
Well, you have all the data. You know how it's
I
approaching
don't
it.
have all the data. What are you talking about?
So now it's the issue of you not having data, not understanding why it's going 178. Got it. Did I
No,
stump
it's going
you?
170. It's going 178 in reference to the Earth. That's the speed it's going in reference to the Earth. Okay. So
Okay,
it's
reference to
describing
the
its
moon?
speed in reference to the moon is going to be a different velocity.
Which is what?
I don't know what that velocity is. You told me what the velocity it was traveling towards the moon, and you're right. So I don't know what the velocity is in reference to the moon. I don't know.
So you're questioning the official speed of NASA now. Is that what you're doing?
I'm not questioning it at all. No.
So relative to
I
what?
agree.
What are
That
you
speed makes
relative
sense.
to what are you questioning?
Say what? I'm not questioning anything. I'm trying to explain to you what he was saying. What he says in reference to what he's talking about in reference to the moon's position. Depending on which coordinate system you're using, if you're using the Earth as a reference frame, you're going to have one velocity. If you use the moon as a reference frame, you can have a different velocity.
Well, he used that as an escape code because he said it's going to start speeding up when it gets close to the moon. And I told him it's already close to the moon and it's not speeding up. It's going 178 and he was stumped. And then in order to answer the question, he said in reference to what? These are tactics, bro. You know, these things don't work with us.
If you understood coordinate systems, you'd be able to answer. I don't understand why.
See, that's another dig right there. See, he's stumped. So he has
like you
nothing
don't
else
even know
to
what
do
you're talking
but
about.
to do an at-home.
It sounds like you don't know what you're talking about.
See, you're the one that's not answering the question, and he's the one that's stumped.
Yeah, he is the one that's stumped because he is not answering the question. He asked a question to my question. I asked him. He said that the spacecraft is slowing down, right? But now as it gets closer, which is now, it should start speeding up. And I told him, but it is not. It is going 178 miles an hour. And he asked me, instead of addressing the question, and he's attempting to cut me off now, instead of addressing the question of speed, he asked me, and he's doing it again now. These are tactics.
Not him, buddy.
See? Well, this is you, Don. I'm going to have to tell you to shut up again, bro. 2 nights in a row. 2 nights in a row, Don. Really?
Dude.
Okay, you take over, Don. I'm going to stop talking.
Yeah,
you take over, bro. Obviously, you know what I'm going to say. Go ahead, brother.
Champion your argument. He is doing that. He is sitting here talking about the speed in a way that isn't simple answer to your question. I agree with that. We should challenge him back rather than just fucking explain it to Kosho, man. Keep
What the fuck
challenging.
do you think I'm doing now, bro? What do you think I'm doing?
Explaining.
You know what, Don? I think when you're in the room, I think it's best for me not to talk because me and you are going to get into a scrap. So you go ahead, Don. You take over.
I have a couple questions. I mean, I'd want to relate it back to the crafts that have gone to the moon before. Like, how fast were they going when they left Earth going towards the moon, and how fast was this object going towards the moon when it left Earth? And then did it slow down the same?
Actually, I think it's slightly slower. trajectory.
Is this a new special move or is this the same old move, Gambino?
They taking a
I don't
different
know
route?
what you mean.
Well, are they taking a different route?
It's a slower route because the Apollo trajectory took it there, I think, a little bit faster.
Apollo went on a more direct route towards the moon.
Well, there is no direct route. You still have to do a Hohmann transfer no matter what, and that's like a parabolic shape.
Well, I meant more on a. Apollo didn't travel as far in distance to get to the moon as this one's going more distance.
No,
It
the moon
seems
hasn't changed its position.
okay. So if you're going A to B, that's the same route, right? Is this one
There's
taking a
multiple
different
routes to
route?
go A to B. It's not
Oh
a
my
straight line.
God, that's what I just said. You're a troll, dude.
He
I even tried to phrase it. I even tried to phrase it like you wanted me to, and you're still fighting it. Like you're not either wanting to answer or you just want to be a troll.
Well, I said it's not a straight line, and you seem to be saying it was. So I was clarifying that.
Well, from A to B is a straight line.
Moon
if you
to
want
Earth.
to say they're taking a curved route, that's fine. Did Apollo take a less curved route than this one? Is this one taking more of a curved route?
I think this curve path is slightly larger than
So it would be
Apollo.
more distance then, right?
Yeah, is that what you're getting at?
Thank you. Oh, is that what when you said, oh, well, the moon hasn't changed distance, blah, 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 you didn't get what I was saying?
Really,
more route?
you weren't
Well,
really
I was
clear. You're
very
kind of
clear.
kind of vague.
You just choose to do this because you want to be argumentative. You get what I'm
think-
saying, right? This
No,
one's
not
taking
yet.
a longer route to get there, which was my exact first statement. So now you agree it's taking a longer route, a more curved route, which is more distance, right? This one, Artemis, wherever y'all call
More
it.
travel distance, but it's the same orbital altitude.
What's the speed relative to the Earth? The 100 something miles an hour. Artemis is going to the moon, right?
Right now.
I just looked up. Okay, so from the moon's perspective, if relative to on the moon, what's the speed?
I don't know. I think I could calculate
It's the same, isn't it?
No, because the moon has orbital velocity.
Oh my God.
What?
Not as it's approaching.
Yeah, you're measuring. It's so funny.
As it's approaching the moon, it would be the same speed, right?
So fucking
It depends on
funny.
your coordinate system. That's why I brought up coordinate systems.
Okay, the coordinate system that the object is on right now. That vessel.
I don't know exactly what those numbers are reported in the coordinate system. I have an idea, but I'm trying to think what.
I'm not talking about when it's in the orbit of the moon.
Closing in on the moon. It's closing in on the moon at a rate. Period. In 3D space.
Yeah, 178. It has to be.
No matter
Can't be
where
going
the
two different
you
speeds.
are, that's the fucking speed it's closing in on the moon.
And that's not the number that we're looking at right now, though.
Oh my God, that's the number that it's going away from the Earth, which will be the same number that it's approaching the moon.
It's not true.
No, because the moon has a velocity relative to the Earth too, just like the spacecraft does. You
It
gotta do the
oh
vectors.
my God.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Like the moon is orbiting the Earth, so the spacecraft is having to catch up to the moon.
It's actually going along the leading side of it.
Oh,
so the moon is catching up to the spacecraft.
So it's going slower. No, it would be approaching the moon faster then. Because the moon's going towards it and it's going 178 away from the Earth, so it's going faster towards the moon. It's reaching the moon quicker because the moon is traveling towards it.
It's like this. Imagine you tossed an apple up in the air and shot it with an arrow.
Or we could just take the moon and the object that's in space. We can be smart and just and what I've said just is true. It must be going faster.
Yeah. Why are you interrupting me?
Yeah, when you went to an apple, when we're talking about the moon.
Yes, because humans have brains that can vision things and make.
Yeah, so we can talk about the moon.
But you're not understanding it.
You're only adding that
understand
the moon is
approaching
motherfucking moving.
The moon is approaching the object faster.
Shut up, Don. Jesus.
Nah, fuck you. You add in unnecessary variables, buddy.
Yeah.
You have an amount of time. You have an amount of time that the rocket is gonna take to get to the moon. Period.
Mm-hmm. And how do you calculate that? Do you need to know the speed of the moon?
Oh my God.
Dumbass, shut up.
Dude, it doesn't matter if you.
It does.
Of course, they're both right. The Earth is moving, the Moon is moving, the rocket is going in between them, right? In between, from A to B. That's it. Boom.
The Earth is moving in which coordinate system?
Oh my God.
Which
You can
coordinate
do
system
it
are you
in
saying?
any
Are you using
fucking one
heliocentric
that you
or
want,
geocentric?
dude.
Yeah, shut up, Don.
Just because you're on the fucking moon doesn't mean that you don't get to know the fucking number, dude. From Earth, that the rocket left fucking Earth and it's gonna get to you in a certain amount of time. Period. Just because you can add on, we're traveling these extra distances, doesn't mean you have to add that variable into your fucking formula number, into your speed number.
Oh, okay. No one take advice from this guy about orbital mechanics.
Dude, he asked you about the speed getting faster or slower, and this is what you did to red herring the fucking conversation.
Well, how about you just let me talk and answer the question? What was it, Rakia? What was the question specifically?
Rakia, I'm sorry, buddy.
Nah, I got no use for him anymore. He's gonna be like this the whole night. I got no time for that.
Answering questions directly about physics? Okay.
No, being a smug jackass like you are going to apples when we're talking about the moon. Just use the moon and the Artemis that we're talking about.
Okay, here, I'll do that. So you have the Earth.
Yeah, there
and
you go.
have the spacecraft.
Have fun
And
with
the
it.
moon is, I'm not done. And then the moon is in orbit. So if you want to calculate how quickly the spacecraft is approaching the moon, you have to consider the orbital speed of the moon. Do you understand that?
Spoken about in those.
Obviously, I do, because I said it would be faster or slower. So quit treating people like children and acting so smug and just answer it. Do you know the speed? Yes or no?
It's hard for me to treat you like an adult when you say the Earth is flat.
Oh, please. There you go again. I knew you were going to do it. Such a dick, dude. You're just a smug dick.
What do you want me to do?
You think you know? You think you're smarter than everybody else? Then answer the question. Can you be smart without being smug? Is that possible?
It has to be slower, Ricky. It's got to be chasing the moon. It's got to be.
Can it? What's this guy's answer? Because he still hasn't answered.
It's not chasing it. It's shot like towards the moon, and the moon kind of catches up to it and draws it into a retrograde orbit.
So is it slower?
Chasing and leading.
Slower in that case as well. Same direction as the moon equals slower. If the moon's coming at it, like if they're going in opposite counterclockwise, then it would be faster, right?
The paths aren't two concentric rings. That's not the path.
It doesn't fucking matter if they're concentric.
He still hasn't answered.
Yeah,
I
he
just
did.
It's
like, what the
fuck? Is it slower?
Is what slower?
Oh my God, the speed!
The speed of what?
Of the Artemis.
He's trolling you. This guy's a fucking idiot, man. He's just a smug piece of shit.
You don't even know enough to ask the proper question about this.
Okay, what would be the best way to ask? We're going 178 now, approaching the moon. What's the speed in reference to the moon? I'm smart enough to ask that question, right?
Okay, well then I'll answer it. I don't think that speed represents how fast it's approaching the moon.
So that the 178 is the speed leaving the Earth, right? Going away from the Earth?
Relative to the Earth, yeah.
Okay, what's the speed relative to the moon, approaching the moon? You're not even smart enough to understand the question.
I don't know the answer.
Yeah, that's what I knew you didn't know. You just didn't want to say you didn't know, so you had to do all that other bullshit, which makes you smug.
That's the first time you asked that question.
Bullshit. That's a lie. Yeah, that's a lie. That's
a
asked
that 20 times.
No, you didn't.
The bold-faced lie. You are.
You remember when I asked that question, you liar, and you said relative to what? You troll.
He asked you right away, Gambino. When I said it would be the same,
what is
and then
178 relative to?
You got him to agree with you over me, and then he immediately asked.
One at a time. You guys are obfuscating. SC, you
much.
brought up the 178, and I asked what coordinate system that is.
You asked two questions because you were trying to deviate from the answer. You asked in what relation and what coordinates, and you asked in relation to what? Two smug questions that deviated from the answer. We know your game, bro. We know your game. But except today, you have Don over here, who's helping you out, and we're not getting to the bottom of it. But don't worry, we'll catch you alone one day.
Don's helping you out.
I'm not sure why you included Don right there. Because
every time I talk, Don feels the need to interrupt. That's why. likes my voice or something.
You motivate me, and when I kind of sometimes I think you're done, and then you reiterate, and I'm like, damn, he fucking reiterated again. I'm like, I want to fucking agree with him, and he just agreed with himself.
Motivate me.
Looks up to you, man.
I like that one. I've never heard that one before. You motivate me. We all agree the other guy's being smug, though, right, Kosha?
Absolutely.
I love it.
So was this thing always traveling 160 miles per hour? Or did it just decrease in speed?
It slowed down to that rate.
Slow down.
Slowing down?
In reference to what did it slow down?
The Earth.
The
What about the apple stem? Is the apple stem bending in the right direction?
Do you want an answer or no? You can just troll.
I could care
Is it
less
a
what you say,
Macintosh?
dude.
Is it a Macintosh or a
Couldn't
Granny
care
Red?
less? Rocky, do you mean you couldn't care less?
I couldn't care less if you spoke ever again. Ever.
Okay.
I'd rather hear Kosho over you. That's how bad you are. How about that? Are you smart enough to understand? Are you smart enough to understand what I just did there?
Yeah, sure. You're ad homing because you have nothing. That's what I
Right.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I like the nervous laughter.
Oh, you asked him about his feelings, and now he's ad homing. Oh,
yeah. Yeah. And we have nervous laughter. No, that's laughing at you. How you're acting.
Literally fell out of my chair, Gambino. When you said that there could be two speeds, right? He said relative to the Earth or the Moon. Then you asked him, "What's the speed relative to the Moon?" He goes, "I don't think that's gonna get." I just almost fell out of my chair, bro. Literally hit the ground.
I didn't realize that was Gambino. That makes a lot of sense.
Who is it? I'm sorry, Gambino, if it's not you.
I think it's Gambino.
So when is this thing supposed to reach it? Tomorrow? It's supposed to be tomorrow?
Powered flyby on the far side of the moon tomorrow at 7 o'clock Eastern time.
I honestly didn't think anything in space could do 178 miles an hour. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. I thought everything traveled a lot faster than that.
It's going to speed up
100. I mean,
Real
how's it?
quick.
Yeah, because 122,000 miles at 160 miles an hour. How the fuck you gonna make that?
Well, it was going faster before this. It slowed down because of the gravity of Earth as it approached the moon.
So gravity got stronger.
Right.
It got stronger as it moved away. Yes, in their fantasy. Yep.
Wait, didn't it pass the moon yet, though?
Like that. Could you go back and just ask that question again? Did it get stronger? Is that what you said?
Yeah, did it get stronger as it went away further from Earth?
No, it's just been wearing down on it. It's been pulling.
It was moving at one speed at a certain time in the past when it was closer to Earth. It was moving very fast. That allowed it to travel far away from the Earth. During this entire time that this is happening, Earth is still pulling on it, which is slowing it down. This is all
But shouldn't it speed up?
Yeah.
It's being pulled on by the Earth less and being pulled by the moon more.
Yeah, but it's also not applying any thrust at this point in time. The thrust.
No, but it already had its speed, so it should be as less gravity is affecting it. It should be going faster or maintaining the speed. It should get to a point where it doesn't slow down anymore.
No, you're right when you say that it should be maintaining its speed. It should not be moving faster because it's not applying any thrust, but it should be maintaining
faster
its
than what
speed.
it's moving now. It should never have slowed down to 178 is what I'm saying.
Yeah. It was going a speed, and nothing sped it up at this point. So it's going fast at a speed. And now all that's happening is Earth is pulling on it. So now that it's going some speed and moving away from Earth, Earth is pulling on it. That's going to slow it down.
Shouldn't slow
Honestly,
it down
never
a lot.
heard anything slow it down.
No way.
It should have slowed it down when it was trying to leave Earth.
It did.
And it should have slowed it down to that amount way the fuck then.
Let me make a point to that. The ironic, Elbow, check this out, bro. You're dead on. Because the ironic thing about that, in order for it to leave the gravity of the Earth, it has to travel at that tremendous speed. So the same thing that it's trying to avoid by leaving is the same thing that they're telling you is slowing it down once it escapes it. You get it?
Yeah,
exactly. I thought it could do an orbit around the Earth without doing a burn again. Like once it got into orbit around the Earth, it could do a orbit and then change its direction it was going and then keep going in the same speed, like without
Like a
without a
slingshot.
burn.
Forever,
You're
actually.
correct, Ricky. Yeah, it's called continuously falling, and they're
Yeah.
fantasy. Yeah.
Forever.
It would reach Mars, before,
Yeah, well, no,
without
it wouldn't
slowing
do
down.
that. But yeah, but you're right about a circular orbit. So let's say it was at 20,000 miles. Let's say it's at 200 miles above the Earth, doing a perfectly circular orbit. Then it would not be increasing speed. It would stay the same speed. But at any
Except for
point
the
in that orbit,
Vegas.
at any point in that orbit, if it decided to apply its thrust, which it did do when it was on the back side of the Earth, it applied thrust. What that's going to do is extend the orbit on the opposite side.
Wait. The
And
Earth
now
gets a backside.
it doesn't have to do anything at all. It could stop applying its thrust, and now it's going to have just a giant orbit where part of it is close to the Earth, the part where it applied the thrust, and the part on the opposite side is far away from the Earth.
Dude, we got shit falling
Where
around the
did you
Earth.
learn this? Did you learn this
We
from
got
KSP,
shit
or did you
falling
get
around the
somewhere?
Earth at 17,000 miles an hour right now without thrusting.
Yeah, and it'll stay up there forever, other than the tiniest of particles slowing it down, or its slightly non-perfectly circular orbit.
Just a second. I got to give accolades to Kosha for the amazing, accurate description of orbital mechanics. How did you learn that?
Do practice, because it's not intuitive.
Practice?
Yeah.
You practice this where?
In video games and stuff,
Yeah. Did you play KSP?
Amazing.
Is that what it is?
No, the poor man's KSP, which is Space Flight Simulator. I was playing earlier.
So let's go to
learned
real
that in
world.
Kirby.
Let's go to real world and y'all's fantasy model. The ISS, does it do burns to keep its speed up in its fall or orbit around Earth?
Affirmative.
I don't think it does, right? It just does little bursts to keep it.
It does. It does burns periodically, or else it loses
but
its
not
orbit,
to
according
keep
to
its
their
speed.
story.
Yeah, it hits
Just
a little
to keep
bit of
its
atmosphere.
altitude.
It hits a baby bit
The
of
altitude, yes.
But not its speed. The speed is constant. So if it changed its direction and
No.
headed towards the moon, it would have to
not.
do a burst. It would have to do an ignition on its engine to keep the speed. Even if it did that, it would slow down to 178 miles an hour from 17,000 miles an hour the further it got from Earth.
You would have to add energy
That's
to
the
its
story.
orbit to get an orbit that goes out far enough to reach the moon.
What's
It's
the
a
point of
higher
the
energy orbit.
slingshot? I
What do you
thought
mean
the slingshot was without doing a burn.
Slingshot is for interplanetary travel.
Not
for
to the
Earth
moon.
to moon. No, you can slingshot around the moon to go further out if you wanted, but I don't think that's ever been done actually.
Or you could just do
Slingshot, you're
escape
talking
velocity from the surface, but you're scared.
So the
I would
Apollo
be scared of
program
being torn apart by.
did a burn to, once it got out of Earth's atmosphere, it did a burn on its way to the moon. I never knew that actually. I'm just going to admit it.
Those were course correction burns, but
So
the burn
not
to get
speed
to the
burn.
moon.
I'm talking about
Course
they did
correction
a.
burns are speed burns. Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
then why do you say course correction? I'm talking about to get up to speed, right? Once it left Earth, it had to do a burn to get up to a certain speed to reach the moon. I never knew
It
that.
did a burn to get enough speed to leave Earth to go to the moon.
And once it
coasted the
did
rest of
that
the way.
burn, did it do that burn while going around the Earth, or did it do
Yes.
it as it was going away from Earth?
It did that in low Earth orbit.
As it went around Earth.
That's what low Earth orbit is.
Do you need to say
Okay,
the
so
leader?
that's a yes. So it did it in low Earth orbit as it went around Earth, and then that's what they call the slingshot. But after it headed towards
No.
the moon, it never did another burn, did it?
To get into lunar orbit, it did.
But to get from Earth to the moon before it got into lunar orbit, which you keep, this is dude, or you're doing this on purpose, right? From Earth to the moon, did it do any burns?
It did course correction burns between TLI and lunar orbit.
So when it did the course correction, did the speed increase?
It may have increased or decreased.
What was its fastest speed after it left Earth?
Right after TLI.
Which was what speed?
I don't know.
And what was its slowest speed? No, that's fine. That's a good answer. What was its slowest speed?
I don't know.
In between course correction. Yeah.
In between course correction. The slowest speed would not be in between course correction. It would be at the apex of the orbit, the apogee.
No. After it orbited, it's going towards the moon on its
And it's
path towards the moon.
slowing down as it gets further away from Earth.
Yeah, as this does. So it slowed down. What was the slowest speed? That's what I asked.
I don't know.
Okay.
Have to look it up.
Yeah, I was hoping you knew.
My question is in this swivel camera that keeps swiveling back and forth in the moon and the just practically in a static position going supposedly towards. I mean the dish or Orion or whatever going in a static position towards the moon, that the moon just statically stays in the same position as the dish or whatever.
The gimbal, the solar arrays are gimbaling.
Yeah, but so it's just statically in the same position. The fucking dish, it just doesn't go around, doesn't travel around the like circular. Like in other words, like it doesn't spin. It's just in that static position, just directly. And the only thing that's going on the gimbal is the one moving.
The solar panels track the sun, and they'll move the spacecraft, but the solar panels will react to that and stay pointing at the sun.
I'm not talking about the sun. I'm talking about where the moon is at compared to where the satellite or whatever Orion bullshit craft is pointing. Have you been watching this video? Like the last fucking 20 minutes. The NASA. The only one that's broadcasting this shit supposedly live or whatever.
Yeah, that
Can you
shit
link
is
it?
whack.
'Cause
That's
there's
some
a video.
old shit they say they showing, and they making it look like it's some new shit.
Which one is? Some people are posting live streams that aren't from Orion, but they have a clickbait title. Okay, this one. Let's see. So this is. Yeah. This is actually from the spacecraft.
Like if you look at this whole fucking hour of shit, the sun, the moon has not moved position compared to where the Artemis is at. It's just a static position. Artemis doesn't even fucking go around in a circle. It's just static.
So this means that the camera is rotating relative to the spacecraft.
I understand that, but wouldn't it's just flying in that direct position and it's not moving no other way? Is exactly that position all the way through to the moon for like an hour?
I think they're doing trials to reposition the cameras because they were having trouble with the Wi-Fi signal connectivity.
Oh, router for that shit.
They suck again.
I mean, if you consider this sucking, putting something on in orbit of the moon, I guess, but that's.
But do you understand?
The
weird. Do you understand the weirdness of that? Like the fucking spacecraft or whatever is exactly in the same position. The moon is always in that exact position, and the camera is the only one that's moving back and forth. Like they're just completely static to each other.
No, they're just rotating the camera right now. That's all we see.
Yeah, all you see is the camera rotating back and forth for that hour and a half, and the fucking craft is not even spinning. It's not even rotating or anything. Like you will, like any other quote unquote footage of traveling, the fucking shit's spinning a bit, and the moon will probably travel to the other side. Just like let's say the fake other shit from SpaceX. I mean,
no, they're holding attitude right now. They're holding craft attitude right now.
Right. So it's like, I mean, I've like since yesterday, day before yesterday, the same attitude actually.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. So they want the sun to be hitting the spacecraft in a certain place because they have thermal constraints. But I mean, there's a lot of factors here. It's not odd at all. That's my point.
No, it's not odd. It's not odd at all. It's perfectly fine. It's perfect.
What do you think is odd about it?
Yeah, you would think that if it's out there free traveling issue, you'd probably be spending like pretty much all supposed dish do.
No, because they have star trackers to control attitude, and they have
I haven't seen this
reaction
shit
wheels.
What's the push? What's the press? What's the pressing upon to change attitude?
The reaction wheel is a spinning mass, and if you put a torque on it reacts by rotating the craft.
Yeah, but it has some kind of friction needs to be there for it to be able to actually react, right?
No, that's not
so
how
you're
works.
saying. So when they say when they blow the thrusters on these things, they're not going to push against anything.
Push against the mass that they eject out of the thruster.
It pushes against itself.
It pushes against the mass that's being thrown out of the thruster.
So it pushes against itself.
No, it's pushing against the mass that's being ejected.
What mass is being ejected? It's mass from itself, right?
The monopropellant.
And that's pushing on
the engine throat.
Oh, so so it's pushing itself.
No, because the mass becomes part of not the craft after it's separated.
So it creates its own atmosphere.
No, I guess a micro atmosphere right around the thruster, but that's really not.
There you go, fellas. It creates its own atmosphere so it can actually move.
I did say no to that question. Yes, I did say
Still
no
doesn't
to that,
make
so I think
sense with the nozzle being open at the end into a vacuum of space. It has to be ultimately pushing against that.
Why?
Why wouldn't it? It's going out the back, right?
If you're on a skateboard and you throw a basketball,
no, we're talking about rocket propulsion,
direction.
not skateboard.
Yeah, we're talking about physics. We're talking about physics. I need a simple
yeah. Well, let's talk about the
physics
physics of the rocket propulsion. The gas is being thrusted. The hot gas is being thrusted out of the back of the nozzle. You're saying it's push as it's inside the nozzle. It's pushing against itself. You would have to be saying that because it can't be pushing against. You can't be saying it's being pushed out. Yeah, I'm not done yet. You can't be saying it's not pushed out of the back because what's being pushed out of the back can't be pushing against the vacuum of space. So it has to be only pushing against itself while it's in the nozzle.
No, that's not true. There's a force because of the interaction of accelerating the mass out the nozzle. And it's the same laws of physics as if you were to throw a basketball. It has nothing to do with the air around you. That would work in a vacuum as well.
What?
If you fire a gun and you get kicked back, does it have anything to do with the air around you?
Yes.
No.
Yes, the pressure, the air that's in the barrel creates friction. And that gas trying to get, and I'm not done again. And that gas trying to escape that barrel is pushing backwards because it's meeting resistance of the air pressure in the barrel.
And that's what causes the gun to kick back?
Yeah.
I don't think you understand physics. So if that's true,
yes, I do.
Well, let's test that. So, Rakia, do you think if you fired a gun in a vacuum, it would have no kickback at all?
Do you think that if you put that gun against
the question?
Do you think? Let's talk about physics.
Answer the question.
Yeah, I will as soon as I explain this.
Right now, answer yes or no.
Don't troll me. Listen to this guy.
Answer yes or no.
Listen to yourself. So you don't want to have a conversation. You just want to have a gotcha. So you put that barrel of that shotgun against the wall. Is it going to kick you back further?
Maybe a little bit.
Hey, yeah, a little bit. My ass. I'll take that bet.
The pressure from the gunpowder
you
is
think you know physics?
Compared to
maybe you haven't shot a shotgun as many times as I have and put it against the wall a couple times.
Yeah, but you didn't answer the question. If you shoot it in a vacuum, will it kick? Yes, it will.
You shoot it in a vacuum, will it kick?
You can't answer it because you don't know physics, do you?
I've never shot a vacuum. I've never shot a shotgun in a vacuum. Have you?
And you can't answer because you don't know physics.
In a small, very small vacuum, yeah, I would say the gas would fill the space and create pressure. Yeah, very quickly, instantaneous.
Okay.
So yeah, it would kick. I would say it would kick.
So it has more to do.
How about that, Left Lane? Hey, Left Lane, where were you when he was going? Answer me now, yes or no. Answer me now, yes or no. Where were you, Left Lane? Piece of shit.
Yeah, I was right here. You
piece of shit. I thought you might have been.
Oh, you're gonna call names. You're gonna come in and call names, Rakia. You're gonna break some server rules now.
I am because you're a piece of shit mod.
Yeah, let me get over here to you.
Yeah, go ahead and mute me. Because where were you when that guy was badgering me? Let me give you a good reason to mute me. You're a biased piece of crap. Proven by the last.
There you go, buddy. You asked for it. There you go.
That's hard.
I don't know what his problem is with me, but every time I speak, he comes at me like a bumblebee.
I'm finding something really interesting. What happens when people know they're wrong? They lash out like this. Like certain
Yeah, no,
people.
you can't force people to answer a question. You try to force them to answer a question.
I
And
wouldn't have done
Skylane was there, and he didn't do anything about it.
just. All right.
Didn't
Well,
do
I
anything
mean,
about what?
Him forcing him to ask a question. Nobody over here can force anybody to answer a question.
I was just
Just for
showing
the
that he didn't know
record,
physics.
Gambino, you didn't fool anybody, right? You didn't fool. We know what your game is. Your game is to get people excited. And
I'm just here
yeah,
to teach you guys physics.
yeah. Listen, dude, we know you're a troll. We know what you do, and that's
Come on.
your objective is to get people upset. Everybody knows it. You have a
I'm just talking
platform here.
physics.
Let's
You
see
have
how
nothing
long
but
you
ad
can
homs.
last. Let's see how long you're gonna last, dude.
Yeah, you don't overspeak anybody here, man. You gotta wait till you finish and then you talk.
Okay.
Many have
You have
tried
nothing
what
but ad
you've
hom
done.
because I'm teaching you physics and you don't like it.
Many have tried what you've done. Brenda is gone now. You might be next. Trust me. Your game is only going to work for a limited time, I guarantee you.
Teaching physics is a game? Okay, that's fine. You live in your own little fantasy world if you want.
Yeah, you do.
So by the time we had this, I brought up the speed of this capsule, people. It has lost another 2 miles. It is now traveling at 176 miles an hour. To the moon, Alice. To the moon.
Bias is 156.
156? Then I'll stand corrected.
The other one I'm looking at says 151.
No kidding. Last time I checked, it was 176.
Oh, I wasn't even live on the first one I was watching, and now it went down to 150.
Wow. Let me check again. Wow. Now imagine a spacecraft, and I've asked this question in a couple of rooms today, and the shock when people hear the speed, they're like, what? Because they're expecting to hear, 10,000, 20,000, right? Escape velocity is 25,000, right? So they're expecting a rocket to the moon. They're expecting tremendous speeds. And when you tell them the rocket is traveling at 176, they do like a Scooby-Doo. What? Scooby-Doo?
Well, I see what you don't understand is it is traveling those speeds at the onset of the TLI, but then it slows down because of it's just coasting and it's under a constant gravitational pullback.
Yeah. We heard that story. We
So
just
what's the
don't
problem?
buy it, dude.
Okay.
Well, I
Why?
speak for myself. I don't buy it.
Why not? Just because of incredulity or any like actual scientific reasoning?
I buy it.
Don buys it.
But can I
Speak
give
for
you
Don.
the analogy again, SC Montreal? Like one more time, let me try to. Like,
No,
I
dude,
just.
I'm really not interested in what you have to say, bro.
Well, why do you
Seriously, I'm
hate on
not.
it so much?
Why do you feel the need that you have to convince me when I'm talking to a baller, an absolute troll known by everybody? Tell me, Don, why do you feel the need to try to convince me of what he's saying? Don't you think like I understand what he's saying? Do you feel the need to like white knight a baller? Seriously, are you jumping ship or what's going on?
Yeah, man. So the truth is, supposedly ongoing, you do have a lot of strong attributes towards that, and so I feel like teaming up with you is smart for me and beneficial to me. And so I want the best teammates possible, and I want my teammates to understand their enemies, right? You have to understand their position so that we can like attack them properly, and that's all. Like I want to make sure we all understand it the most, and I'm pretty sure their story is simply kind of like they're saying it had enough power to coast out there, but like Kosho just simply explained, it's been slowing down the whole time. Sure, it's a great sensationalist point to bring up. You might expect it to be tens of thousands, but that doesn't mean it has to be.
Right. I understand. You told me a couple of times, and I've told you
I don't buy the story. And I've explained you why many times.
Okay, let's get.
And I've asked them to explain, but you keep telling me the same thing over and over, bro.
I apologize then. Okay, I guess if you don't buy it and you have a strong reason, let's just sell that more often. Let's just
I try, bro, but every time I try, you cut in. Like I've said it a couple of times, though. I said there's no friction. There's no friction in space, right?
Mhm.
And their story was. Did you hear what their story was yesterday? When I told them what the mechanism was of how it slows down, they told me Kepler's law. You remember that?
Yeah, they were talking about just gravity. They simplified it down to just gravity.
It's mathematic. They draw a circle. They tell you it's elliptical. They tell you this side is longer than the other. It takes longer here. That's all they're doing. It's just a story.
I'd like to get more of the story about like when it's going to start speeding back up. Like, is it going to start falling into the moon? Why is it going to start speeding back up? Because let me just tell you, for me to buy their story, if I don't know the whole path and the whole route and everything, I have to use my simplest application. Like, yeah, it left Earth, gravity. If you're going up, something's going to pull you down, right? If you go away from Earth, something's going to pull you back, whether it's space, time, or magnetism. I don't care. I know when I jump up, I fall down. And when I jump up, I'm moving at like, let's X speed up. But eventually, I slow down and I stop moving up and I hit my peak. And now I'm moving at 0 speed up. You know, and that to me, that's to me is what I'm saying. For me to steel man their argument, I can see it as simple as that. See, I go like something left Earth, it's gonna slow down, right? It's gonna stop eventually and fall back down to Earth. Now
Yeah, that's right. You're thinking of the ball thing, but I explained that to you, how it's not like that.
Well, tell me
more. It's not simply taking a ball and throwing it up. It's not, because this ball has freaking rockets on it. This ball this ball is reaching 25,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, but then they turned them off.
Right. They turned them off. But do you know why they reached 25,000 miles an hour?
Their mass ejection and gravity and whatnot. I don't know.
Yeah, to escape the Earth's gravity. In order
some of it, though. See, that's where we're getting confused. It's some of it. Like the escape velocity is to escape it permanently, from what I understand. He's colloquially using like escaping some of the gravity to you.
This is where they try to pull the magic off. They tell you at the same
time. I mean, it can't be escape velocity because it's going to the moon, which is within Earth's sphere of influence. So obviously it's not escape velocity.
See, this is where they double speak, right? They both tell you, yeah. Double speak, system blues. Let me explain you why. He's both gonna tell you now that in order to leave Earth's gravity, a rocket from the ground, I'll show you a NASA quote saying that if you like. In order for a rocket to leave the ground from Earth, it has to be traveling at 25,000 miles an hour.
The ground,
leave the ground
permanently and never come back.
Can I see the context of that? I want to see the context.
I can jump and I can leave the ground, and I ain't going at no 25,000
That's the magic. That's the magic that they want you to believe, bro. They want you to believe both things. They want you to believe that you both need 25,000 miles an hour escape velocity, and after you leave it, it's going to start pulling you back and slow you down to right now 150 miles an hour. They want you to believe both those things. Do you understand?
I'm just saying, man, I'm heavily on, they could be selling us a lot of bullshit, fake fucking pictures from space. You know I'm on that team, Essie, right? You know I'm on that team. So when you see me trying to be like, all right, right, okay, they got a little story right here. Bro, I'll kill it with you. Any hole in the story you show me, I'll kill it with you. I don't see one right now.
You don't see a hole in this story.
I mean,
bro,
it's not the way
there's a craft that left the Earth. It left the Earth at 25,000 miles an hour. It's going to it's going to the moon. And now from 25,000 miles an hour, it's almost at the moon. And it's traveling at 150 miles an hour. And you don't see a hole in that, bro. Really?
I
You
don't.
don't see a hole in water, guys?
Where does it say it left the Earth at
Do you hold on,
25,000 miles an hour?
Don, do you think hold on, Don, do you think it's gonna start falling back towards Earth now? Because in your mind it's going up, right? And it's slowing down
I'm just
because
saying. I
it's
think that's what
reaching.
they're telling us. I think that's what they're telling us. I don't
Yeah,
think
but
that.
are you buying it, bro? They're telling you that. They're selling it to you. Did you buy it?
Not
This is what
necessarily
I'm
buy it,
asking.
but I don't see a physics problem with it. Is what I'm saying.
You don't see a physics. Something left here going in your mind now. Something left here going up. This is how you're thinking of it, right? An up trajectory. It's going up, and it reached 225,000 miles away, right? And somehow in your mind now, there's a possibility of it to fall back to Earth. Is that what you're
So
saying?
listen,
What's so hard about
it
that?
didn't go that
Answer the
fast. First of
question.
all,
Is that what's in your mind, Don? Is that how you're thinking it?
I kind of more not so. I mean, halfway, but it's more nuanced than that. It's more elaborate. I see, like, for instance,
Explain it to
whatever
me.
speed.
Explain it to me.
I got
Because
you.
I want to know what's in your
Whatever
mind.
speed it left at, although I don't think it was 25,000. Say it left at 20,000 miles an hour, 1,700, whatever. It was at 20,000 miles an hour. The first second after it left, they cut the engine off, supposedly. It's now going 19,999 miles an hour because gravity's pulling it back down. Then after the second, it's going 19,950. And then after 10 seconds, it's going 19,000. It's slowing down instantly, right? Instantly. So that's what happened. Whatever they shot it at to the distance, it's like laying on the ground shooting a water gun up at the ceiling. You can have enough speed to where the water just almost reaches the ceiling and then falls back down before it touches the ceiling.
Exactly. So in your that's what they've. I was right. So you're thinking now, when it reaches to zero, it should fall back to Earth, Artemis.
And everybody who's listening, I understand it's not a straight up and down path. I got it. Okay, I know it's more of this. I understand. I'm just trying to simplify why the gravity has the power still. Okay.
No, but you're not. Well, you're not answering my question. Are you saying then that when that rocket reaches zero, because in your mind it's going up, right? This is how you're envisioning it. So when it reaches zero, is it going to start falling back to Earth?
Absolutely. I think so, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong.
He's
You're
right.
kidding me, bro.
You're right.
That's what you think?
Yeah.
That's
if the moon weren't there to capture it, it would fall back down to Earth.
That's what they're telling us.
You see? Yeah. Then you guys are like.
What's your no?
Yeah.
Now it's your turn, SC.
You're in
What's
La
the
La Land,
problem
man.
with what goes up must come down? What's the problem with that, SC?
You're delusional.
But SE, so we know that people can throw like baseballs at 100 miles an hour almost. So you throw a baseball straight up at 100,000 miles an hour, it's going to go up so high and stop and come back down, right? And okay, so you throw it at 200 miles an hour, it'll go higher, but it's going to stop and come back down.
Okay, yeah, but so it's going in a circle. It's not going to go up. Yeah, if the way you're thinking of it, yeah, here on Earth, if you throw something up, it's going to come back down.
Okay, now SC,
right?
imagine we got a magnet on the ceiling.
Don, please, for the love of God, quiet.
Wow.
Now, in this scenario, you're not just throwing something up. You're throwing it up and that way in an oval. You understand? It's going in an oval. It's not just going up and coming down.
Got you.
It's just a ballistic trajectory.
Let me get him, Left Lane. Let me get him. SC, let's pretend gravity isn't the bending of space-time and it's magnetism. Now let's take like two magnets on a roller coaster, and you got 10 cars up ahead of me, and I'm 10 cars behind you. And like your magnet up there is the fucking moon, and I'm the Earth back here, and we're both moving because supposedly we're all moving around the sun, right? I'm gonna throw a fucking. But we gotta apply the fucking. You should be above me. Fuck the roller coaster. I tried to add that in. You're above me, like the moon is above the Earth. We know things fall back down to the Earth. I could throw my little fucking magnet up to the side of yours, like the satellite's gonna go to the side of the moon, and it could kind of hit the moon. It could hit your magnet and like be attracted to it and swoop around it, like just swoop, orbit around it and then come back. Why is it a problem that something has a curved path when they have this magnetism effect, this gravity effect? Why can't those type of things do that to each other? Why
Don,
if I stand on one side of a lake and I throw a baseball up almost to the middle of the lake, it's gonna come back down on the other side of the lake. It still went up and down and curved a little bit. What's the problem with that?
Don, I'm gonna disengage with you, bro. Sorry. Anybody else? Sorry, Don. No, don't take it personal,
Busting you
bro. I
though.
can't
I'm
talk with
busting
you.
you with simple application.
I'll take over, SE. What's so weird about it falling back down? Why do you think that's crazy?
It's not crazy. If you think
said
of it,
that we're in La La Land.
up goes down, but in your fantasy, you're throwing a ball up, you're sending it to a trajectory, you're doing burns, you're turning this ball, you're turning it again to follow, you're spacing it in front of the moon. So this fantasy of yours doesn't work up and down. Now, if you want to think of it that way, you go right ahead. But I just told you clearly that it's not merely up and down. That's the story they've sold you. Now, if you want to believe it and repeat it, it ain't gonna fly with me, bro.
Yeah,
It's
but
as
for what
simple as
reason?
that.
Beyond personal incredulity, do you have any like scientific thinking behind your position?
I just explained it to you. You
No,
have
all
a
you said was it makes no
parabolic
sense to
orbit.
you.
Yes, it makes absolutely no sense to me. Yes, and you tell me
Why?
if you want to explain it, it's gonna take more than throwing a ball up in the air and down. You got that? If you think your
what if we
games are
throw
gonna
it
work
past
with me, your incredulity ain't gonna work with me. So
What about a
give me,
basketball hoop?
Don. I'm not talking to you, so please don't address me.
He's not talking to Don.
So
Come out in the
Gambino,
cold. It's
if
up
you
to
want to
Gambino
tell me
now.
what the mechanism is, feel free. If not, please don't address me anymore. I know your story.
Mechanism
I
for
know
what?
your parabolics. I know your Keplers. I don't buy it now. You can sell it to
Mechanism for
somebody
what?
else.
Mechanism for what?
What's the mechanism that slows down the Artemis spacecraft from 25,000 miles an hour to 150 that it's going now?
The
And
same
when
mechanism.
will it start speeding up again?
And they
Please.
didn't say 25, Ceci.
Well, if they didn't say 25, then their ship cannot escape the Earth, according to
It
NASA.
didn't escape
It
the
doesn't
Earth.
have to.
That's
It
why
doesn't
it's
have
going
to
fall
get to the
back
moon.
down. That's why it's slowing down, because it's not that they didn't go fast enough, man.
Holy cow, man. This guy is the densest person I've ever spoke to in my life. Don, please do me a favor. Don't talk to me again tonight, bro.
Nobody
Please,
agrees
man.
with you, though.
Please,
That's
I
what's
don't care
crazy.
who agrees with me. Just
They
don't talk
love
to me
to call me
anymore,
dense
Don.
and stupid, and they can't do it on this topic because you're just wrong.
Okay, I'm wrong, Don. I'm wrong. You're right and I'm wrong. Now, please don't address me anymore. Let me talk to Gambino or anybody else, bro. Your intellect is not sufficient to keep up with this conversation, bro. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Be specific. Come on.
You're just too dumb, bro. You're just too dumb.
See, man, you
You
shouldn't throw
don't have
stones in a glass house.
to understand what I'm telling you, bro. It's that simple. It's two nights now that I'm trying to explain it to you, but you're not getting it, bro. You're thinking of balls falling up and down. That's what you're doing.
What their story is.
Exactly. I got you, bro. Believe it. Go to bed believing that and feel comfortable in that belief, bro.
No, you're letting
No
me down. You told me you had a
You
reason why it
ain't gonna
didn't make
convince
sense.
me
You didn't
that
say to
time.
believe it, or you say you had a reason why it don't make sense.
These are the last words I'm gonna tell you tonight, Don. Have a good night, brother.
I think maybe you were confused on the 25,000, and then that's what got you messed up. You're thinking it should have left Earth, and if it was 25, you're right, it should have, but they didn't start off at 25,000. They never hit that peak, buddy. Supposedly. Yeah, I'm sorry to be on your team, Gambino. I just can't stand like arguments. Like we need to get to actual arguments that can like win and expose things, and not waste time on like, you know.
You don't
all he
have
said
the
was, I don't
brain. You don't have
understand
the
it. I don't
mental
believe it.
capability, Don, to have a
Oh,
conversation like this.
shit. And now all
You
he has
just
is ad
don't.
hom. Come on. Boring.
Yeah, let's relax with the insults. You know?
Person who talks is stupid.
Says the person who just talked.
I said next person. That's you, then, buddy.
No, it was definitely.
I mean, it doesn't help with the compounding depression and.
All right. I did prepare something for our friends.
Just before you say something, Kosho, sorry, I just posted something. I want my friend Don, which I said I wasn't going to talk. It's going to be the last time. I want you to read what I just posted there to yourself.
All right. I have existential crisis too, SC. Okay, so you know.
Yeah, you do. This is from NASA. That's the last time I'm going to address you tonight.
Right. So
yeah,
they're
I can see why SE is cherry picking this one.
Yeah, they don't mean
it does say
totally
escape the pull, but it's
read it and weep. Both of you, read it and weep.
SC, come on, man. They just said it's stupid. That's what you get to say. They typed a stupid type right there. It makes it seem like they meant totally escape it, and they mean to escape it enough to touch the moon. That's all they mean.
This is in layman's terms. It's not really accurate if you were talking orbital mechanics parlance. I mean, it's escaping in that it's getting far enough away, but it's always in Earth's gravitational field. That's still true.
I know it hurts, but yeah, in black and white letters from NASA. Now, if you don't want to believe NASA, that's up to you. So we got a spacecraft. We got a spacecraft traveling at my car. I think I could go faster than 150 if I press it.
Bro, do you work for NASA? SC, because you about to you ain't nobody motivated.
From now on, in my mind, you're a baller. From now on, I'm sorry. You're a baller. I'm going to address you, and I'm going to speak to you as a baller.
Fine, but I'm still the most motherfucking skeptic fucking baller out here. God bless us.
Yeah, Don is a baller. Official tonight.
I still want the flat Earth map. I'm not going to tell you can't make it.
Maybe you should go hang over on Gems. I think you'll feel at home there.
Plenty. I hang over there plenty.
I can tell.
I never thought I'd see this day, man.
Oh, please. Ain't nothing changed.
I know that, Don.
You heard it, Kosho. You heard it.
I understand that.
Don, today's the day that I exposed Don as a baller, ladies and gentlemen.
And it's revealing. Okay, I want to show something to you, SE.
Wait, just real quick. I want to make a point before you start on that. I just want to read this thing I posted. It's from Michael Brenner. It's just a real short one about this whole rockets in space thing and all that jazz.
All right, but then
the questions that I've posed is, what would be the best physical argument that shows that a compressed gas propulsion is impossible in a vacuum such as space? He says gas laws, and gas laws. Newton died in 1727, but the gas laws were not complete until over 100 years ago. Cosmologists and rocket scientists completely ignore what happened after Newton and still play around with billiard ball physics, treating gas particles as if they were lead shot. They are not. The homemade YouTube video proves are also totally oblivious of what the gas laws say. The word vacuum in itself is irrelevant. What is relevant in gas laws is volume, pressure, temperature, and amount. It is nonsense to have a narrow tube vacuumed, light a tiny rocket, and show a recoil. If you don't have the volume a gas wants to expand into, you have pressure, and therefore a recoil. But you cannot, wait, hold on. It says if you don't have the volume a gas wants to expand into, then he should say you don't have the pressure and therefore a recoil. But you cannot pressurize the infinite vacuum of space. That's the point. You guys talk about having a vacuum chamber as if it's the same as having a totally open vacuum of space. It's not the same thing. First of all, a gas in practically infinite space always expands to zero pressure, according to P equals 1 over V. Here's your math, buddy. So with V equals infinity. The effect is comparable to a lead shot, where every lead particle has a spring attached to it, which pulls the particle out the nozzle with the same force as it pushed out. Result is 0, 0, 0 recoil. Also, gas is pressurized and depressurized, omnidirectional, which means that depressurization in itself does not result in a force vector. A force vector can only be produced outside the nozzle, but only if there is something outside to react. If there is nothing,
It's not
i.e.
true.
vacuum, there is no reaction. Well,
Explain
you can
your
just say it's
train.
not true, but you
Where's
can't
your
just, it's
manifest
not
springs
good
from?
enough just to say that's not true. Because it's an
Dave,
obvious state. It's an obvious
but
case.
Dave,
If
why
it's
do
an
you
empty
think?
vacuum of
Small,
space is not the same as a vacuum chamber. You agree to
irrelevant,
that, right?
irrelevant.
Wait,
What?
hang on.
Who's this baller I'm arguing with? Is that you, the baller, arguing with me, saying irrelevant? Or are you
let's
supporting me? Are you
entertain
supporting
Dave.
that by saying it's irrelevant?
Dave, why do you believe what you read is just true? I'm guessing you
That's something that's
understand.
an argument that we've made all along. You can't have an empty, open vacuum of space compared to a vacuum chamber and think that it works the same.
Okay,
You
but
can
hang
eject mass
on
the
now,
same.
hang on. Dave, you understand what you just read, right?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Do
So
you?
that
Do
part
you
where it
get what
says
it was?
force,
Do you get it?
I get it. I understand
Okay, so
what you
what's
just
your
read.
problem with? Why
So
don't you
that
critique it rather than critiquing me?
yeah, we're about to start critiquing it. I just want to make
That's
sure
good.
both of us understand what was just read, so that when I
Sure.
start critiquing it, you are able to come back at me and not be
Yeah,
safe
let's
and
do
sound
that. Let's do that.
like you don't
Why don't you
understand or
just
you don't.
continue? Because you're looking for a
Okay.
straw man. You're trying to
I'm not
put me
looking. I'm
down
not
rather
looking
than
for. I'm
what's
not
been
looking for a
read.
If
straw
y'all
man.
get to it, because this is
Okay,
all
well then
part of
go
an
for it.
introduction.
All right, sorry, Kosher.
No,
So
yeah, just
that
go.
part
Yeah.
where it says a force vector can only be produced outside the nozzle, but only if there's something outside to react. If there's nothing, there is no reaction.
Right.
What are they saying there? Like, what do you understand?
Wait, are you asking me if I understand still, or are you trying to critique what he's saying? Because I'll explain it to you,
I'm
but is it just
asking
because you're trying to
you
critique me
what
still, or are
that.
you trying to actually have a problem with what he said?
Where do
I
your
don't
fucking
agree
springs come?
with what was said there, but I
Okay,
first
so
want to
then tell me
understand
how you
what
don't agree.
you.
Tell me how you don't agree instead of
I just
asking
want
me
to
what I understand.
calm down, dude. Calm down, man. I just want to
Oh yeah,
understand
because
what
you're
that.
attacking me. How would I not be
I'm
defensive? You're
not
attacking me rather
God
than what's
damn it.
written.
I'm asking you questions. Is that an attack? Asking you questions? Calm
No, you're
down,
saying I
man.
want to make sure you understand.
I wanna know what that means to you. That is not an
Okay, wait.
attack.
Is it
In
because wait? Let me just
no
ask you then.
world, in no
Is it because
dimension,
you don't
in no
understand it yourself?
universe, on
Wait,
no
hold on.
flat
Is
earth
it
is
Nate? Is it
that an
because you
attack?
don't understand it
The
yourself? Let me just ask
question
you this:
is.
Is it because you don't understand what he's saying, or is it because
No, it's
you
because
want to
I
know what I?
understand what he's saying, but I
Okay, so then
disagree with
what's
it.
your prop? Then
But
tell me how
Let's
you
get to
disagree
the
with it.
fucking critiquing.
Yeah. If
Christ,
you guys
dude,
could.
You need
all
something
right.
to
How
pressurize
about
against, Nate.
Dude,
That's the point.
say
you're
what?
gonna
There's
have to
nothing.
allow him
If
to
it's an open
respond.
vacuum of space, if it's an open vacuum of space, you don't have anything to pressurize against. That's the point.
But nowhere in physics does it say that's a prerequisite to have obeyance to Newton's third law.
So you know all of science saying that there's no prerequisite.
No, yes, I don't know where in science it says that. Do you? Show me where in science it says
It's not the way it would even read. It's a common sense deduction. You can't have something
no,
pressurized without something to pressurize against. The empty vacuum
no,
of space is nothing to pressurize against. That's the point.
no. But that point
Okay, well
makes
then how do you think it works?
nonsensical. I think
Okay,
it
so you're
works
saying the
in the
empty
sense.
vacuum of
Just
space
take
is the
fucking
same
turns.
as
Come on,
Let
you
him
can't ask
answer.
me a question, and when I try and answer it, you
okay.
just like railroad
All
and
right,
bum rush
just for
me.
clarification, it might
Calm
help.
the fuck
Let me ask you, are you
down,
saying
bro.
that the empty
Please
vacuum of
calm. No, no,
space is
no,
the
no,
same?
no, no, no. Let me speak. You need to shut up and
Okay,
calm
go
down.
ahead.
Because you were
Yeah, you
too
go ahead.
fucking excited right now. You know, you're
I'm not
taking
excited,
everything in
dude.
some weird. You are.
Just don't
Calm
aim it
down.
at me.
Alright.
Aim it at what he's saying.
Calm
Just don't aim it at
down, bro.
me.
Calm down.
God
Let me
damn it.
speak.
Because I understand what he's saying, bro.
Fucking Christ. Okay, if you understand, then that's good. So, what I'm saying is, I don't agree with that last part. I agree with Newton's third law of motion, and that last part is trying to say that Newton's third law is not applicable the moment you enter space. I don't agree with that. Why do you agree with it? Why do you think what he's saying there somehow,
Don't make him
you
repeat
know,
himself because you
Okay,
gotta have
so
something
well with
that's the
pressurized
Newton's third
against.
law
follow
of
up.
He
motion?
said it fucking
Wait,
7 times.
that's the clarification I was trying to ask you, Nate. Do
Can't
you
hear it
think that
again.
do you think the empty vacuum of space is the same as a vacuum chamber? Are they equatable?
I don't. I think the empty vacuum of space could be the same thing as a very, very, very big vacuum chamber, but they don't need to be the same for Newton's third law to apply. Newton's third law has nothing to do with vacuums. It's just Newton's third law. Just looking at the principle of it. All right.
Talking about
It doesn't
gas
matter
laws.
about the environment you are in. It doesn't matter whether or not you are in the vacuum or within some other type of medium.
If I
Newton's
could
third law
say,
doesn't take that into consideration.
if I could say one thing to your specific words of you need something to pressurize to pressurize in or whatever you were saying. If you do want to say the words again real quick through me as I talk, that's fine. But I think what you were saying, you do have something to pressurize in. You have the container that the gas is already in. Then we know gas goes into the vacuum from the high pressure system into the low pressure system. So you do have something to pressurize in. You do know what's going to go in the vacuum. So now you do know mass is ejected because we know gas is mass because you could have a solid, which is mass, and now all of a sudden it's gas. So the mass is there, right? And
So where's the container? Where's the container in space is the question.
the rocket ship is the fucking container.
No, it doesn't work that way.
But that's the thing. You don't need a container. It's not about pressure. It's about the interaction between two opposing bodies of mass creating a force. It's Newton's
If
third
you
law.
think that's the, dude, if you really think that's the way it works,
gas
then
laws don't
I can help
apply.
you.
Gas laws don't matter when speaking about the inherent principle within Newton's third laws, Dave. And that's where my disagreement is
Okay, think about it this
what
way.
it is
On a
you
fucking
just read.
wall when he throws a bomb off of a chair. He's pushing on a like an air wall. Is that what you're doing?
There's no air wall. That's the thing. If you have a
Right,
rocket
you're
in the
ejecting mass.
inside the atmosphere, right, Nate? If you
You're
have a
ejecting
rocket
mass.
inside, you have a rocket inside the atmosphere. You're pushing against the air, right?
No, you're ejecting
You have a
mass like the
rocket
bowling
inside the
ball and the
atmosphere,
roller
you're
chair.
pushing against the air, but that isn't the inherent principle that makes the rocket move. It's
Oh,
Newton's
really?
third law.
Inside the
Really,
atmosphere,
Newton's
it's just
third law.
about the.
The
It's just
inherent
about.
principle in
Okay, let's
Come
go over
on, man.
Newton's
What
third
is
law. Let's bring it up. Let's bring
Yeah,
up Newton's third law right now.
yeah.
Okay,
Tell me
guys.
what is Newton's third law, dude?
Let's look at it together right now. Let's see if that applies to what you're saying.
Guys, I gotta make dinner real quick for my girlfriend. I set up this whole
All right, go
fucking
ahead.
bullshit. So let me cut to the chase on this bullshit so we can get to the other bullshit. Okay, when you fire a grenade goes off, there's a fucking pressure in the fucking grenade, and it pushes the walls of the grenade out in all directions. Okay, this is how forces work. Whenever you shoot a shotgun, the explosion happens the same way as a grenade, except for there's a wall on one side and there's an open chamber on the other side, and it goes out that chamber because there's nothing there. The other side goes into your chest. Okay, this is how explosions work. When this same thing happens in a rocket, the explosion occurs, the gas is shot out the backside, and the rocket is pushed the other direction. There's no outside environment that's needed for any of this to happen. It's all internal thrust. So there's no need for
I know that's been the argument about this whole it's been back and forth, and this is funny because it's been kind of like a very strong argument on the flat Earth side, and as well as your side, or at least felt to be a very strong argument that it would or wouldn't work in a vacuum of space. And flat earthers feel very strongly that that's just preposterous, that because you have something that's shooting out of the back of this when normally you would use air pressure to propel anything, right? And without that air pressure, how are you going to do it in space? And then just saying equal and opposite reaction, that solves it, it's all we need. It's preposterous on so many levels.
But that is all we need: equal and opposite reactions. This whole talk of pressure is what leads
that's what keeps you convinced that law may apply, but keeps you convinced that it would work the same in space.
Universal law that applies everywhere, Dave. Just because you
no,
enter
you
space,
can't say it. That you can't apply it. You don't have no
you're in
vacuum of space.
Yo! Don't cut me off. Shut the fuck up, Dave. Calm down. Don't cut me off. All right.
All right. You calm down too. You're getting a little anxious yourself there. Just calm down yourself, buddy.
You keep cutting me off, bro. I started.
Yeah, but you got to calm down about me calming down, okay?
But, all right, then stop cutting me off, please.
I'm fine.
So
go ahead.
Newton's third law is universal. It doesn't matter whether you are in a vacuum or in a medium. This whole thing of pressure and the examples Kosho give, which are correct and they are accurate, though, is what leads you all astray, because then it allows you guys to focus on pressure. There needs to be a medium to create this pressure. There needs to be a container against which the molecules press and push against to create pressure. It's not an inherent need. What's needed is an interaction between two bodies of mass creating a force, whether it's contact or non-contact. You don't need a container and pressure, this, that, and the third. I'm speaking about Newton's third law.
That's your belief. That's your belief. You don't have I would say that you don't have the emptiness of space to actually test it in. And you would say, well, the rockets that we put into space are the proof of that. But then you'd have to believe that we're actually putting rockets in space. So.
Yeah, but what I want to do, Dave, is get away from all of that and just talk about Newton's third law and how, in the absence of whether you are in a medium or whether you are in a vacuum, this law applies everywhere and it's universal. The law doesn't state that you need to be in a medium. The law doesn't state you need to create pressure. The law doesn't state you need a container. The law is inherent. It's a first principle.
Anyway,
so you can take all this other bullshit away, and the law still applies. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't, because there's a lot more detail to it, I think, than you're considering. Brian Mullins does a great job of explaining this. He's that mechanical engineer that ended up having to go away, but his propulsion in space, does a really good job of explaining it. He accepts that there's an equal and opposite reaction. It's not about denying physics that makes this seem impossible. There's more to it than that. I don't know if we want to share a screen and watch it together, or if you want to watch it on your own, but that'd be something that you could come back with the conversation later on to critique as well.
Physics, propulsion, space. Okay, I'll watch it. But at least we understand each other's positions, even though your position is faulty and weird.
In your opinion, in your opinion.
In the meantime,
this has been a standstill in this conversation ever since this whole argument started.
Yeah, I was
not
trying
really.
to say,
it really has. There's never been a flat earther that's just been gone. Okay, you're right. It should totally work in space the way you say. You're right. It's been one of our strongest arguments that rockets don't work in space. It's all fake.
Yeah, cool. If you think there's sides, then you're gonna need a judge.
Oh, Posha was trying to come in.
I was trying to show something at SC, and then you jumped in to say something. I thought it was gonna be a quick thing, but
I'm sorry.
It's not.
My apologies. I'll go on mute.
No, this is going to be a quick thing though, because I have to actually go after I say this. But SC, I was playing the game that I have, and I made a couple of screenshots to show you. Okay, so I was orbiting, going to the moon. Okay, and that object on the left side is the moon. It's traveling clockwise on that circle. That's the Earth in the center. The little arrow is my ship. Now, I was making a circular orbit around the Earth, and what I did was I applied thrust when I was on the opposite side of the Earth that the moon's going to be, and it made it so my orbit is now this giant ellipse that's going around the Earth, close on the side where I applied the thrust, and far away on the opposite side. And you can see my velocity at this point is 9,000 meters per second, about 20,000 miles per hour. Okay. And then this next picture, I'm closer. I'm on that same orbit, heading towards where the moon's going to be on that same orbit. I'm going slower now for the same reason why things fall to the Earth, because the Earth's pulling me. It's slowing down that speed.
How much slower in your game?
In the game, it's about 1,000 meters per second, 1,600. So I guess that's something like 3,000 miles per hour. Okay.
3,000 miles per hour slower?
No, 3,000 miles per hour. I was going 20,000. Now I'm going 3,000. Now I'm even closer, and I'm going about 1,200 miles per hour, something like that.
And this is only because of the elliptical orbit, like you were trying to explain to me yesterday. Yes. You did it in this fashion, right? Is this what you're trying to say?
Yes.
All right.
If I wasn't going to the moon, then this would be a complete circle. It always tells me I'm going to intersect the moon, so it cut off the circle, but it would be a complete ellipse, to where one side's closer, the side where I applied the thrust, and the other side is much farther away, but it's an elliptical orbit around the Earth. And on the side furthest from the Earth, it's slower because I'm moving away from the Earth and being pulled towards it. So it's going to slow that speed down. When I get to the other side, it's going to speed me up as I'm going closer to the Earth. And my fastest point on that orbit is going to be the spot closest to the Earth.
Okay, so let's make sure everybody understands what you're saying now. You're saying due to the ellipticity of the orbit, the craft is going to go from 20,000 miles an hour to 3,000 miles an hour. Then when it reaches another spot in the orbit, it's going to speed right back up to 20,000 miles an hour. Correct?
Well, no, when it's at the starting point again, yeah. Wherever I applied the thrust, if I apply the thrust on the side closest to the Earth, I'm going 20,000 miles per hour. My orbit is going to always take me back to that same spot, and I'm always going to be going that same speed when I get back to that spot.
What? Hold on. You're going to apply thrust?
That reminds me of jumping up and down, Kosho.
Oh, here we go. So you're saying the mere ellipticity of the orbit slowed you down from 20,000 miles an hour to 3,000 miles an hour in your game.
Yes, and also in reality. Same thing with the jump that Don keeps bringing up. You shoot a bullet in the air, it's going to do an ellipse the same way, and the ellipse is going to make it so the slowest part of the ellipse is when it's furthest away from the Earth, and it's going to start speeding back up when it starts heading back towards the Earth.
Right. The falling ball thing. Gotcha. Okay. Sorry, I don't buy that. Don't take it personal. Don't get triggered. I'm only one person, right? If this is what you want to believe, hey, that's okay by me.
It's fair enough.
Yo, Dave, do you see that GIF Kosho posted, which I tagged you in? Is Dave still here? I know you're still here because you're.
I'm not looking at it right now. I'm getting ready to go somewhere. What is it?
This guy. Just look at it, bro. It's like 2 seconds
I will.
long.
I'm asking where it is. I'll look at it right now.
I'm tagging you with it again. I already tagged you with it, but there it is.
Okay, let's see.
It's apparently it's off the Mythbusters show. Someone shooting a pistol, one in a vacuum, one not in a vacuum, and they both have recoil.
Okay, I don't know if that proves what that it would work in space or any of that. But we have a bullet. We have the size of a bullet. We have I don't know. We'll have to figure out what it is that if it's in a vacuum chamber. First of all, it's totally different, right? Because there's some pressure in a vacuum chamber. It's a smaller container, right? It's contained.
But what if that's a really Kosho in that Mythbuster show? How big was that vacuum they used? Kosho Scott. All right. So you're saying because it wasn't a vacuum?
Watch that Brian Mullins. He goes through the equations and everything, and he even puts himself on a skateboard and does some tests with it.
I'm definitely gonna watch it. Yeah.
And there's another one I just posted. Easy debunk of rockets don't need air. He's doing like physical tests. You can look at. So it's there's other things to look at beyond this. It's not as simple as just okay. Well, it must work because that recoiled gun right there proves that it's the same as space. It's a little more complicated. And Kepler's laws. I mean, there's so many problems, dude. Kepler's laws and all kinds of stuff. Have you read any of those?
What's wrong with
that I've made?
Kepler's laws?
Wait, are we distracting from what everyone else is talking about right now, or do we want to get into it?
No one else is talking. It's just you and me, baby.
All right, let me post something. We can read through this here. Let me post something here.
Yeah, post something.
Can I just ask Chirality while you're doing that, if you heard Kosho's explanation, you're aboard with that? The official explanation?
I wasn't really listening to what Kosho was saying. I'm sorry, man.
No problem.
But I doubt I would have any reason to disagree with Kosho. He's right on a lot of things.
That's what I thought. Okay.
What did Kosho?
Who was it in here the other day saying whatever Xanax says, I agree with him? Who was that?
Yeah, man. Yeah, remember that?
That's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was that?
I don't want to get into it.
Who was?
Yeah, it was Extremism.
Xanax has a fan club.
Yeah. It was more than that. It was more like devotion.
What? That's crazy.
Like a guru.
It was like a cult. Yeah. Whatever he says, I agree.
Do you disagree with anything Brian Mullins says?
I don't think that he was trying to make a whole lot of claims. He was just kind
No,
of
but
laying it all out and showing why
has
there's
he
doubt.
ever
And
said
I
something?
I agreed with a lot. I agreed with a lot of the reasons he was objecting to it. I actually think he didn't object to a lot of things that were revealed later after him because he was early on, right? There's been some things that have been looked into that made even better points than that he would have done awesome with as well.
Yeah, but has he ever said something you don't agree with?
It's not. I can't imagine that there'd be a lot I would agree with, but I mean, I can't think of things that
Uh-huh.
he's brought up that I haven't also thought about myself. If that's what you're asking.
Well, maybe someone holds the same position with towards Zanuck then, right?
It's not like that, dude. You're trying to straw man it
Huh?
as if we just follow somebody the way you guys follow your priests. It's not the
Yeah,
same, dude.
but you post this guy's videos all the time, and he hasn't made a video that you don't agree with. So
It's
I
not
don't
even
know.
about that. It's like,
The
the
same
whole
as
the
Zanuck.
position that you guys take with like I agree with this fully, and the position we take with, look, we're just trying to
You
figure this
agree
shit
with?
out.
We agree with
It's
the
not fair to you
bullies.
guys. Honestly, it's not fair because we're not trying to say we agree fully with one thing or another. We're saying we know it's not what you guys are saying, but we can't tell you exactly how it works either. So
Mm-hmm. Okay.
so it's not fair. I agree to some degree. It's not like that. We're not devotees in the same way. But you
Sounds like
guys
you
kind
are.
of have to be. I kind of like
I've
you have
never
to
seen
agree with
someone
things.
post a Zanuck video in my life.
Extremist probably has. He's probably got a poster of Zanuck on his wall in his American Gladiators uniform or whatever. He kisses it goodnight before he goes to sleep.
Yeah.
All right,
All right.
hey,
So Kepler's
look
balls.
through a couple of those things while I'm on the way to the store because I'm going to cut out when I go down to the garage, and then we can talk about it when I get there.
Okay, cool.
So, chirality.
What's up, Bessie?
Tell me, do you know anything about this spacecraft?
Artemis that went to the moon.
Didn't get there yet.
Yeah, I know as much about it as you do, Bessie. I'm not really following it that closely, It's not
Then you
something
don't
I really.
know. Then you don't know as much about it as I do.
Really? All right. Tell me about it.
Oh, you said you're not following it closely, right?
I'm not following it as closely as Coach was following it, I'm out drawing diagrams on it and sharing my screen and stuff like that. But I mean, tell me about it.
Well, we're just going to ask you, when is it going to start speeding up? But since you're not following it, then that's not really.
Yeah, I'm not sure when it's gonna. I'm not sure where it is right now along its path.
Well, if I was to tell you it's around 20,000 miles and it's going around 140, 130 miles an hour, what would you say right now?
I'd say it's moving pretty fast.
140 miles an hour?
Yeah, it's fast, man. I can't move 140 miles an hour.
Dude,
You
my
should
car can
stop,
do that.
you should stop engaging.
Yeah,
SC.
and that's fast.
Just stop. Don't ask any more questions of that guy.
Like should it be going faster just because it's a rocket? I don't understand, Nancy.
No, it shouldn't. You're exactly right. It's going really fast, 140 miles an hour.
Is that slow?
No, it's perfect. Why are you asking questions now? Like, I
Am
mean,
I not allowed to
no,
ask questions?
yeah,
Fuck
yeah,
yeah.
oh yeah.
I am, right?
You can
I
troll
am
all
allowed.
night. Yeah.
Oh, so when Essie asks questions, he's not trolling, but when I ask, I'm trolling. All right, I understand.
Yeah.
I can't win with you people. Jesus Christ.
140 something miles an hour in space.
That's fast, Rocky. Like, in what world is that?
It's fast in rockets. In what do y'all call it? And y'all smart rocket science? That's fast for a rocket in space?
Now who's trolling?
I'm trolling you, right? I have to be. I mean, I can't win with you. Because when I ask you a simple question like, is 140 miles an hour fast for a rocket in space?
It is fast.
You think that's fast?
I think it's fast, Rocky. Why is that not fast?
140 miles an hour for a rocket in space is fast. Just please repeat it.
Yes, it's fast, Rocky.
That's why I said there's no reason to talk any further. Thanks for your opinion. It's awesome.
Cool, yeah, but there's no need to call each other trolls, right?
What are you talking about? How long would that take to get to the moon, bro?
It would take a very long time, but that's not the max speed the rocket can travel, right? It's traveling at that speed for a reason, but that still is fast. It can definitely go faster.
That's fast for my son's car on Bass Pro Boulevard.
It's fast for anybody.
You can do that in a quarter mile in a car with rubber tires on asphalt. It's not fast for a rocket in space. I'm sorry. I have to disagree with you strongly.
That's fine. We can disagree, and we should disagree, but it doesn't mean we got to throw names at each other, right?
It's relative, right? So you want to keep going back to the names. I'm done with that. I'm just asking a simple question. It's relative, right? I know you do because you don't.
I want us to agree to not do that anymore.
I haven't done it anymore.
Yeah, but you ain't got to talk.
You won't move on. You won't move on. Oh, now I'm talking through you. When you're,
you literally are.
You just keep doing it, dude. What's your
keep doing
problem?
what? What's your problem, bro? You're the one that started.
I asked you a very simple question that was relative to the topic, and now you keep talking
and
about.
Now you're talking through me again.
10 minutes ago.
Yeah, keep talking through me.
No, you're talking through me. Actually, I asked you a question on topic. I gave you an example of rubber on pavement, my son's car on a boulevard, 140 miles an hour being fast, and a rocket in space going the same speed. You're saying that's fast also, and it's relative, right? Which wouldn't make it fast. It would actually make it slow with relativity. You want to talk about how I called you a troll 10 minutes ago? You want to answer that? Or disengage? You'll probably just disengage.
Yeah, I'm disengaging, man.
No, I know you are because you don't want to answer that.
Whole weirdo.
You know that destroys your automatic statement of, oh, that's fast.
Yeah.
We all heard you, dude.
Yeah.
We all know why you said it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now that I've gave everyone an example of a car going 140 miles an hour on pavement with rubber meeting the pavement, all the friction, all the power it takes to go 140 miles an hour on pavement like that, being relative to a rocket in space, the same speed would be fast also? Good luck with that one.
All right, Essie, are you still here, man?
I'm still here.
Yeah. If we can get back to what you and I were talking about.
I wouldn't mind, but for real now, for real. Honestly, I think Rakia has a point here. Okay, Rakia is a little bit, upset. I understand because, it's like when somebody tells you a rocket and it's going 140 miles an hour and you say, yeah, that sounds right. Like, really? Don't you think that a rocket at 140 miles an hour somehow, that's weird, bro? Like, for real, don't you think that?
I mean, you got to consider a few things, Essie. How much fuel that rocket's carrying and how far away it's got to travel, right? So it's not going to be able to move at the breakneck speeds it needs to move at to, escape most of Earth's gravity along its whole flight to the moon, right? It's going to burn too much fuel too quickly, and it's going to run out of fuel before it's even halfway towards the moon. So it's got to be very conservative as to how it goes about using its fuel. So if it maintains a constant, let's say a minimum constant speed of 140 miles, that's pretty fast. If you travel in a few days at 140 miles consistently, that's fast, I see. But I agree, it's not the fastest it can go, you know? But it's due to the factors I just mentioned, right?
I hear you, but I forgive me for, like, I know you're fighting for your side, right? But like, to me, it sounds ridiculous for you to even entertain the idea that it's normal for a rocket to be going. I understand the Kepler's law. I understand the orbital law. I don't even know if you know about that, right? I get the explanation, but sorry,
You don't know if I know about what?
like Kepler's laws and
I know
why
his
the
laws.
yeah, for orbits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, his three laws of planetary motion. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the law of orbits, areas, and periods, or well, the law of orbits is also called the law of ellipses, right? But I have a question for you, Essie. Do you expect the rocket to be traveling at a constant faster speed?
No, not really. But to me, it seems really weird when you consider the escape velocity, 25,000 miles an hour, and now the rocket is going at 140 miles an hour. I understand all the explanations with Kepler's laws and all that. I get it. It's just that to me, it sounds like a tall tale.
What about the most simplified explanation I gave you with regards to conserving its fuel?
What if they were really falling to the moon, and it's like, but it is like some magnet shit, and then as they get close to the moon, it's like it just starts sucking them up real slow, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, let's go
That's
back
why
to
it's
the
slow, because
whole.
now the moon flying away from it too, and it's like, you know, who knows what they talk about in this model, bro? It's too many loops, Nate.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's go back to the rocket trying to conserve its fuel. When it's traveling at 25,000 miles an hour or whatever, it's burning a lot of fuel, right, Essie? And if it had to travel at that speed throughout its whole duration to the moon, do you think it would have enough fuel to get there? Traveling that fast?
That's not the issue. That's not the
Maybe
issue.
it is, though.
Maybe it is. I don't know. That this is what I'm asking. This is
So
why
maybe
I'm putting it out there.
because okay, so let's hypothetically say we're in an alternate reality where you do agree that is an issue, right? The rocket has to use its fuel reserves very wisely, all right? So it can't travel at that speed the whole way, and for maybe it could be 60-70% of its journey there, its thrusters are off and it's moving at 140 miles an hour just using Kepler's laws.
Well, that's
Is
what the
that a
story is.
possibility?
Yeah. The story is that the rockets are not fired, well, just for correctional burns.
Yeah.
So we're told it's coasting on its own in a frictionless environment, right? But yet it's losing speed due to the gravitational pull of the Earth, the same gravitational pull that it needed to escape. It needed to go 25,000 miles an hour to escape. You understand how I'm thinking this?
So the gravitational pull that it needed to speed up against is the same gravitational pull causing it to lose speed in space. It makes perfect sense to me.
Exactly. Yeah. That's the.
Okay, where's the issue now? If I needed to go so fast, because if I didn't go fast enough and I'm too close to the Earth, its gravity is going to slow me down and pull me back towards its surface, right? But now when I'm far away from it in space, because the Earth is still so big, its gravity is still slowing me down. I'm not speeding away from it because I'm far enough that I don't need to, throw so much fuel out of my ass, but Earth's gravity it's still slowing me down. It was slowing me down when I was on Earth's surface. It's slowing me down when I'm in space. It's doing the same thing.
But from 240,000 miles, the moon's gravity pulls the Earth's oceans.
Yes.
Exactly. Exact. Good point. That was going to be my next point. It's it's so close to the moon right now, but go with Rakia's thing, and we'll continue.
Yeah, it's so we'll go with that. It's even if it's not close to the moon, even if it's right near the Earth, the moon has huge amounts of pull to pull Earth's waters away from Earth's gravity, right?
Yes,
But this rocket ship is being affected. This little light rocket ship is being affected by Earth's gravity so much, and not the moon, that is slowing down from whatever thousands of miles an hour to 148 miles an hour.
I think what it is, bro, is it's like
didn't ask you, Don.
Yeah, you asking everybody. So check this out, Rakia.
Oh, he wasn't asking you, Don. He was asking chirality, bro.
No, Nate, please let me get one. Please.
Yeah, go ahead, Don. Go ahead.
All right.
I'll go after.
All right. So check this out. So if the rocket's going straight up like 10,000 miles an hour, it's getting farther away from Earth, right? But then, you know how the flat earthers exposed that the rockets always go sideways and shit? So then when the rocket starts going sideways, right? If the Earth starts going sideways with it too, like the Earth already was going sideways and shit, and now the rocket starts going sideways too, it's not really getting farther away from the Earth anymore.
Dude, what? I mean, water is heavy.
We all know this. Close. It's like doing, you know what I'm saying? Like
it's really close to Earth. It's not 200,000 miles away. The water's on Earth, and it's being pulled by the moon's gravity. But this rocket ship, although it's close to the moon, is still being slowed down by Earth's gravity.
It went up and over
because of physics.
Yeah, like because everything's flying through space, so like it went up high enough, and now it's got to go over. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't getting farther away from the Earth no more. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it's still slowing down. Shouldn't it be speeding up as it gets closer to the moon?
Like
the moon's gravity should take over.
Here's why they fuck up always, because they'll be like, "Well, what? Give me the fucking reference frames from the solar system. From if you got a fucking aquarium of the whole solar system and everything in there, you know, like show me." How much through fucking 3D fucking space coordinate fucking system the fucking speed of this rocket? That's what I'm talking about. The total speed, the pure whatever that term is, man.
A couple hundred miles from where I'm sitting right now.
There's no way it's a couple.
During high tide, the water is 17 feet higher than when it's slack tide because of the moon's gravitational pull.
No way. No way.
17 feet. And you're saying that Earth's gravity won't hold that down, but it's pulling on the rocket that was flying away from Earth at so much of a rate, it's pulling it back to Earth that it's slowing it down to 148 miles an hour as it gets closer to the moon, the very thing that pulls the water 17 feet above Earth's surface.
And it ain't hitting zero.
Bullshit.
Right? And it ain't hitting zero. That's why it's got to be an up and over, bro. You know what I mean? Like it's like the rocket starts flying like with the Earth, so it can't get farther away from the Earth, but it's lifting up to the moon slowly.
Or maybe they're just full of shit. I mean, one can't be happening. Well, if you're saying Earth's gravity is pulling this little rocket ship that thrusted its way from 20,000 miles an hour towards the moon, and now it's slowed down because of Earth's gravity down to 148, then the moon's gravity ain't pulling Earth's water up 17 feet, brother. Ain't happening. One's got to be stronger than the other by a large portion. Huge mass of water versus small little rocket ship that's being pulled back to Earth's surface. If that was the case, then you would never be able to lift a grain of sand above the beach. You feel me?
I mean, I feel you. I can't measure it, man. I don't work with these scales. But have you ever brought this? Have you ever used that before on them? Actually, I'm sure. Have you ever gone with that before, Rocky? What did they tell you when you bring that up?
You listen to me very closely. Maxwell, Einstein, Kosho, Moyak. I don't need these men to explain to me how a rocket ship is being pulled back to Earth and being slowed down to 140 miles an hour, and the moon's gravitational ain't affecting it enough to speed it back up, or at least maintain the speed at a certain rate, because that same object is pulling water above the Earth. I don't need those men to tell me shit. I got my own brain. I got my own formulas. Know what I mean? I don't need their shit. Their shit is explain away a fantasy. I don't need none of that.
News flash, news break, ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on to one either. I could just be like, okay, well, the tides isn't the fucking moon. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, I get that argument, but I still want to be in the micro event of one at a time. But I feel you, man.
The field, the field that's up there is blocking all the radiation from the sun, so we don't fry. But these ships are just cruising around beyond it. I don't add up. None of it adds up. I'll go with no man will ascend into the heavens. I'll just go with that simple statement. I'll go with that name. I'll put that name above any other. Feel me? I don't need Max. I don't need Max.
That is ridiculous. That he tried to equate something like that type of evidence or feasibility, or even logic or whatever. He tried to equate that to something as crazy as him being the president of the United States earlier, man. That was crazy as hell. And I'm like, when you say things like this, it's I being the president and your side respecting God, and it's like, which side am I gonna go with?
I've already made my decision.
Yeah, so I'm sorry I try to fight with make sure the physics competition is regulated. You know what I'm saying? But logic gonna stand above. Like something made me, bro.
Something gave me enough discernment to not like just blindly trust some guy named Maxwell that I never met, that I could care less, who ain't saving me from shit. That rocket ship ain't falling back on my head, I promise you. Looks fake as hell to me. I mean, I'm just gonna say it. I seen rockets launch. I love them. I build rockets and launch them myself. Fascinating, right? To see something go high and fast. But you're telling me you sending it to the moon and make it orbit around this and float around that and change trajectory and control it? You can't even make my TV work half the time on my cell phone. This son bitch roboting every 2 seconds. You changing the trajectory of a rocket ship going 140 miles an hour, 240,000 miles away from me? Because of Maxwell and because of
debunk flat Earth, you must be a crazy person.
Yeah, how's the bandwidth up there? Screw you, man. I mean, come on. You know what I'm talking about? Like, no thanks. I don't need it. Got enough to deal with down here.
Definitely keeping arguments, compartmentalized. But yeah, this approach to the moon speed thing, it's it's gonna be broken down. Someone's gonna do some fucking breakdown video on this.
Show me where the Apollo didn't slow down that slow. So it must have did a burn to slow itself down.
It's relative speed they're talking about or something, bro. That's all it is, bro. They're not talking about speed, 3D space. And we're talking about like minus galactic motion, right? We're talking about motion relative to the sun is what they really should be talking about.
It says it's going 112 miles per hour right now, dude. Come on, man. Come on. Who's buying this still? Who's
really relative it to the Earth, because it's like, well, it has the Earth stuff, so this is how much extra power it has in it. Extra from what we already get for free from the Earth. But whatever.
Then they want to trick it around and be like, okay, it's only going. So they're trying to tell you this is why if you could zoom in with it on your telescope, this is why it'd be moving real slow on your telescope because it's going real slow.
I got a good bridge to sell you. It's slightly used, but I got a good price for you, bro.
How much?
That bridge is being pulled up by the moon.
Is it really?
Has to be, right?
It could be for all I know, but
No, has to be. Has to be. If the water under it, if the water under that bridge is being pulled up, then the bridge is also being pulled up.
Yeah, possibly. It's
No,
true
not
about,
possibly. Physics.
well, Newton's law describes the strength of gravity to be equal to the masses multiplied by each other. So when you have a much larger mass,
I don't know
it
him.
stands to reason that it is going to have a stronger force.
Never met him.
Not
Don't even
surprising.
know if
It's
he
not
exists.
surprising. It's not surprising that the water is being pulled up by a larger more portion than the bridge.
Not surprising that the square foot of the water underneath the bridge is being pulled up, while the square footage of the bridge above the water isn't being pulled up, right, Kosha? The water flowing underneath the bridge is being pulled up, but not the bridge itself.
No, they're both being pulled by the moon. The water's much bigger mass, so its effect is much greater, and it's not that pull that's creating the tides. It's the Earth rotating into that pull. So
the water's a much bigger mass.
Yes.
So you think he thinks bridges ought to have tides?
The bridge has mass, right? Right. Whatever your name is today. What's your name today? Can't keep up.
I've changed my name one time since I've been on Discord. And only half my name. I left the last half the same.
So the question still stands. Bridge don't have mass?
No, bridges do have mass. They say there's tides even in a human. So they say, even in your own body. But they're extremely small. And
there you go. So the bridge does have tides, right?
I mean, it's not really a fluid, but I'm sure it's got some effect that's not measurable as well. But the important thing is that the water has a visible effect because it's a much greater mass, and it's fluid.
Affects the spaceship headed towards the same mass that we're talking about, affecting the mass of the water of the Earth closer to the center of the Earth, which is a larger gravitational pull.
Yep.
Well, affects that a little bit of mass. That little spaceship out there, a little bitty small mass, little speck of grain of salt out there.
What's the current distance to the Artemis? I saw it was like 25,000.
Just under 20. Just under 20,000 right now.
And how fast is it going?
110 miles an hour. I
Yeah,
can't
109 miles
My little
per
shit
hour.
box, the shittiest car I have, can go that fast.
Yeah, it's a fucking space vessel going 109 miles per hour. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
But what's wrong with that? Why is that crazy that it's going
The fact that you have to ask, bro.
When are they gonna get to the moon? Fucking in 2025 or what? Going 100 miles per hour and it's fucking 19,000 miles away. Like how fucking long are they planning to take to get to the moon all of a sudden? But Apollo got there fucking quick, no? Like it didn't take Apollo as long as it's gonna take this, no?
It did.
How long did it take? How fast was Apollo going?
Around the same speed.
What? So you go 100 miles per hour. So you're saying it goes 12 miles. I'm sorry, 100 miles per hour. So that means in one day, you're gonna go 2,400 miles, right? In one day, and it's 19,000 miles left. So technically, it should be about 10 more days. They should get to the moon. Technically.
No, not quite. What's his name? Gambino was trying to bring this up
I just
earlier,
hope
but
those mannequins are going to be okay.
It got walked. It got. So first of all, if you are shooting something at the moon,
Because
or
if they don't
anything in the
survive,
air,
how's a human gonna survive the trip? You know what I mean?
it's a good
Goodness.
question.
You cook dinner, Kosha? Everything
Yeah,
good?
I'm in the middle of cooking it. But
Oh,
yeah.
I'm
So
sorry.
if
Were you guys trying to take that seriously? My bad.
So
I don't know how a wagon rolls. I mean, the gravity of Earth must be so strong. A wheel shouldn't even roll. It should be just pulled down to the center of the Earth so strong it wouldn't even roll. I mean, if it's slowing down the rocket ship that's 230,000 miles away.
Well, I'm not
That little
sure.
speck of dust out there.
I'm not sure this is clear or not, but gravity doesn't have a limit to its distance, so
Obviously not.
It doesn't.
So
It
wait,
doesn't
so hold
stop
on
it.
though. So if it doesn't have a limit, then why don't all the fucking planets just be smashing into the sun then? Because the sun is the strongest, fucking the largest, so it should have the strongest. So
That's
all the planets should be smashing into it. Because if it doesn't have no distance, then it should. And when they pass by each other, that gravity should affect one another balls in your fucking whack, dumb, retarded model.
That's true too.
So why? So then why is this gravity that's so powerful in such a great distance? Why isn't it not messing up the whole? I don't even, why am I asking you? I know it's stupid. I know it's fake, but I don't even know why I'm getting involved. There's not even a point. That's like saying, why do leprechauns fucking eat spaghetti on Wednesdays? Like, what the fuck? Who's talking right now? I'm talking. I'm stupid right now. I'm the dumb one for engaging even these questions. That is nonsense. It makes zero sense.
You did half my work for me. I was going to say that those
You at work
objects,
right now?
those objects you described, they are indeed moving around the sun by virtue of the thing that you're, claiming should be causing them to move. That's exactly why they're moving.
They wouldn't move. They wouldn't move around. They would be attracted too.
Yeah,
they would slow down so much they wouldn't move around.
That
Oh my
exactly.
God.
That's false, dude. That
Really?
everything I just
Why would
said
they
was
slow down?
everything
Well,
that I
well,
just
the
said is
rocket
because
ship's
they're
slowing
false.
down.
Why both of you guys together? It sounds better when you both talk at the same time.
The rocket
Then
ship's
get out of
slowing
here,
down.
dude. I don't want to hear your nonsense. You don't feel falling and all your stupid shit. Get out of here, dude.
That's exactly what you don't feel falling.
The
Yeah.
rocket
Oh, it's
ship.
because of gravity. That's why. Because of gravity stops the falling effect.
Well,
You're
yeah,
an
well,
idiot.
Okay, so we know things float when you in free fall. But go ahead, Rocky. Why would something slow down?
Where the rocket ship's slowing down.
Why would
It's
the
just
rocket
an
ship slow
object
down?
in space. It is slowing down
Why? But why would it slow down?
because of gravity.
Why would gravity slow it down?
Because it's moving away from Earth.
Because apparently it's stronger when you're 200,000 miles away as opposed to 10 miles away. Apparently.
As it gets closer to the source that pulls the waters off the surface of the Earth, where gravity is the strongest on Earth, it's not keeping that spaceship going at a constant speed or speeding it up. It's actually still slowing down as it goes away from Earth and gets closer to the moon.
Right. And do you understand what's happening? So when it's around the Earth in a circle or near a circle, it's going 17,000 miles an hour, right? But if we go faster than that, we'll get out of Earth's orbit. Well, we'll never really get out of it. We'll get out of the vicinity of the Earth, and we'll have a much longer, much wider orbit. And that wider orbit will contain a varying of speeds based on this.
Dude, I'm out of here, dude. I'm out of here. You guys have a good night. I don't want to hear this dumb
Not
bullshit
orbiting the
rambling,
Earth
bro.
anymore.
It's fucking
Yeah,
dumb,
of course
dude.
it is. Yes, it is.
Fucking rambling idiot. I'm out.
I'm a rambling idiot. And there he leaves. Isn't it funny how people mock what they don't understand and then insult people as the door slams and hits them in the ass on the way out? But if you think about the orbital mechanics, and it's the simplest high-level description of orbital mechanics, we are going around a circle of the Earth, and we want to go around the moon. We make a much longer path, with much more elliptical, much longer, much greater radius path. And that greater radius path requires us to go faster than the standard orbit around the Earth, where it's going more circular path. When we're going a
It's
long
not going
orbit,
faster. It's slowing down.
No. Initially, you have to go faster to get out of the to get to the
20 something thousand miles an hour. Is that about right?
22,000 miles an hour.
Now it's going 100 because of Earth's
100,000
gravity.
miles an hour?
No, 100 miles an hour.
Right. Because at this point,
because of Earth's gravity.
Yes, because it's trying to get away from Earth. Remember, it's escape velocity, and it's not. It doesn't have escape. You have to have power to continue to fly away from the Earth at that rate. So what happens is you have no power once you have it in direction and trajectory and the speed. Now you have a speed according to this really large elliptical orbit. So now, as it's traveling away, it'll start to slow down, go very slow.
It's
now
not
get into
starting to slow down. It's slowed down. It's going 100 miles an hour.
No, but it didn't just stop. It didn't just slow down.
Well, it's going to stop eventually.
Listen. It did just listen. It didn't just slow down. It started to slow down at some point. The moment the engines cut out, it started to slow down. And so it starts slowing down as it approaches the moon. Now it's the moon's gravitational influence. It orbits the moon. It affects the orbit, but it's going very slow.
Approaches the moon.
And then as it starts going around the moon, it'll start going back toward the Earth and start speeding up again, falling toward the Earth. It's kind
what
of
do you mean approaches? Approaches.
Back to you. I'm trying to help you understand it.
Dude, you are monologuing.
I'm not monologuing. I just
we
gave
could just
you
take
the
it
path.
point by point.
I talked about the path in 3
now
stages.
You're just going to scramble your brain?
No, listen. I talked about the path.
I don't want to listen anymore. I want to ask you a question about what you said.
I just said 3 things. It leaves the Earth, heads to the moon.
I know. Why don't we go back to the first thing?
Why can't you stop? You're doing it again. You're the king of criticizing people, yet you're doing to me more than anyone's ever done it to
I'm just asking you to go point by point, not to monologue and pulled out 10 points. Okay.
Well, I did 3 points.
Okay, we heard them. Now I want to ask you a question about one of them. Jeez. Imagine that. So as the ship slows down, but approaches the very object that has enough mass to pull the water away from Earth's surface. Why is it slowing down again?
So as it approaches the moon, it'll be in its gravitational influence, and it will change its direction. So instead of speeding up, it just changes direction. It's got a speed that's already been kind of dictated by this trajectory. Going very fast initially, slowing down, hits the moon, changing direction, and now it goes back toward the Earth again. It's constantly in a falling path. It's basically falling the entire time back to the Earth. Just like you throw a ball and it goes up, slows down and stops, but the actual speed is relative to what?
Hopefully you would agree that it's already in the moon's gravitational influence.
But it's still free falling, even though it's still the acceleration will slow down because it's out of the influence of the Earth. We're getting less of the influence of the Earth. So the gravitational strength will be less, but it still will have gravitational influences on it, and it will slow down and then make a turn and come back around and fall back to the Earth.
If the Earth's gravitational pull is getting less, that means the moon's gravitational should be getting more, because the moon, although the Earth's gravitational pull on the waters is very close and always occurring, the moon still pulls it away from Earth's surface, away from Earth's gravitational pull, which is so strong it can slow down a spaceship in space. Yet the moon's gravitational pull overcomes that and pulls water above it, but it's not pulling the spaceship closer to it and increasing its speed.
It's trying to pull it closer to it.
Yeah. What's stopping it?
Its trajectory around the sun, around the moon, around the Earth. Its trajectory is really the elliptical orbit of it around the Earth, and it is affected by the moon, no question about it. They count on it. They need it to make that turn.
I thought they did course corrections.
Along the way, yeah, there's adjustments for sure. It's good that you're actually looking into it. I mean, it's interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking into it. How the Earth's water and apparently our bodies, but not bridges, according to Left Lane or Spy Lane or Sky Lane, whatever his name is.
Not bridges, what?
Or being pulled. Everything's being pulled by the moon.
Well,
right?
the bridges aren't connected to bridges on the other side of the Earth. The water is all connected. So as one gets pulled, the other gets stretching. Is stretching the water on both sides.
Goodness. So you're including the pull of the water on the side that's facing the moon because it's connected to the other side, and that's included in its total mass.
Well, it's
Is that what you're trying to sell me?
It's making that all that water kind of it's pancaking the North and South Pole together.
Bullshit.
Are squishing the oceans on the backside and the front side facing the moon. Yeah. You've seen the pictures of it, how they do that.
Oh yeah, I've seen your cartoons of
No,
it.
the explanation makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, a couple hundred miles from where I'm at right now, we have small tides, hardly any. Right? And a couple hundred miles away, there's 17-foot tides. Same moon.
Oh, now you're talking about the magnitude of the tides? That's different story. And by the way, there's no tides in Jamaica. None.
Right, but they have a moon, right?
Yeah, but why isn't the tides? Why aren't there tides in Jamaica?
Yeah, the moon's pulling this spaceship towards it, but not speeding it up.
That's not why.
Well, you just said they're using the moon's gravitational pull to make it go towards the moon. So obviously it's in its gravitational pull, but it's not speeding it up. It's actually still slowing down because of the Earth's gravitational pull. But that same gravitational pull of the Earth doesn't hold the water in place. It lets the moon's gravitational pull it up 17 feet in one spot, 1 foot in another, and 0 in another. Makes total sense, man.
No, you're not understanding how the gravitational equation works. It's as strong as the mass. So a lot of mass, a lot of strength. A little bit of mass, a little bit of strength.
So the Earth's gravitational pull shouldn't be slowing down the rocket at all because it's a little bit of mass. It had a lot of thrust going away,
the Earth,
and it has a little bit of mass, so shouldn't be slowing it down at all. It's in a frictionless environment. It should be hauling ass.
That's right. That's how it can actually accelerate and get out of the area, the region of the Earth. It can
fucking slow down and decelerate it almost as fast as it accelerated.
So if you're going 22,000 miles an hour and you leave, well, it's probably a little slower than that. It's not escape velocity. All you're trying to do is get a very large orbit around the Earth. You're not trying to leave the Earth's orbit, right? You're trying to get a large elliptical orbit that's 250,000 miles in diameter or more, something in that range. So you get a trajectory, and then you cut your power, and now you're basically like someone threw a rock. Same thing. It has a trajectory. You leave your hand. It's free falling up. It's free, and it seems like it slows down with respect to the ground, and then it speeds up again as it hits the ground. The whole time there's no G's. There's no acceleration, or actually, it's constant acceleration. Even though it looks like it stopped and then accelerated back down. So went out of the cannon at the highest velocity, slowed down, and then fell back down again and speed back up and hit the ground.
You're talking about the cannon that you shot off in space. Hopefully you're not trying to use a cannon shot from the surface of the Earth in Earth's atmosphere. Analogous to, as you cut me off. Don't worry about it. Just go ahead.
Yeah, you cut me off earlier many times. So
right, that's why I knew you were going to say that. So we've not moved past that. You want to just keep doing it?
You guys try to do the 30-second thing. Like, we don't have to time it and all that, but just try to just give each other, their full time to speak. And then Danik, you got to obviously try to keep it concise because,
Okay. So Rakia, yeah, on the cannon on the ground.
You're going to keep talking.
So I just started talking. You talked over me. But go ahead. I'll let you go.
Yeah, man.
I was going to say it's like the ground based and one in space. But either way, it works. The concepts are easy to understand.
Yeah, I thought I was always taught once something got in motion in space in a certain vector, it would continue in that motion at that speed. I mean, I think I think they just did it in simple terms. Now we're being told something that reaches escape velocity and heads towards the moon slows down to 100 miles an hour very quickly, like within a day or so, because of Earth's gravitational pull, and that same object is not affected speed-wise by the moon. It's only affected directional wise by the moon's gravitational pull. The same moon that pulls water 17 feet off the Earth's surface in one spot and 0 in another.
You keep on using a false equivalence for your argument, but what I was trying to say is that the reason that this comes back to the Earth, let's say the moon wasn't there, and we wanted to have a really long orbit, we could do this, and as it would leave the Earth, cut your power, now it would be decelerating, still accelerating, but decelerating away from you, and then make a turn and come back, and it starts accelerating to you. So it'd be the speed would be changing, although it'd be free fall the entire time. Just like the cannon shot in the surface of the Earth, and that's why I use that example, or a gun, or you throw a ball, either way.
So you're saying that the rocket ship that's headed towards the moon is free falling towards the moon like a cannon? A shot would be done from the Earth?
Yes.
So the rocket ship Artemis is a cannonball, free falling its way to the moon.
Very simply equivalent to a cannonball, yes.
Very similar to a cannonball being shot from Earth's surface, going up, slowing down, and coming back down to Earth's surface.
Correct.
You're saying if we shot the Artemis, the spaceship at a certain trajectory towards the moon, it would go up like a cannonball, slow down enough, reach 0 acceleration, start it decelerates the whole time, reach 0, and start accelerating back towards Earth?
Acceleration is the same all the way around. The velocity, your speed would change with respect to the Earth. Remember, we talked about this yesterday about throwing a ball up. It's the same 9.8 meters per second on the way up, same 9.8 meters per second when it's stopped relative to the ground. It's vertical, it's Y position, and then 9.8 meters per second as it starts going back to the ground again. Always 9.8 meters per second squared. However, with respect to the ground, those velocities change.
So I'll just ask again. The spaceship is the cannonball in your analogy.
Right.
Shot a cannonball from Earth, although it didn't go into space. It just went in the atmosphere. It came back down. Now you're shooting a rocket from Earth's surface, making it fast enough where it escapes the gravitational pull of Earth. Yet,
think of it as this. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Hang on. Yet is still in the gravitational pull enough to slow down to 100 miles an hour. And at some point, if it doesn't get captured by the moon's gravitational pull and start falling around the moon, it will then return to Earth like the cannonball. Correct?
Yeah. Well, the moon helps it turn a little tighter than it would without the moon.
Just as long as you say yeah there, I'm fine, and have a good night.
Okay. You too. Yeah, I was a little surprised that they could get it down. I think it was 250 miles an hour or something. Is that what the Artemis velocity
It's 100 right now. 100.
Is that 100? Is that on
might not make it to the moon.
It's already taking pictures of the moon. Is that number right? It's like 26,000 miles away from the moon, but it looks like it's flying over the moon. No? I'm in the dark. I'm in the dark of this thing, by the way. So I can't really answer any. I wouldn't be able to guess velocity.
Don't tell me you got fooled by that.
Well, tell me what you see.
The other live photo showing the moon close up. You got fooled by that one as well.
Yeah,
You won't be
was that just a screenshot, or was that real?
That's supposedly an LRO.
Oh, so the Artemis was flying at 100 miles an hour, but the LRO was the one going for the flyby, right?
Supposedly.
What are we looking at now? And it looks like it's they're on the dark side of the moon right now, right?
Spacecraft is traveling at probably less than 100 miles an hour now.
But we see the moon moving underneath the surface at 100 miles an hour. No.
You're not looking at the Artemis. What you think you're looking right now is not that, Zanuck. You've been fooled. You've been about the fifth or sixth person
Instead
I've
of saying
told
how
that today.
gullible I am, tell me what it says. Live views of the moon, lunar images taken from orbit. So what craft is this that we're looking at? This is the Artemis, right? Orion.
Wrong.
The Orion flying over.
Wrong.
So,
It hasn't
what's
reached the
going 100 miles
moon
an hour?
yet.
It's Artemis. Is the
Zanuck.
Orion? SE is the Artemis Orion flying over the moon, getting these feeds, or is there?
How many times do I have to tell you no, Zanuck?
What's the answer? I'm asking you
It
for the
has
answer.
not
Not to say yes
reached.
or no.
It has not reached the moon yet. What you're viewing there is, I don't know what it is. They say it's a craft that they sent before, or it's, I don't know what it is, but it's not what you think it is.
Oh, it's another. It says live views of the moon, lunar images taking from orbit. Oh, so from another craft is doing this. That's what you said. And they're waiting for the Artemis to arrive.
That is not from the Artemis spacecraft. I repeat, I'm going to
That's
tell
what it
you
said.
one more time. I don't know
just
what
said
it
that.
is.
It said
I've
that.
heard stories that it's some sort of other vehicle there.
Is that NASA's? I don't know whether there's another vehicle that's in orbit right now taking images.
I have a suggestion for you. Stop talking and read what you where you're at. Read the fine print. Check out what it says.
Oh, just turn light. Going light now. Oh, there's different pictures. Okay, let's look at that data. So it says it's distance from Earth 233,000 miles, 96 miles an hour. Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
Distance to the moon 18,000. So earlier today it was 26,000 miles. Now it's only 18,000 miles. So it's slowing down, almost stopping.
That's what I've been saying for the past 3 days. Finally, somebody's listening. It had to take this slow for somebody to say, even you said, huh?
Yeah.
That's right. You did a Scooby-Doo there.
Uh-huh. Oh?
Exactly. Well done, Zanuck. So now you got to go into your bag of NASA sophistry and figure this out.
Well, it's going 1 mile every second, looks like. 1 1,000, 2 and
I suggest you contact Kosho.
How is it mile a second? 95 miles an hour. Where's that velocity taken from?
It's relative to Earth speed.
The what speed?
To the Earth.
Yeah, the distance to the moon.
Right, that's different. So
yeah,
you see that it's going down about 1 mile per second.
Right. So the speed is relative to the Earth, but yet it's traveling much faster to the moon than away from the Earth. Then you get the picture on the right-hand side talking about all the spots where we've left materials. All the Apollos, 14s, 15s, Russians, everybody left stuff there all over the place.
And it's called trash.
The first time I heard Zanuck quiet over a subject, this is truly baffling you, huh, Zanuck? As it should be. Good.
It is baffling me. I have no explanation to it. I have a hard time even explaining the basic orbital mechanics to Rakia.
Finally, something knocked on your noggin and it got through, I think. Maybe.
I don't know. That's definitely not in my my wheelhouse here for sure. We need rocket scientists. This we can see if he's really earning his money. If he's really a rocket scientist, to explain
Go
to
over to
us.
Gems and call him over. Tell him we need his expertise.
That's a good idea. He should be up. He's probably
Seriously, go do it.
up with his babies. I'll be right back. I'll see if he's there.
All right.
That's a good idea. That's a great idea.
I know.
They're gonna come back with the up and over SE.
You have to play basketball, bro. Just keep throwing the ball up. See how far up you can
I
get
mean,
it.
that's the simple. Like, if you know what I mean, if you just want to be like escape velocity, like the first initial point, like up and down, that's simple. Like you could just see, okay, something has to slow down. But now for you're like, okay, but wait, let's be more specific. It's like hovering there. It's not just stopping and coming back down. You know what I mean? You gotta like describe it, and then now they're gonna come back with their little orbital specifics and whatever, bro. Their relative positions and all this nonsense.
So how does it feel to have switched over to the ball?
Switch, bro. We all was taught the ball, remember? I'm waiting for the flat earth fat, and then I can shove it down people's throat.
No, but I thought before you said that you're a baller now. Maybe I misheard you.
You wanted me to be. I love you very much, so I'll be whatever you want me to be, buddy.
No, sir, you got to be your own man.
My choice. Okay, peace, y'all.
You guys still sleeping? SE. Gone.
I don't think SC's in here.
We had all the answers for him. So they wanted to find out why this speed is so slow. I just figured it out.
Well, yeah.
I didn't realize how complex the orbit was.
How you said how close it was?
Oh, complex.
Oh.
Yeah, take off and fly around the moon and come back. This is some crazy shit.
I would tell you though. Maybe I'm missing something, but it doesn't seem. I guess the only way would be like complicated or the weird. The only weird part about it is the fact that it's two different velocities, right? Like depending on which reference frame you're using, right? Because you're going to use one reference frame for the Earth and one for the Moon.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to be slowing
Right.
down on the way there.
With respect to the moon?
Well, no, with respect to the Earth, it'll be slowing down on the way there.
Right.
But until it speeds back up, which is actually what I was trying to, with respect to the Earth the whole time, which I was trying to think about. I was wondering when will it stop slowing down now that it's, now that it's in the moon's gravitational influence or sphere of influence. That's the part that I thought might be difficult to figure out,
but it slows down because it's like I was trying to explain to SE. It's like throwing a rock up in the air.
right.
So it's that point where it's kind of stopping, and then the moon will pass underneath it. It'll get trapped. Get attracted to its gravitational field and start speeding up again as it would be speeding up anyway back to the Earth.
Oh,
now it gets caught up in the Earth's in the moon's gravitational field and will speed up against around it.
Okay, so yeah, I didn't know the exact path. So it's gonna loop around the moon first. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so right now it's waiting, it's slowing down and stopping as it waits for the moon to come by it, and then it will accelerate again. Well, I mean,
Can I just ask you that? Let me ask you guys this: what did these NASA guys? What did they do to earn your trust? To earn your championing and thinking this shit's really happening? Like, what did they do? What did they do to earn that for you in your own mind? To believe that it's going around, winging around the moon, and like what did they do? What did they? Okay, I've said it 10 times. Go ahead. Well, I'm just like listening to you guys, like you're so into it. I'm like, what did these guys do to do that? You know what I mean? Like, what did they accomplish in your mind to make you be like, oh yeah, like to be so into it? Is it just because they told you when they were a child, or is it because it's the mainstream thing, or it's what your parents thought? Like what? But I guess the basic question, like, what did NASA do? Because, dude, if I made up a story about something else, I really doubt you'd believe it. Now, I guess if I made one up and then told you when you were a child and then got your parents to believe it, maybe that'd be different. But I guess that's my basic question. Like, what did NASA do to earn all of this for you to champion for them?
Show me a rocket that goes up into space and show things that are orbiting the Earth at breakneck speeds and predictabilities of and verifications of those speeds by my own observations. That's for one. I believed it back when I was a kid when I saw the moon landings and things. That was amazing. I mean, they didn't have any CGI back in those days. There's no teams of artists trying to fool everybody at these Hollywood studio sets. So that's I trusted that these things were happening. However, I lost a lot of trust, as we've talked about, through NOAA and all the NASA engineers that are trying to claim they understand certain things that aren't very well understood right now by us.
Okay, so wait, what was your answer? An image from the 80s? Wait, what did you say?
Images and video from the 80s or 60s.
From the moon landing?
Moon landings.
So that's what they did.
Well, then after that, I was just obviously very, very young, but after it, we still looked at it. We still watched it, through my teens, and recently we're able to see things take off from launch sites, go into orbit, and we could see them in orbit, like the space station. I mean, you can actually zoom in and see the space station. I've seen it through a telescope. You can see it on pictures that Knuckleheads here have posted, just of it transiting the sun.
Starring with this bare eye.
And what is that little speck that's going around us at 17,000 miles an hour? And when they predicted a re-entry of a satellite that's orbit is decayed, and then we know where it's going to be, and then suddenly there it is, and it totally gets disintegrated as it comes down. That kind of gives a.
Do you think it's possible you're possessed? Like there's an actual possession in your psyche that's making you believe this stuff that's not true?
No, because that's all evidence based, all things we can see with our own eyes.
You didn't see any of that with your own eyes.
Whose eyes am I seeing it with?
What did you see with your own eyes? You talked about pictures and
no,
you know,
satellites in ISS. Not pictures in the ISS, pictures of the ISS. I've seen the ISS through telescopes.
Lights in the sky.
Lights in the sky that look like there's a spaceship attached to it, and has solar panels. It's like, what? It looks like a spaceship to me.
No, they're definitely up there.
I'm not saying there's not shit in the sky, but saying it's in outer space would be a belief.
Well, outer space is easy. I mean, that's kind of an easy one to prove to yourself. Just go up high enough and you'll see there's no atmosphere up there. I mean, what do you need to know whether it's quote outer space? It's just a vacuum with not much in it.
Oh, it has to be near a vacuum.
It just has to be. Just has to be a globe, doesn't it? Has to be.
It's not has to be. It is measured to be.
Well, the thing is, sorry, go ahead, Gator.
I was just saying, I never understood that. The acknowledgement that there's a gradient, but the absolute refusal to acknowledge that gradient could get close to
Great,
zero.
Zero. Yeah, great near zero
Like
vacuum.
they willfully accept it can go from 14 to 13 to 12 to 11, but for some reason the step from 2 to 1 to slightly more than 0 is just mind-boggling.
No, or 3. Or 3 and 5 isn't like Everest 5. Am I right about that? I think it's around 5 psi. It's
Yeah, a little bit less than 5. That's right.
yeah, it's 3. I was gonna say 3, but I mean, I'm kind of second guessing myself. I think it's pretty damn low.
Between 4 and 5. But I just say one thing before I left on what Negator said about the getting close to 0, because a lot of people don't realize this, but when you're making a vacuum chamber and it becomes really difficult to get closer and closer to 0, that's not really anything to do with the strength of the vacuum, because that doesn't mean anything. It just becomes increasingly harder to take these particles out of there.
Grab a molecule and you suck it out.
Exactly. Yeah.
Or capture it because they're in motion and trying to. So that's why they use the cryogenics and all sorts of other things to get as much of the molecules that are moving around in it out of there.
They got to get increasingly more clever to get the ones that are left over.
They've gotten that since I was in that field back in the day. It was 10 to the minus 8 or 9 was the greatest vacuum they could create. Now I think it's 10 to the minus 10. But the point is, they don't realize that in that kind of a vacuum, the distance between these molecules is 0, right? They don't understand what the pressure actually means. The fact that there are so few molecules bouncing around in this chamber.
I was asking Kosho, if you were going 25,000 miles an hour, whipping around the globe out there and just cooking it, if you were to open up a window in the middle of that and stick your hand outside, I'll ask you, Zanuck, what would happen? Would there be wind? Would it blow your hand off and your hand would go bloody? What would it do?
Nothing. All it would do is swell up because you'd be putting your hand in a vacuum.
So it wouldn't, like when you put your hand out in a car and you make your hand like a wing and you go up and down.
Yeah, nothing.
So none of that would happen.
None of that would happen.
Well, what if you did it with the spacesuit on? So it wouldn't really be, you know what I mean? Like you put it with your spacesuit on, you open it up. So
nothing. Drag you behind. So we're going to go into orbit or go into whatever out of space, 20,000 miles an hour, and I'm going to put you in a spacesuit and put you outside and just tie you along with a little tow rope, right? You're going to float right with me. Sit there like nothing happening, like you're stopped. You wouldn't know whether you're stopped or you're going. You'd be going 20,000 miles an hour.
When you put your hand out the window driving and you make the little wing and you can just sort of relax and let it go up and down, it's literally the mass of the atmosphere pushing against your hand that's making it go up or down.
Yeah, anytime you have a mass that's being disrupted, it changes direction. That by definition is a force. Change momentum is a force, and you're changing momentum in those air molecules
I
by
think
using
that
your hand.
I think that you guys don't understand that he was just making fun of you, but now you're trying to break it down. That's even funnier, I think.
Well, there's nothing witty about what he said if he was actually trying to make fun of anybody.
Yeah, I didn't make it. It wasn't very funny, actually. Are you serious, Gio?
I think Gio's having fun.
Yeah. No, I was
See?
asking.
Yeah, so glad you're wrong. He was actually serious.
Okay, I'm sure.
Gio, you convince your friend there that you're serious?
Well, so what is the answer?
No, you wouldn't feel anything.
So you're going 25,000 miles an hour, literally 25,000 miles an hour. You roll the window down, you put your spacesuit hand out the window, and you're telling me that it would just be like just still and quiet.
Correct.
What's there to feel? That's the thing. Is
Listen, they're saying there's
you've got
no
14
wind or air resistance. There's no wind or air resistance. That's what they're saying, right, guys?
Because there's no air to feel. There's nothing there.
There's no impact. There's not going to impact anything because nothing's there to impact you.
Got it. Okay. And since they've done it themselves, they can tell you all about it, Gio.
Well, no, but
That's why I asked originally, like, what has NASA done to earn your trust to where you would believe something like that?
That's just basic aerodynamics. I studied that, so I know a little bit about it.
Generations of case study. That's all it is.
No, we know how aerodynamics work. We know when the air is very thin. We fly airplanes at 30, 40,000 feet. We understand very intimately the effects of those air molecules hitting the wing and what the shape of the wing has to be at those altitudes, how fast you got to move through it, what the drag is, the forces working against it, how to keep these, hundreds of thousands of pounds of aircrafts in the air, how much thrust it needs. And we know we only can go so high because we run out of air we can actually use for lift. Then there's balloons that kindergartens are, involved with, of course, with their adult supervision. And we measure that we can get to 0.05 PSI, which is basically, for all practical purposes, almost like a pure vacuum with no air around. And in that area,
Wow, the math on this, man, the
it's not that
intense,
much,
right?
it's not much math. Not much math at all, actually. Pretty simple.
No, I'm saying the math in general, like the math in general. Like you can spit math all day, but it's not going to prove
Math? You
anything.
say
to
math?
anybody else.
Well, no. I mean, enigmatic though. I mean, you don't need the math. I can just appeal to your sense of logic and intuition, right?
Sure.
Logic, intuition, yeah, of course, is the better way to go about everything. I think.
Well, sure.
In my opinion.
So what Zanuck is saying about altitude is like a plane can't fly at 60,000 feet because there's literally not enough mass, not enough air pressure for the rotating
I
propellers.
completely agree. I completely agree with that. I'm on that side of things. If that makes any difference.
Yeah, and logically, the reverse should be true. If there's not enough air pressure for the propellers to push on, then there's not enough air pressure higher than that to push on you.
I mean, there's something called the indicated airspeed on these aircraft. And if you're up at that height, it'll say indicated airspeed, 140 miles an hour, 140 knots. And what that is on ground speed would be supersonic in some cases, depending how high you are. That's why they made the U-2 aircraft with the wings shaped that they were, so they could fly just at very, very easily at stall, but make stall speed, whatever is 70, 80 miles an hour, at 70, 80,000 feet. So it's going just short of supersonic. But it's only going, you stick your hand out the window, you only be going 80 miles an hour. You're going supersonic. You stick, and you could literally do this if you could have a spacesuit. You could probably do this. Open a little. Stick your hand out. There'd be 80 mile an hour wind going 700 miles an hour or 500 miles an hour, whatever the speed is there. The speed of sound.
Yeah, Chuck Yeager did that like many decades ago.
Well, he's going I'm talking about something going subsonic, but going so fast at such a high altitude that there's not much air there, and sticking your hand out would be like just sticking your hand out of a fast-moving car.
But how do you know? How do you know that? How do you know that there isn't air at that altitude?
Because I've been in a plane and stuck my hand out the air at 15,000 feet.
No, if you stuck your hand at 15,000 feet, you would feel drag. Like that
Yes,
drag
but not
is
as much. But going
it'd
grass
be
speed over,
expensive.
but going
It'd
grass
be
speed of 200 miles
expensive
an
drag.
hour. I know what it's like to go 200 miles an hour and stick your hand out. That's not a problem.
Oh
I've
yeah,
done
you're
that.
right. Yeah, you're right about that. It would be comparable, right? It's
We're
just
going
like that.
500.
Right?
I'm going 500 miles an hour, and it feels like 200 miles an hour because I felt 200 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah,
Okay,
you're right.
and so and then we know by sending balloons up that this is just a simple measurement of using a barometer or some type of device that measures pressure. It's a piezoelectric barometer is sufficient, and you send it up, and you realize that, like I said, I've been personally up 15,000 feet and done this. I've done it to ground and gotten those speeds 200 miles an hour. Stick my hand out the window. I feel that I know that very well, and we take measurements of those two. We know the pressure differences at 15,000 versus sea level, and we measure with a balloon at 100,000, 150,000, or 120,000 feet. We have 0.05 psi, not 1 psi, not a half psi, not a tenth of a psi, 0.05 psi.
So what's the main argument that I came in a little bit late? What's the main argument that everybody's talking about?
That we know there's a vacuum of space that exists because we know there's a gradient.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough.
So we know we've measured basically practically zero, no problem. We measured something basically zero. There's really very little difference between what we measure and absolute zero. I mean, hardly any difference at all. Although QE and Nathan will get their panties in a wad saying, no, there's billions of times difference between 10 to the minus 10 and 10 to the 10
Yeah, see, when you get into that's when you get into the math. That's like, dude, when people start spitting math like that and trying to compare their logic to their mathematical comparency to that, like it makes no sense. I don't know.
Well,
I made no sense.
Well, it's illogical because it shows a clear misunderstanding of how the decimal system works. And
You still listen to QE and Nathan these days?
No, I haven't heard him in months, maybe a year now. But yeah, that was their big fight about. You're me to tell me you go from a tenth, 1 psi, 2 psi to 10 to the minus 17. And you don't think that powerful vacuum that's 5,000 billion times greater is not going to suck your ass out of it? That's how they talk. That's illogical, completely illogical, because zero is zero, and we're talking about a value that's very close to zero. Doesn't matter if it's billions of times greater pressure.
No, it does
less
matter.
pressure. It
Well, that's
doesn't
why
matter.
they can't pull a vacuum beyond like 10 to the negative 6 or whatever.
That's not why.
To pull one,
But they can still make a vacuum, right? And that's the basic part of it. Like a vacuum can't happen. Like, and that's it. Like mathematically, as far as like what we know on this planet, we can compare that with we can study that.
No, but the point is there's no difference. If you understand vacuum and pressure, if I have a box and I put it near a vacuum and I have a pressure of 14 psi in this box, and outside I have a vacuum, if I lower it to 1 psi, the difference is 13 psi. If I stuck my finger out the hole, the little teeny hole, let's have a 1 inch diameter hole, the pressure differential would be 13 psi. If I have a ability to get rid of all the pressure outside, it's not just 1 psi.
And what happens in a vacuum?
Nothing would happen. That'd be a 1 psi.
In,
That'd be
right?
hold on. That'd be a 1 psi change. Not much. Although it would be billions and billions and billions of times greater in change. Doesn't matter because the difference is 1 psi greater. That's all we have to worry about. No other.
Dude, it's like taking a process like pickling, and if you put pickles in a vacuum, cucumbers will, if you put them in a vacuum with vinegar, they will immediately pickle themselves because they're intaking the pickling process. You don't have to wait days. You don't have to wait, this amount of time for these things to do it. If you put them in a vacuum, it sucks in everything. Like, it's a perfect example. Like, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're trying to say.
I'm sorry, I'm a little drunk. I might not be the most logical person here right now, but
the key point is, like, when we talk about the ISS and how there's a 14 psi difference compared to the inside to the outside being 0. If we only tested on the Earth at 1 psi or something, the only difference would be 1 psi difference force. That's the only difference. Nothing. That's some supernatural, billions of times different values.
Well, but the ISS is still in atmospherical range. Like it's not like out in space.
It
You
is
know
in
what I mean?
space.
Like
It is, no, it's in space. And the pressure
it's in.
outside of the pressure outside of the ISS is 10 to the minus 17 torr. It's basically near absolute zero. It's very close to absolute zero. For all practical purposes, it's absolute zero. There's no difference. And it wouldn't matter whether it's zero or not. Because the only thing we got to worry about is whether the structure can handle the difference between what's inside the ISS, which is 14.7 psi, and 0. That only has to support a 14.7 psi, or actually accurately 14.699999999.
Well, but structurally, we know that even we know structurally we can make things that can surpass that. Even, you know what I mean? Like we've gone farther, way farther than the ISS.
A submarine can take thousands of psi out on the outside going in, thousands, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about 14 psi. It's not that big a deal. People make it to be some huge deal. It's not.
How far in the ocean is that? It's not that far.
Well, every 30 feet, every 33 feet is an atmosphere. So just do the simple math. You can figure out what depth you need to be to have thousands.
No, exactly. So the ocean itself,
So if you go down 33 feet, you have an extra 1 atmosphere. You have an additional 14 psi acting inward on this structure. And submarines don't collapse at 33 feet.
No,
you don't collapse. And little miniature submarines they can make don't collapse. But yet somehow the rail car that they always use, for example, gets destroyed when it has 8-9 psi. It collapses. Why? Because it's not designed to have an outside pressure acting inward. It's designed to have inward pressure full of oil or milk or whatever it's in it, water, outward.
What's this rail car you're talking about? Is that a specific study or something that happened?
They show a rail tanker, a railroad tanker, and they create a vacuum in it of roughly, I don't know, maybe 5.
Oh yeah, it's a very thin steel structure. Yeah, of course it's going to collapse, right? It's not
it can be thin. It's just not stressed for it's stressed for the reverse. It's not stressed to have a vacuum. It's stressed to have containment outward, just like the ISS. You put the ISS, make a vacuum in it, you can have a real thing will suck worse than a tin can. There's nothing keeping the walls of the people inside from the outside, but it's stressed to where it can actually take pressure outward, like like the tanker outward.
No, I get it. Yeah, for sure.
Tanker's designed like the ISS. Pressure inward, no pressure outward, or less pressure outward, less pressure on the outside, I should say.
It dispels it. Is the shape of it just dispels pressure, right? It's kind of like
it contains it. It's contained.
It contains. Yeah, contains is a better way.
Simple structural forces that can easily resist.
My God, think about the people that are out there thinking about that. My God, man, that's terrifying. That's a terrifying concept. That's scary as hell. It's got to be
that there's such a thin-walled, non-structural. The structural integrity of it is very kind of weak.
Yeah, I mean, it's all engineering. And that's how sophisticated engineering has become. The ISS is an immaculate engineering feat. It's amazing.
It doesn't have to really be that complicated because it's not. There's really no forces other than the pressure inside that it's dealing with. There's no aerodynamics outside. Occasionally hits by a little.
But the idea in itself is amazing. You know what I'm saying? It's just amazing.
It's amazing. You had to put this in together like a Lego, while they're in orbit, build this thing over many years and many trips. Yeah, incredible.
I mean, I think the idea of just being marooned there in the middle of an abyss would be mentally difficult for me.
Yeah, I tend to agree.
Oh
with that.
yeah. Oh yeah.
You don't like abysses?
not a fan.
Dude,
no.
that's why astronauts are all like over 30 years old for the most part. They're like in their 40s, like 50s, like they're all older people because they're like you have to have like a good mental state to even be in a part of those studies in general, like it doesn't matter how educated you are. It takes some like experience, just life experience, like just socially that would fuck you so hard. You know what I mean?
This is Don Pettit here, and you don't have to have even a high school diploma to work for NASA. Thank you. This is Don Pettit.
No, I didn't say that you had to have like this, that, or the third. I'm just saying, like,
they'll literally
it takes
take
a certain
anybody
type
off
of
the
person.
street.
It takes a certain type of person.
That was good timing. I was about to ask, is Don Pettit the best of the best? This highly tuned guy.
It takes a certain type of person to take themselves away from society and do things for a long period of time. And I know rich people that go up to the ISS, they do visits like here and there, just when it's available. People do this. Like it's not that uncommon. But the people that are like working the ISS, those people are up there for long periods of time, and it's got to be very taxing.
Why do you believe this stuff? Why do you believe all that?
Oh well, first of all, I know somebody that actually went to the ISS, like personally.
Oh wow! What
Yeah.
and what are their shit? Tell us all about that. Can you post their name and credentials in the chat, please?
Yeah, well, I can tell you his name is Richard Garriott. He is one of the co-founders of NCSoft. He went up there and actually, some personal information. He actually took his father's ashes and placed it on the
Oh, that's
ISS.
so sweet. That's so sweet. It's heart wrenching. So listen, can you get him in here? Can we talk with him about this? That'd be lovely.
What do you want to do? Okay.
That'd be great, right? Set up a time, make sure everybody has their best behavior and attire on, and let's do it. Let's talk to this man who claims he's been to the fucking ISS. Wow.
So they can insult them. That's great.
Well, what do you mean? Like, so are you asking for
Like
just
have
like
one person, one of our most respectful people, ask him questions on the live panel. Gosh, that'd be neat, wouldn't it?
Oh God, I guess it would be. Yeah. Well,
No, I know who you're talking about. Because he's like a game designer guy, and he claimed that he went up there.
Yeah. No, he did go.
Because I saw like an interview with him. He was on some podcast thing, and I heard him.
His name is. He goes by Lord British in like the gaming world. He's like one of the He's one of the massive multiplayer online game like co-founders. Like,
yeah, what's his name again?
Richard Garriott, Lord British. If you can Google it, you'll find it. But I've actually met this guy, and I know him through my uncle, which my uncle is Mike McShaffer. You can look him up too. They work together in NCSoft, and I've been to his house. Like I've been to Richard Garriott's house, his mansion, I guess you'd say, because he's a very wealthy guy. Been there, like talked to the guy, like pretty down to earth guy, just a normal dude. Like
he's also the son of a NASA astronaut, Owen Garriott.
Well, yeah, we're from Texas, man. So like he was, yeah, we're all from Texas. But,
You went to his house, you said, and you asked him about this?
Yeah, I've actually talked to him. Yeah. Well, I haven't talked to him about that specifically, but I know the guy. I've been to his house, like talked to him. I haven't actually talked to him about that specific thing, but except for the fact that when he did tell me that he was going to the ISS, but that was 2 years prior to him actually doing it, and then he actually did do it. Like it's a known thing.
Known by who? I mean, that's the thing, right? How would you really know?
Oh, by me, my uncle, all the people, not necessarily by me, like per se, but my uncle, like best friends with the guy because they created that company together. and I don't know what other credentials you would want, but
Yeah, because this is kind of like the one guy that people like when civilians going to space. Like this is often the dude that people bring up. Oh, this guy because like
he spent like $1 million fucking dollars to do so. I think 1.5 is what he spent to do this. Like it was not a cheap endeavor.
That's the
Like, it was
claim,
a very
right? But again, he's the son of an astronaut, so whatever family line or whatever he's going on, if they're lying, obviously he.
Yeah, I guess it could go into some weird conspiracy type shit if you wanted to take it that way. But I mean, in reality, like I just know the dude, and I'm like, hey, he did that. It's cool. He took his dad's ashes up into the International Space Station, which is against the rules. Then he went up there and hid a little packet somewhere on the ISS. So his dad's up there in space somewhere. I thought that was pretty fucking cool.
And he's cashing in on it. Yeah, he wrote a whole book on it here.
Yeah.
No, Richard Garriott's not.
Well,
he's already cashed in with NCSoft, dude. What do you mean? He's not cashing in on anything else. Nobody knows about this guy unless you're a super nerdy gamer guy, man. If you know what Ultima Online is, that's how you know. Like Richard.
Yeah, but
Garriott.
we've known about. Well, I mean, people have brought him up for years. I mean, people in this discussion know about him because he's the one. This is this guy that people claim. Oh, he's like this, civilian guy, and he paid $1 million and went to space. So that's.
Oh, well, I'm not like a huge dude. I'm just like, I'm not like a person. I come in here for like fun. I don't have any say. Like, I guess this is a flat earth server, but I would never put anybody on that. Like, we have never gone that. I haven't ever assumed that was a fake case with this area. You know what I mean? But I do know this guy. I've talked to him. I don't have like a cordial relationship with him where if you ask me a question, I can call him on the phone. Like, I'm not cool with him like that. You know what I mean? But I know this actually happened. And this is with not only a person I met, but my uncle who is very close to this guy. I could easily call him and ask him, be like, Mike, call Richard up and get to the bottom of this bullshit. Like what these people are saying, like that, and he'll tell me. I mean, he's not gonna fucking entertain this. I will tell you that. Like, he's not gonna do it.
Entertain what?
Right. It says right here in his description, Richard Garriott is a founding father of the video game industry and the commercial spaceflight industry. So that's what I say. They kind of tout this guy as being like, the first civilian to space, even though, again, his father is a NASA astronaut. So it's not really just some random dude.
No, well, he was very famous. He was very famous for Ultima Online, which is an NCSoft program. He came from a rich family, right? He had money to start this company, this gaming company, which, of course, that's just how wealth works, But regardless of that, it wasn't like Richard Garriott was like this weird fucking like space guy. No, he's a video game guy, and he was interested in space because his father was worked for NASA.
On the cover of his book, which is called it's called Explore, Create: My Life in Pursuit of New Frontiers, Hidden Worlds, and the Creative Spark. And right on the front of it, there's a quote from Elon Musk, and it says, "A Chronicle of Wonder." So Elon Musk.
That's weird because dude. If Richard Garriott had a book, that would have came out like 20 years ago. Why would Elon Musk even have like a precedence on that at all?
This is his book, man. It came out in 2017.
Not Richard Garriott. No way.
I just posted it. Yeah.
Yeah, I got to see.
It's got him on the front of it, floating in space in an astronaut suit with like the moon behind it and stuff. So yeah, this is his book.
Where'd you post that at? I got to see it because I can tell you. I can tell you if it's actually Richard or not.
It's right from Amazon, but it's in the live stream text. I just tagged you.
Oh yeah, sweet.
Oh yeah, the one Kosho posted. That's the one that we had, because when that first came out, right? Because there's what's that guy's name? Friend of Yahweh, is it Kosho? Is that his name? Did I get that right? Just off memory, that flat earther guy. Yeah, he's on the show with him.
I don't know his name.
Yeah, I think it's Friend of Yahweh, I believe. Although I might not be getting that exactly right. He did that Round and Curvy Remember that music
I
video?
didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, it is Friend of Yahweh. Yeah, I just found his channel. Yeah, so he's on that podcast. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting because it's like an actual flat earther dude kind of talking about this stuff, and then that guy kind of his body language and kind of squirming as he's being asked questions and stuff.
Dude, I had the privilege one time, and this goes. I'm kind of going off topic here. I will continue talking about Richard Garriott though, only because I had the privilege of my uncle took me to this party one time at his house, and this guy has a fucking mansion off of Lake Travis in Austin, and I didn't actually go inside of his house, but on his land, like leading up to the lake, dude, this dude had a fucking pirate ship just sitting there, like for people to go on. And then he had like this weird, like tree houses that like people could camp in, and they would have like bridges going from tree to tree. Like they were little small tiny houses in the trees, but each one had a bed. And then he had a huge like chessboard that on the ground that people could play. Dude, it was fucking amazing. It was cool as shit. And of course, with my uncle being in the video game industry, like of course there was a bunch of like nerdy people there, which I wasn't like I was a nerd, but I wasn't on that level. You know what I'm saying? Like these people were playing, they were LARPing, they were doing like a bunch of like weird stuff at this party. Like, but me seeing it, man, I thought it was one of the coolest experiences I've ever seen in my life. Like, it
Oh, it is
Death.
interesting that you've kind of met this dude who claims to be the first civilian guy who went to space or whatever, commercial, you know. So it's interesting that you've actually met him and seen his mansions and all that stuff. Or whatever you were just saying. Yeah, the big parties he has. Yeah, he sounds like a really wealthy guy, propped up in probably various ways.
Well, I mean, I'm not like that. That's the ties I have. Like, my uncle knows the guy. Like, he's friends with the guy, like best friends with the guy, because he started with my uncle started work at his company, like the one that made Richard Gary very prominent. Which my uncle you can even look up online. Like, that's I'm not lying to you. Like, his Mike McShaffrey. You can look his name up right now. It's verifiable. And you can look up the company, what company you look for. My uncle's even wrote a book. There are two. My uncle's written 2 books about game design.
But I mean, would you
So-
agree though? Still, like, if you met a guy and he said, "Hey, man, I went to space," like, I mean, that doesn't mean that's true, you know. So you're saying you met him and stuff, like, doesn't mean he actually went there. But I know what you mean. Like, it is interesting that you've met him, but it's.
I would say that's more that in context when you're talking about like people that have gone to space. I actually have met this guy. Like I've spoke to him personally. Now I haven't spoke to him personally about going to space, but this was years before he actually did it, and he was talking to me about actually going to space. Like he was saying he was going to do this. Like, and that's the last thing I remember him saying. I only met him like 3 or 4 times in my life. Like, and of course, he meets a lot of people. He's a very wealthy individual, and I was one of those bystanders that he'll never fucking remember my name. He'll know my uncle for sure. Like they're good friends. Like, but me personally, he won't ever remember. You know, like, but it was one of those things I took away from. Like he told me in that very brief moment that he was going to space, and that was back in like 2000 and God, it had to be shit when he told me that it was like 2000 and fuck, it had to be like 2015, 2014, maybe 2012, man, maybe 2012. Like it was that long ago. And I don't even know when he went to space, but it was way later. Way fucking later. But he had it planned out, and nobody's supposed to know that he took his father's ashes up to the ISS and hid them somewhere. But I know that through my uncle. Like he actually did that. I don't even know if I should be telling that like to anybody, but that actually happened.
It's not like we're live streaming or anything.
Mate, the horizon is flat from the ISS, so regardless if you went there,
By the way,
what's the point?
I was joking. We are live streaming. Enigmatic.
Yeah, well, when you got my information, man. That's what I got. Like, what are you live streaming to?
YouTube, Twitch, Odyssey.
Well, verify it. Do what you can. I guess maybe that was something I shouldn't say, but I mean, all that shit's verifiable, man. Like, it's the truth.
What'd you say, Gerald?
The horizon is flat from the ISS. Some guy goes up there regularly, posted a photo on Instagram. It's like from 2012, and you see it's a flat horizon. And all the photos after that is when they started using the fisheye lens to curve it. So even if this bloke went into space per se, I don't get the point here.
I don't really think that makes sense. Like, you can't have a flat horizon at that altitude. Above
You can. That's the whole point.
Well, we can tell you what that value would be in arc radians. I think it's about 0.05 arc radian, maybe 1 arc radian at ISS level. No, even below that, 1,000 miles. So even at 1,000 miles, you only see 1 arc radian of curvature. So that's almost barely negligible.
I mean, even Geo would argue with you about a flat Earth having a flat horizon. Like, it doesn't make intuitive sense because the Earth's not
So
going.
what the fuck just happened? Where do we go off on now? Like, now we just like debate. Like, what the hell just happened?
Good question.
I'm playing a game, and I'm not listening too much. All I can hear about is some guy going to space. I mean, if
So
he's
you're
going to
live,
the ISS,
you're
what's
live
the point?
streaming and you're trying to revert to something that's gonna like go back to like your rhetoric. Like, is that what just happened? Like, I feel like it is. Like, what's so important that you have to say now? Like,
Who are you talking to?
you.
Talking about the facts that the horizon is flat from the ISS. So someone went to so-called space. They went to low Earth orbit. And what does there get out of that? Like, who gives a shit about this guy going to space if this guy knows?
Well, not just him, like many other people that have done this.
What are you trying to
Like,
say, though? Because they didn't go past low Earth orbit. No one's been past the Van Allen belt. So it's not like he went out floating near the moon or something. That's impossible.
oh, so it's like, are you like doing some weird flat Earth claim? Is that what is this a flat Earth thing?
Well,
Like,
yes, that is the whole. Usually, that is the magnum opus.
oh, I didn't know that.
When
I
you
didn't know we
refer
were
to space, like, what are you saying? You're referring to low Earth orbit, correct?
Yeah, fair enough. That's ISS. It's low Earth orbit, I guess. If you want, yeah.
Well, there you go. So it's not really that amazing
But
of a thing.
you said orbit in yourself. So orbit is, what does orbit mean? That's going around orbit. It's in itself Latin.
Well, you go high enough in the sky, you wouldn't expect to just stand still, would you? There is wind. There's, I wouldn't know exactly. Of course, you're
The
going
fuck
to
does
move.
wind have to do with it, man? Now, there's no wind in space.
Well, you go high, yeah. Well, you go high up enough, you're going to move. That's the point. So that's what orbit is.
Yeah, well, we have orbit because of what? Rotation. Rotation.
Yeah, you don't just go up high. If you go up high, go up 10,000 miles, you'll fall right back down to the Earth.
Yeah, but the Earth isn't necessarily moving. The Earth isn't necessarily rotating for that to happen.
How so? How is it not necessarily rotating?
It is rotating on the basis, like, if you want to do like some weird grand claim of just denial of science and this, that, and the third, like, I don't even know where I'm
It's
going.
not just me, mate. Millions of people.
Do it. You can't do it.
He said if you go
It
high
just
enough,
doesn't work.
He said if you go up high enough, you'll float. So obviously he doesn't understand
No, well, you're going to move.
How are you going to move? Why are you going to move?
Balloons move. Why do balloons move?
What do you mean? Some balloons on a calm day they don't move that much; they go straight up.
Like in the air, like in our atmosphere. Why do balloons move? Like because of
Yeah,
air
because
and
of wind.
Okay, there's no wind in space.
If you're hovering somehow in the sky, with whatever contraption, it's going to move left, right, and center. There you go. The Earth doesn't necessarily need to move.
Correct, but and you can be.
dude, that's where gravity comes in. And I know, like, if you're on the flat Earth claim, you're not gonna believe in fucking gravity. But the problem that it has is that if you deny gravity, you defy all science, like from the beginning of time. Like this was a developed thing with our species. This is a developed idea throughout our species that gravity is like a real thing. It wasn't necessarily this, that, or third, or these people that did this. This is a basic concept of like this thing will drop, like
Yeah,
in
well,
space.
that can be up to density and allegedly electrostatics is
No,
the
that's not
downwards
true either.
vector.
Because you can
Electrostatics
easily.
has nothing
How
to
is that
do with.
not true?
Well,
That's
it
the
does.
downward
It
vector.
does.
Everything else is density.
Nope, because you can actually have these different density objects. Put them in a box, drop them, put a GoPro in there, and watch all the objects: helium balloons, air balloons, gold, lead, water drop, whatever you put in there. Regardless of the density, everything will float and have no bias to any direction whatsoever. So that shows that
Right, in a
density is not
vacuum.
that shows that density is not any kind of a force here, because that's how you can actually do a scientific methodology and prove that independent variable of changing of density, for example, cannot do anything, cannot create any kind of bias. So we know it's not density.
Well, think about
Well,
dragging on
incoherent electrostatics.
think about the human context of weight,
That
right?
as well.
Like,
You put in Faraday cages, everything.
like people that are heavier, people that are fat and heavier tend to not move around as well, right? Like that's a concept. Like it seems to it's a simple concept. It should be very common sense understood. That's gravity. Like it detriments health. Like it hurts people, and that should be one of the more important reasons why it's relevant. Like besides
Well,
anything
they're
else, man.
denser.
Yes, because you're fatter.
Yeah,
You're dense.
denser. There you go. Density. That's why I brought up density.
But density brings up bone structure and
Yeah, gravity is just a
organ
concept.
structure and health structure. Like it's very important. Like more so than your vitamin D or whatever you're taking in. That is more
You
relevant
talk
to
about
health.
the fat when you talk about someone being overweight and not being able to move. So I don't know why you're bringing up all this other shit. Like they're obviously denser because of the
It's
fat.
the same thing. It's density, right? Like it's density. Now, people that have muscle mass density are different because that combats gravity, right? Like people that have high muscle structure compared to high fat content, they can fight the gravity, so their bone structure actually is healthier, right?
Yeah, but gravity is just a concept, mate. Let's talk about gravity. It's never been proven other than the Cavendish experiment,
You're
which
right.
is a
You're right.
misinterpretation.
It's a
So
theory,
it's a
but
concept.
it's a theory that has been not proven, but throughout
No, it's
throughout
not true. There's a law of gravity.
throughout everything in
Hold on.
history.
Maybe you haven't learned about this, but there is a law of gravity that it's indisputable, never been contradicted in any circumstances whatsoever. And then there's a theory of gravity about what really causes this gravity to effects to occur. So there is a law of gravity, and everyone accepts it. It's like I said, never been disproven. So you're wrong about that, Gerald.
Well, the Earth is down and the sky is up, right? So that's apparently the law of gravity. But what I've heard is the
No, it's not.
scientific
It
explanation
has
comes
to
from
do with the force
incoherent
applied to masses
electrostatics.
that is proportional to the mass. So the greater the mass, the greater the force. That's how you.
Yes.
That's why when you drop things, they all fall at the same rate. As long as you're not adding other forces in there that will contradict, and counteract those forces, like why planes don't come to the ground or why balloons
And
go
with
up.
these laws of understanding, or with this understanding, whether it be theory or law, that is why the human species has progressed as far as we are. If you start negating these things, then we're just degressing, right?
Well, not really, mate. So you can take away that things fall at a certain speed, right? There you go. You don't have to make up some other shit. We can just acknowledge that there's a constant here.
But what are
and
we
observe it
acknowledging?
and work
Nothing?
with it.
We're going
You
back
can
to
work with
standard.
it through technology.
If you take away and if you don't acknowledge it, then you're back on standard one.
Well, no
right?
one's denying that things fall at a certain speed, right? So there you go.
Okay, but I don't want to bring up the word mathematics. That sucks because I hate math. Like, I can't even verify it. But just the way that things go, man, and the way that everything's developed throughout hundreds of years, like two centuries. Like,
So now you're generalizing shit. You're just generalizing.
Okay, yeah. Well, generalizing what? Like human
All
knowledge?
right, I'll go off on another topic.
That's human knowledge. What do you mean generalizing? I'm
Reality is a
generalizing.
hologram, right?
Like, so
And
what? Just
our
because we've
dreams
had
can replicate our reality.
of
So is there gravity in our dreams? Hang
We've
on, I'll ask
gotten
you a
to
question. Is there gravity in our dreams?
that people have the audacity to start fucking denying it. Like that's
No,
the
it's denying that things fall at a certain speed. We're denying this bullshit gravity about, revolves around the idea of a ball and all this. Things can
that's
fall
fair, but most
because
people
it's
that
a
are denying
hologram.
it have no other claim because they deny science and they deny everything in general. What's your counterclaim?
Science is a broad term. What I'm asking you, thought experiment, is why do things fall in a dream and why do our dreams mimic our reality? Literally something experienced in our brain.
So many things are based off of this, like so many societal development in itself, technological development is based off of it. Like science is developed, culture is developed off of this
You're
basic
generalizing and you're strawmanning by saying that. It's such a broad terminology. Just saying
No,
science.
I'm not strawmanning. You're strawmanning by saying you're denying a claim without a counterclaim. Like there's no counterclaim on you. Like when you go into
There is a
history,
counterclaim.
with you counterclaiming and like saying straight up, like you're denying it. You're denying everything, right? There's nothing that you can say.
I'm not denying the fact that things can fall at a certain speed, and that's the point. You originally said that gravity has never been proven. Therefore, it's never been proven. Therefore, it doesn't fucking exist. Therefore, everything else that we can work around with, the information that is allegedly claimed to be caused from gravity, may still exist, but it's caused by other factors such as incoherent electrostatics. I'm pretty sure Whitsitt talks about this a lot.
Incoherent electrostatics. I don't know.
Look it up if you want to know what the downward vector is. You don't know what it means. There you go. So you're just talking shit.
No, I'm not talking shit. I'm just saying, like, at
And
least
then you're
like
saying, I deny gravity, which has never been proven. Therefore, all the science I deny, blah, blah, blah.
Okay. All right, man.
That's your point, man.
No. My point is that like you have no counterclaim to anything. Like it's just a denial of everything.
Oh, jeez, you don't get what I'm saying, do you?
Is that strawmanning? Am I strawmanning you with that claim? Like,
yes, you're generalizing. You're being extremely broad. That's the problem.
Okay.
Why don't you answer this? So, if our dreams in our consciousness when we are asleep can replicate our reality, is there gravity in our dreams? Why do things fall? Why do we appear to see human forms and all these things in our dreams that mimic reality as we experience it?
Things still fall in our dreams.
Possible. Yeah, that's my point. Is there gravity in our dreams?
No,
or
it's
is it just a
understanding.
hologram?
Our understanding. Come on, man. Like, get out of here with that. Come on now.
No, you give me a good reason. Is there gravity? Is there gravity? How is it being experienced? It's a hologram, right?
Yes. Dreams are perception of reality and experience.
And how is that possible? Do you know anything about that? Let me guess. You have no fucking idea.
Psychology, my friend. Like it's just basic psychology. Like you're not going to dream. you're not going to dream something other than what you've seen or had experience in the past. Like you're not going to dream of mermaids if you've never seen a fucking mermaid in your life, right? But no,
So
you'll
what if
watch
this
the
reality
Little
is a
Mermaid,
dream of
you'll watch
something that's happened in the
the
past?
Disney Channel Little Mermaid at one point in your life, and then some point later you might dream of fucking mermaids. Nobody knew what a fucking mermaid was. You're not gonna be born knowing what a fucking mermaid is.
The
Like,
point
my
was the physics of our dreams. It appears to have physics.
there's no physics in dreams. Come on, dude, where are you going at? Come on now. Get out of here.
Things
Like, what
appear as a reality and they fall and they
physics in
have forms. Therefore, there must be physics in our dreams.
physics
No?
in dreams. The physics is
Yes.
the physic. If you're going that route, the physics are the physics that we know as a person while we dream. That's why we dream about the basic physics of a dream. Like, my God, like I don't understand where you're losing me here. Like you're losing me. Like this is a basic concept that everybody should fucking know. Like you're not going to dream of anything that you haven't experienced in your life. Simple as that.
I've never experienced flying and I fly quite often in my dreams. So.
But you understand the idea of flying, and you can imagine that you're flying, therefore you can fly in your dreams.
All right. So according to you, what we experience is base reality. Our dreams is what? Some sort of secondary reality. What if it just goes back in fractals?
That's a fair assumption. I think that's a good assumption. I mean, yeah, we know that things that happen in dreams can be like outlandish and like far fetched and this, that, the third, but in reality, they're only based off of context that you've already seen in the past. Now you're not going to
So how do
start
you experience it? Let's talk about the dream itself. How is it experienced? Holographically, right?
holograph. Okay.
Well, that would be the only concept to explain the dream, is that it's a hologram. And our consciousness is in tune to that. I'm not an expert on it. But reality is the same way. So we can look deeply into why things fall and why things are the way they are, but it's like, it has to be like that, put it simply, That's
Because
the
in
whole
our
experience.
it is that way.
Things aren't going to float and we're not going to float because then nothing would exist. So you can look into things too much, right? But then you're just complicating things. What we can observe is that things fall at a certain rate and blah, 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 and there's certain mathematics.
If you're trying to revert it back to like some weird flat earth stuff, man, like I can tell you, speculation's a good thing. I agree. Like speculation's a great thing for everybody to do, but it can also become dangerous because if you start speculating about certain topics, man, you're taking away from like what makes your life important. And what not only what like you're taking away from like what
So the globe makes my life important.
not important. I misinterpreted myself. I'm trying to put the words correctly here because this is a tough one. This is a tough one. But you're taking away from what will make you more valuable in society, which is more important.
And what's that, going to space, going to Mars? Is that what will make me important?
At that point, that's on everybody else to interpret. But I think what I said was pretty clear.
Nothing to do with consciousness or the soul or reincarnation. It's about going to Mars.
That's my personal feelings about it. But I really do think that people can waste their time on a lot of it. To me, it's illogical. Although there is a lot of logic that goes into it, ultimately it ends up illogical. And I think people spend a lot of their time.
Well, it is illogical because it's a different form of thinking, right? It's more creative and it uses a different part of the brain.
But it's something that people will hit on. They see the logic in it and then see the logic how to get out of it. And I think some people get stuck, and they
Man, no one
just
gets stuck. You only get stuck if you fucking have no idea and you haven't had experience.
Oh,
Like they say, once you go flat, you never go back, and there's a reason people say that.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised.
Well, I would be surprised about Elon going to Mars, buying Twitter. He's busy buying Twitter and trolling.
Dude, honestly,
Surprised about the pedophiles.
Who
Hey?
gives, right? Like, who gives a shit?
About
Go
what?
work, be part of the capitalist society. Like, do something, right? Like,
That's what I'm doing. I work almost every day, mate.
exactly. Like, at least be a part of that cog. Don't fucking be a cog on some like weird lie that's happening and
Everyone
start.
has hobbies and interests. What's wrong with that? Some of us are into different things. Some of us are into real reality. Let's say that.
I get that, but so the Wiccans, the Wiccans like myself, we think that, and the spiritual people think this, the flat earthers think this, the fucking juggalos think this. Like, it's all the same shit
Yeah, it is the same.
over and over
Definitely.
again. Like,
It's yin and yang, really. It's very basic.
it's just people trying to find a group like to get along with, man. That's all it is. And there's always some hierarchy of it to where it's culty shit, dude. We all fall into culty platforms, right? And
We're
it's all
humans, yeah. Tribalism.
it's all fucking culty. And the flat earth stuff, man, it eats me alive because like I feel like people have an opportunity to have like I feel
To
like
go to Mars. We have an opportunity to go to Mars with Elon Musk.
dude,
Or go to the moon and have a beer.
in my personal experience, man, the flat earth guys remind me of juggalos, man. They're just fucking juggalos, man.
Juggalos. I've never heard
guys-
that before. I don't even know what that means.
They have nothing else to fucking find, and they have no desire to.
Defined, actually. We don't have any interest in the fucking going to Mars or the plasma moon because we know it's not possible. We have interest in our own consciousness and how we got here and what's beyond and where we were before and what's after. So actually, it's extremely more deep and vast than whatever fucking interest globers have. Like,
Yeah, well,
you don't know what a fucking dream is for your life. No one knows what a dream is. Actually, lots of us do know what a dream is because it ties in with what consciousness is. And the now and things like this.
I didn't mean any disrespect by saying that. That's how I view it, me personally. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
you probably haven't had consciousness, like altering experiences and things like this. Maybe your soul isn't old enough. I don't know.
I just simply see it as a group of people that find their knowledge. Like, there's of course a hierarchy there. There's some people that have like convincing knowledge on some points, and then they have a bunch of people following them, man. And the flat earth guys, like, although maybe the hierarchy has like some good points, I feel like they just like bait and switch, and like they feed off people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and then those are the guys they have arguing for them, and they train them. Like, that's where it gets culty, right? Like, they train them to fucking argue people against the flat earth stuff. Like, come on, man. Like, let's go on. Like, this doesn't have to be a fucking big thing. Like,
well, it kind of is a big thing. That's the problem, because people wouldn't be talking about it for so long and so intensely for so many hours a day if it wasn't a big thing.
No, it's not a big thing, but that's why it's so dumb and so fucked up that it like that people believe in this stuff, that people are interested, and that's bait click, man. That's bait click
it's
stuff.
dumb and fucked up.
Right now, just wait to
'cause you have
clarify
no
what you're
idea.
saying, because I jumped in when I heard you on the live stream say something about, you said don't be a cog in a stupid lie, right? You said don't be in a cog in a stupid lie. That's good advice, but what if you're a cog in a stupid lie and you don't even realize it?
Well, we're in a lie that works, at least.
That you say no more. As long as it works, it doesn't matter if it's a lie.
Well, that's how society works in general, and
I
that's
agree.
something need to
I agree. I
understand.
actually agree with your sentiment there. That's the one upside to it, is that it keeps people in this, functioning society, and maybe they wouldn't function as well if they were talking about their dreams or, philosophically pondering the shape of the earth too much all day. I can understand that point of view. But I mean, don't put down something you don't understand. If you think that flat earth is just like a bunch of people talking about something stupid, and I mean, come on, why would they have to
Look,
train people to
I
argue
do
with
not
us,
think
right?
it's something stupid to like contemplate, because like I really do think it's a very like I think it's I th- I think it's a very smart point of view. I think people should think about that and like actually question it. But I also think that people are succumb to uh I think people tend to, especially young people, are influenced by this idea. And without going further, they're so influenced on this idea that they don't go any farther because they find groups of people like they find a group. Let me just put it that way. I don't want to put you guys
Well, if they
or
found no, but if they found a group that's actually trying to go further as a group, that's different, right?
well, it just acknowledges their ideas, right? So like they have
Well,
denial.
there's a difference
They have
between
denial.
there's a difference between an
They have
echo
denial.
chamber and a group that's actually being dynamic and actually trying to influence, further study in other areas, right?
Well, you don't have to even go that far though, because I really do feel like when it gets into the culty aspect, I think that people, young people, like especially in their like early like late teens, because that typically is the route that people go to in the culty aspect. Like those are the people that you're gonna try to manipulate ideas with, right? And once you start taking like young people's ideas and manipulating them, you're taking away their aspect of learning otherwise.
Well,
You
then what
know?
about like if they, like so just if you've considered it that if the spinning globe is a lie and it's not truth, then you're taking away their opportunities to actually learn where they are and learn about themselves or learn the truth about life in general, right?
Yeah, so if you go into the spiritual aspect, here's another problem. If you start going into the spiritual aspect and the denial of science altogether, you take away from a young person's uh
So
idea to get on
generalizing.
Yeah,
society. So
that is an oversimplification of it, because if you think that saying that the globe is not a spinning ball is just denying science altogether, that's just a total misunderstanding of what we're talking about and why we're here.
no, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if people focus on this more so than other aspects of education and life, it will detriment their well-being in the future. That's all I'm saying.
How will it
Right, but what if there
detriment
was more
their
discoveries to
well-being?
make? Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, you guys are probably like you guys are probably older. You guys make pretty well off money, right? Now, when you take an idea like this, it takes away from young people to try to better themselves because they just say fuck it. Like everybody's lying to me. Like everybody's fucking
No, I'll tell
like
you one thing, mate.
lie.
So
Like
my generation, they see videos, on TikTok and stuff. Say there's a video of Earth and space. All the top comments they're all saying, "Oh, I'm so small, nothing matters. Nothing matters, blah, blah, blah." Do you see what I'm saying? It's like when you realize
Big
that's not
opposite.
actually true, it is the opposite. Everything matters because everything is experienced now in the hologram. Everything is, as real as it gets here. We're not just a speck of nothing. We are everything. So your point there is completely incorrect.
no, I fully agree with what you're saying, like full heartedly. But that's something that's a developmental spiritual level of like idealism, like of just like that. That's a grander idealism of, but that won't help you in societal gain, right? Like, so when young people are trying to like sustain themselves and create I don't want to say wealth, but like create like a sustainable environment for themselves and their families. Like when they get on grand ideas like this, they just give up on life. Like
No,
Well,
and
that
then
that,
quite
that
the
could be
opposite.
that could be the case, but what about like there's a whole new field of science that isn't even being acknowledged because of the focus on the science that isn't true, and these people are
Exactly. And
being,
there's a lot of money in it.
yeah, there's like
yes,
a whole new all these new opportunities once you realize that you're not a spinning ball. You're like, wait, what else aren't we being told? Wait a
Well,
minute. There's like all these dynamics to this
feel
place
like
that could be taken advantage of. Like the next Tesla could be born and only go through the system we have and not even realize what the truth is or discover his potential because he's focused on this spinning ball lie.
well,
So
we
many
realize,
people are craving
realize it as we go
spirituality.
along. We realize it as we go along. You know, I mean, not all of us are fucking Nikolai Tesla or like this, that, and the third. We have a huge fucking grand species of young children and people that believe these things. There's intelligent ones, there's dumb ones, and there's this, that, and the third. But we have to have a guiding line here. We have to have a guiding line here for the species to work.
Well, but if
And
you knew for sure that we're not on a spinning ball, do you think that the guiding line should change or should it just stay the same with the same lie?
well, I think it can be adaptive, but I think we should go for true knowledge. I agree with that. Like truth is important.
Yeah,
The truth.
very good. You said you're into Wicca. What do you get into with the Wicca? What's that? How does that give you some truth?
So I've practiced all religions in my life, man. 34 years old, grew up like Catholic, like went through every fucking religion. I studied so much into religion, especially in my college years. Like I dropped out of college just because I was studying religion so much. I was more concerned about like how people felt and like I was just more curious about that than I was my college studies.
So you got
And
distracted yourself. So you're kind of projecting a little bit when you talk about how people can get distracted with things a little bit, right?
yeah,
Because you got
well, yeah,
distracted with that.
that's exactly true. So I'm trying to like, and again, what I say, I ain't right. We're none of us are right. It's just a perspective, right? Like that's my personal perspective. Like,
Makes you self-aware there. That's your own perspective.
Yeah.
Yes. But I have studied a lot of different things. I've done a lot of, and I will tell you that I have come to the realization of just simple, I think when you get older, you just kind of just start to succumb. Only because of the fact that you start
Practical things.
realizing how unimportant you are to things. Like when you're young, you think like you can change the world, and you think your grand ideas are going to do this, that, and the third. But in reality, man, the older you get, you start realizing like, hey, man, I'm closer to death, man. Like
You can change the world. It's just you give up.
But yeah,
Yeah,
you're changing the world right now. People that are listening to you might be changed just a little bit, and that little change that they get from whatever you're saying, that insight you might provide, that spreads to another person, and it's like everyone changes the world with everything they do. I understand what you were saying though about like this miraculous feat that we all kind of think is going to happen in this movie fashion way, and that's kind of the psyop in a way.
the best way I can describe it from my realization is that recognize that our species is a very young species as far as like anything goes.
Well, it's a devolved species, actually. It's not young.
We're not as intelligent as we think we are. Of course, we're the top.
Maybe we were way more intelligent before, and like you just said, we're
exactly.
devolved.
We're the top
We are
tier.
devolved.
We're at the top tier intelligence. Like, don't get me wrong, but we're not as intelligent as we think we are. Like, for some reason, the human species, in my opinion, we think we're so goddamn smart, but we're not. In my opinion, we're not there yet. Like, we
were there, mate.
Got
1,000 years ago, and we
well,
fell
you
from
get
grace.
your stuff. Like, we're the same. We're the same exact people from 1,000 years ago, man. We just have better technology and better understanding and better learning. And like,
But it seems like when you look into it, it's the opposite. Like they might have had better technology in the past, and that they took it away from us, and they made it so that we have
Correct.
we had to start over and go through
Yeah,
these
but then you're
ages
gonna
that
go
they were
into
like
some weird. You're gonna go
stringing.
into some.
It's just an idea. I'm not saying it is that way, but it does seem like it is. It
It
does
could.
seem
It's
like
It definitely is.
a possibility for sure, but why? Like it wouldn't make
Because
sense.
of the buildings that we built. Just look at the buildings. Just look at how they could build so intricately compared to today. All these things, even languages, was so much more
Dude, what do you
complicated, like
mean?
Old Norse compared to.
We built grand structures
That was
I
so intricate that we can't replicate today. That's just a little point. You ask what the point is.
because building structures nowadays that they could never even fathom in the past. So
What,
that's
a tall block, a tall fucking rectangle, and this, that's what a skyscraper is, and that's what you're
Dude,
talking about. No, it's not that impressive.
Forge fucking steel structures to go like the highest points in human history and tell me that like we can't fucking do that. It might be a
can't
mystery.
build that shit that we used to.
Built this grand structure in Egypt at one time. But that's negating human knowledge, man. We
I'm
haven't
talking
gone
about churches as well.
Dude,
even 200 years ago.
Dude, man, we built grand structures since then. Like you have to. I know we're so used to seeing it that we're like, oh, it's not spectacular because it's in front of our fucking faces. So we like to look back on.
They lack intricacy.
pyramids.
That's the point.
We like to look back on these other grand structures in the past. But dude, look at what we built nowadays. Like, really think these are
It's a
spectacular.
rectangle.
Dude,
They
we
build
built
rectangles.
Spectacular things like just in our lifetimes. Like we've built spectacular monuments, man.
No, we've never built a monument. When modern world build a fucking monument for anything?
Well,
There's
there's
no
no
spirituality today.
relevancy. There's no idealism to it because it's just so. It became normal. But for you to be like, oh yeah, the ancient pyramids were so fucking
I'm not
grand.
talking about
And then you
pyramids.
look at New York City and you're like, holy shit, that's nothing. Like, fuck, we're gonna look back on.
Look at the Notre Dame and these beautiful churches all across Europe.
And still worship the pyramids of Giza when we have a fucking whole city
I'm
that's
not
got.
talking about the pyramids. Look at the intricacy of the past. The point is intricacy.
Of course, it takes interest. How do you think we developed these cities, man? Like
There's nothing intricate about a fucking city. It's just advertisements and rectangles and neon lights.
And then you get into more complex structures like a city, like a fucking city.
And they're all rectangles and neon lights and advertisements. There's nothing. No. You look at every little detail of the past churches that they used to build. And that's just one thing. That's not even, what was built before that, and things like Atlantis before the mud flood and things like this, which is obviously, according to you, probably a crackpot.
Why do we even have to speculate on that? Like, that's the weird thing.
What's all speculation? It's like it is a reality. It's just something you haven't really probably looked into or.
No, it's nothing of looking into, man. It's just like everybody takes what we have for granted so much, and we look at the past like, oh, how is this ancient? You realize that was only a couple hundred years ago. Like it wasn't that long ago. These people were building fucking rocks into fucking pyramids, and now we have like full fucking skyscrapers, and people are still like, wow. Like those ancient fucking people had more knowledge than we did. Oh my god. No, they
Well, how many people are killing themselves today compared to the past? Probably very,
What do you mean? Like
consciousness in, clearly it's a reflection what we build in the world we live in. So you're talking about these cities and shit. What are these cities built upon? Nihilism, materialism, shit. It's just a rectangle with advertisements and neon lights. It's not that great. Sorry.
So now you're
mixing. You're talking about cities. Most of them were originally formulated,
you're mixing psychology
in the 1800s.
Yeah. So what? That's happened too.
We're slowly devolving.
No, we're evolving.
According to you, you think seem to think
Why
so.
would you think we're
All
devolving?
evidence says otherwise. The only thing you can like bring up as to why we're evolving is that we can somehow, we know penicillin and antibiotics and things like that. That's the only thing I could understand.
I can even go further than that. You have to think about the construct of multiple societies coming together. That takes time to collaborate. Multiple religions, multiple like idealism, like it takes time to
Globalism.
collaborate ideas.
So now we're talking about the Illuminati.
Yeah, you can cry about it all day or say like just that.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
That's a fucking grand idea, right? Like that's ultimate society.
No,
Like it
not
doesn't
really.
have to be like when you add the Illuminati into it, that's some weird conspiracy that's already been put into place. But in the reality of it, a grand gesture of just human peace is not a bad idea. Now, the idea of having one person in control of this whole idea, that's when it comes to the Illuminati. That's kind of shitty, right? Like we all hate that idea. But governing
And it's
factors in
real.
the world has always been a thing, and it probably always will. And we're not going to see all we can see in our lifetimes is progress, because sadly, all of us will be waiting until we see what we want to actually happen.
Well, you're a very positive thinker, aren't you?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's positive or negative. It's just is what it is. Like we're
Well,
not.
I see the opposite, mate. I think lots of us see that the world is not going to get better, right? How has the world been better since 2012? It hasn't. It's slowly getting worse. People are becoming more depressed. Men's testosterone has dropped like considerably, over triple. Everyone's being fucked over by the pharmaceutical industry.
It's adaptation. That's all it is.
It's not getting better. The human experience is getting worse, and that is a fact.
You remember when your father or your mother used to listen to music back in the day, and you're like, "Yeah, that music fucking
And they
sucks."
had the best time in the fucking 80s, and things were so cheap.
We called
You
it
could
fossil.
buy a house.
Goddamn idea. Like just because like our generation doesn't agree with how things are happening or how things are changing doesn't mean it is
Well, the
wrong.
60s were peak. The 60s were peak. Mate, I'm only 22. I can't buy a house to save my life. I'd have to work every single day for like fucking how many years? The point is, human experience is not getting better. It's getting considerably fucking worse.
Don't get off of the societal structure of things. Look at the grand idea. Like, don't worry about in this conversation anyway. You can't look at the financial aspects. Look at the grand idea of what's happening. Because now you're just taking on some points. Like you're taking on a financial structure of like what it is to be
Everything
fair.
is so much more expensive. You can't get a house. Not only that, like I said, hormones are dropping considerably. All these things are just becoming really bad for the human experience.
People from Africa are actually taking a leg up, and like
what is Africa?
People from impoverished areas.
Africa gets slightly bigger, get some fucking water. Look,
laugh if you want, but people from impoverished areas are taking a leg up. So what's going to happen to the world market? It's going to make everything more expensive for everybody else. That is one of the consequences, man. Is that our generation is going to take a heavier hit to make it fair worldwide.
You mean there'll be no white people left, and so all these other countries,
No,
billions of people will take over the Western world, and there's no such thing as a European anymore. We're gone. We're going extinct.
It's a weird assumption that you would make because you obviously went to race or anything. I wasn't talking about that at all
You were talking about impoverished nations, and you're talking about people that aren't Western European. That's basically what it means.
I'm taking
and they're coming into our countries now, and whatever. Sure, I'm not racist, but what I'm saying is that's your point, and they're just going to take over the whole world.
Oh, my point is,
according to you,
and everything's becoming even slowly. It's trying to get to that even state. And now people like in our generation are going to complain about like this, that, or the third. Oh, I can't get a house or anything. What about these people that never had a house? Like, what about this? You know, what
Well,
about
if they
what
didn't
about
have a house, then the people before them probably didn't have a house, or they did heaps of drugs. You see my point? Maybe they could build a fucking little
what are you
straw
saying?
hut. I don't care.
They're not worthy of a house?
Well, they
That's
probably
not
have land. No, but who are you talking about? Who doesn't have a house? Everyone has a house. If someone's given birth to a child, then obviously their previous generations have had a house. Otherwise, they're what? They're living in the bush. I don't get it. It's not a good point, bro. I'm sorry.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
No, you're talking about someone not getting a house, getting a house. But how are they going to get a house? Things are so fucking expensive these days.
Work harder than your peers.
Yeah, but in the 80s or the 60s, you could have bought a house fucking butt cheap, and now today you can't.
Young people tend to say that, man, but keep working and it'll happen for you, man. It just will happen.
Right, maybe back in the day, 100, 200 years ago, you could go out, explore new land, build a house, or you could buy a house cheap. Today, fuck no. You got some bloke coming out internationally who's gonna rack your shit.
Everybody says that, man. Us in Texas, we blame the Californians. We blame everybody from New York. Everybody's moving from everywhere and making housing properties
It's
go up.
probably true, bro. Here in Australia, we have all fucking internationals coming in. Indians, Chinese, you name it. They're all taking all the properties of the Australian people. Well, not the Aboriginal, but you know what I'm saying? Like the colonizers per se. But we don't fucking have any.
Dude,
We
fair
can't do
market.
anything.
Fair market.
As a
These guys
younger.
are harder than you, obviously, because you ain't getting where you want to be, and they're working better than you are. So you ain't working hard.
Because they probably have generational wealth. We're not working hard enough. I work manual fucking labor. And the point is, I can barely get a house to rent. I don't have to work fucking hard, and I'm renting some fucking little shithole. That's cool. But, like, man, it's not as good as it was.
It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen as fast as you want it to, man. Be patient. Find yourself a career. Dig your career in. Find other jobs, man. Build your own thing, man. Don't blame other people. You'll get
Yeah,
there,
whatever.
man. If you're an intelligent, if you're an intelligent individual and you're a young kid, so I guarantee you're just eager and you're pissed off because you think you deserve more money than you're actually worth. Like, you'll get what you're worth eventually, man. I promise you. I promise you. As long as you work hard.
Yeah.
You work hard.
I think you realize how many people that exist in countries like India and China. There's billions of them. And there's not that many houses in Western societies.
They deserve a shot too, motherfucker. You got to work harder than them because they're working hard.
Yeah, but they're breeding like rabbits and they're taking all your shit.
Yeah, well, what gives you a right to have any opportunity more than them? Like, quit feeling entitled.
Generational, you know, who built the country and who built the fucking original places.
Dude, like, look at your fucking
generational.
Hey? Just slaughter the people to build the country. These generations.
Yeah, cool. If they come in, right, and they build their own fucking houses, that'd be awesome. But not even look, they can't do that because people already own the properties. People already own the land because of generational shit, right? So they can't even do that. Which
you're totally stolen from other people.
Hey?
Did you realize the racism that you're speaking right now? It's like it's ridiculous. Like, it's
I'm not
just,
being racist, bro. I'm just being straightforward with how I see things.
It's literally you're pissed off because you're not making money because of a different people is coming in and like taking away from you. Like, dude, come on now. Like, get out of here, man. Work harder, man. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do.
And wages are going to go down because there's so many people looking for work because you have people in these other countries.
Wages up. Work harder. Know your worth. Get your worth. If you think you're worth more money than these people, then fucking get it. Like, that's the world we live in now. Like, go get it. Quit bitching about it and complaining about it. Go get it. It'll take you some time, man. Be patient a little bit because you're not going to get it overnight, especially if you're young. But find yourself an
I'm
industry.
sure it's easy. No, you do the right thing. Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
Learn your craft, man. Learn your craft, get good at it, be better at it. Create value in yourself. Don't blame other people. Don't blame other people, man. You
I'm
can't
not
do
blaming
that. You'll get a
I'm
house,
not
man.
blaming it.
You're an intelligent
Yeah.
motherfucker. You're a hardworking motherfucker. You'll get a house, and you'll still bitch about it later. You'll still bitch about the same damn thing you're bitching about now after you have a house. But you will get a house, man. If you're a
Well,
hardworking
I won't be
individual,
bitching. Actually, I will be. I
well,
will be because the Europeans are dying out. So they're going to get worse, bro. Yeah,
keep
nah,
working.
that's right.
If you're a smart individual, you'll get a house. Now I'll shut up for a minute. I'll let everybody else talk, but I will tell you that, man. That's the one advice I got you, man. Like, work hard, you will get a house.
What do you do? You have a house?
I do have a house.
What do you do for a job, or what kind of work?
I was in wastewater treatment. I was a wastewater treatment operator for many years, and now I'm in the chemical sales. And that's, I can tell you, like, that's a big jump in pay increase. I will say that.
Wastewater management.
Well, no, don't laugh at it that he's doing.
I'm joking. I'm joking. This is funny, man.
Yeah, you can laugh all you want to, but that's
No,
Nah, come
the
on, bro.
chemical sales. I
That's
don't know, for
pretty
some
funny.
reason, is it fluoride that you're selling now, or what is the chemical?
more polymers. But
Okay.
So you're putting
What do you think?
polymers in the water.
What do you think about fluoride in the water? Huh? You heard about that?
I think it's very good for. I think it's very
Good
beneficial.
for your teeth. Good for your
What if
teeth.
you found out? What if you found out it's not good for you? Like, there's a difference between sodium fluoride and calcium fluoride, and like they put the sodium fluoride in the water, which is actually a chemical that is part of the processing of aluminum that is bad for you and makes you docile and all these other things that we're de-evolving, it seems.
Well,
Part of the
nothing
reason, you know.
necessarily that we're aiming for. It was the survival of people because it takes out E. coli. It takes out a lot of like very dangerous bacteria. Now it's low levels. It's low levels of
Are you
water.
talking about chlorine? You talking about chlorination?
That's
Or are you talking
chlorine.
about fluoride.
All of
Fluoride. Not chloride. Fluoride.
Yeah, fluoride, chlorine, chloramines, like chlorides, like fluorine, like it's all the same. They're water treatment principles that were initiated, not for fucking some weird mind control gimmick. It was a initial, although in the past they used high levels of fluoride, which did tend to have detrimental effects, but ultimately it made so many people survive.
But
Like
you know,
people
there's a
think
difference between.
people think
You
they
know,
add people think they add fluorine to water for teeth.
No,
Stuff,
fluorine's different than fluoride. Fluorine's not the same, but you know, there's a difference also between calcium fluoride and sodium fluoride, right? Do you know that?
Yes, I do. I definitely know. It's a byproduct. It's a byproduct. So
Of aluminum processing, yeah.
yes, well, a lot of aluminum. So anything aluminum is going to go into water treatment anyway. Like even in your wastewater treatment systems, you're going to do aluminum sulfate, like sulfides, to like create water treatment. Like that's just part of it. You know why that is, right? Because aluminum, with their cationic and anionic charges, vice versa, those are they compound the organisms that make them fall out of water treatment. So it's their sludge is what they call it. That's why they have that in the water treatment. Now that's why they have testing for these things, because you'd rather drink that water than just dirty fucking lake water. I guarantee you that right now. Now, people have this weird assumption that, and it got into conspiracy too, that fluoride was put in our water by the government. It shrinks your pineal gland. It makes you more submissive. Dude, get the fuck out of here. Dude, the only reason that was invoked in the first place, although it wasn't mass understood at the time, they used high levels of it, which wasn't good for human health. The reason it was put into place was to protect human health and to kill off the bacteria that was killing people. Like
So wait, why are there cities that go to that have now taken it out of their water after having court cases won by the people that were objecting to the fluoride in the water? Why are they winning their cases?
over time,
Hello? Sounds like you're mixing up and confusing chlorine and fluoride.
No, they're the same. They're two chemicals that are both equally detrimental to human health, right?
They're not the same at all. They have totally different functions and they're totally different things.
Yes. Yes and no. So in water treatment, they're both chlorine and fluoride are both meant to do very similar things.
No, they're totally different. Fluoride doesn't kill bacteria at all. It's not what it does.
Yes, it does. What do you mean?
Fluoride does not kill any biological thing. It doesn't kill bacteria, viruses, fungus, anything like that. That's not what fluoride does.
I would have to disagree, but I mean,
they put fluoride in the water for our teeth. That's what they claim they put it in for.
No,
that was calcium fluoride, not sodium fluoride.
That's horseshit.
Why do you think that there's a conspiracy to make people believe that the fluoride is not good for you? What do you think the angle is there?
The pineal gland fucking weird conspiracy theory on that stuff. And
now, are you sure that's not an assumption, just like a broad brush that you might just be like kind of just passing it off, and then you haven't really done the research to figure out if you're right or not about that one? Are you sure?
No, well, it's not a research thing. I'm a class A wastewater operator. I'm not on the water treatment side, but we do learn about this stuff, and I will tell you.
That's why I asked you about this. Yeah, it's interesting. If you know some things, that's interesting that you would have this opinion.
I think that there's a recognized cases of, we know that that fluoride's being kind of like alleviated out of systems. Like it's slowly getting alleviated out because it's not necessary anymore. Technically, it's still utilized, but
why wouldn't it be necessary? Why is it not necessary and it was before?
Because we found better ways of treating the water, and but at the time it was useful and it was important. Now, it wasn't for some weird mind control thing. Like,
how do you know?
Well, I guess I don't know. I don't know that, right? Like, but but it's recognized that it's not pertinent to human health, right? It's not good for human health. Like, we know that it's bad. Same with chlorine. Chlorine's bad, but you have to have it for water treatment, right? But it's a lesser of two evils.
If you don't mind, I'd just listen to what Gio has to say about it. Gio, will you kind of give him a little bit of a rundown on what he's saying that you might disagree with? Just listen to what Gio has to say about this, please.
Sure.
If you don't mind. Gio?
Well, I don't know why you're calling me out. I mean, I'll jump in if I want to.
Because you're really good at explaining it.
All right, well, I was away for a minute. What was the...
Oh, you were jumping in. He was just saying that fluoride's not necessary any longer. It doesn't serve its purpose. It used to serve a purpose. And there's a little confusion about the whole thing. I can do it if you don't want to. I heard you jumping in. I was trying to get you back in the conversation.
Well, I mean, it's a big topic. I mean, my understanding is that they don't put fluoride in the water to treat, like, for the bacteria and stuff. That's chlorine is what they, but fluoride, it's a big topic. So wait, what was his question? Sorry.
Well, you have to realize that fluoride's natural anyway. It's a natural occurring thing.
No, wait. You just said that you admitted, or at least you agreed, that it was a byproduct of aluminum processing and it was a chemical.
No, I didn't say it was a byproduct. I said that aluminum I said in general, in water processing, aluminum, like any aluminum sulfide or like ferric sulfide, is all aluminum based. Like any water treatment chemical is going to be aluminum based. I didn't say that per se. It gets complicated when you get into the chemistry of like water treatment, but not specifically fluoride. not specifically fluoride.
But you know, there's a difference between calcium fluoride and sodium fluoride, right?
Yeah, salt and yeah. I mean, you said it yourself.
And the
One's a
calcium
salt.
fluoride was what they said was good for teeth. You know, I guess i.e. calcium makes sense, right? But sodium fluoride not good for your teeth at all. Causes dental fluorosis and bone degeneration and all kinds of stuff, as well as
Yeah, but
the stuff about the pineal
name
gland.
a process that had that system. Like name like when was the last case of like how do I say it? Fluoridosclerosis, whatever. Like when's the last case of that? Like that's even makes it relevant. That was like
Well,
back in like
there's court cases where like whole cities and town areas that have gotten the fluoride taken out of the water because of the damage that it was causing, and they won their cases. There's whole countries that don't allow it for the reason that it harms you, not because it's just not necessary any longer.
when
But
was the last
whole
when was that
countries
court date,
they
man?
have a ban on it.
Yeah, that court
I'll
date.
send you some videos. I mean, if you want to look into it, you look into it. But it's a big topic, like Gio said. You know.
I understand that, but that court date was a long time ago. Like water treatment in
No,
itself is past that.
I know someone that won it in Michigan just a couple years ago.
No, Michigan back in when? The 1980s, the
No,
70s. Think of how long that
no,
was.
it wasn't that long ago. It's still people are still trying to fight it, and people are still getting it taken out of their water systems for a good reason.
I mean, I don't know. It's a big deal. I mean, water treatment's a huge issue all around the world. But ultimately,
Yeah.
like people are figuring this out, man. Like we're trained on this. Like we work to alleviate these problems.
Okay, at least but it might be a problem. It's one of those things that people are usually uninformed on and haven't, have some, assumptions about that. It seems like one of those things that's so obvious. If you're going to ever get like the truth out to people and you can't show them that fluoride is like the worst thing to put in your water or having,
Yeah, to be
you can't
drinking
even,
it.
yeah, to be drinking. I mean,
I
you
know
can't
that's what's so crazy. Like they claim they put it in. I mean, I'm on the Wikipedia page for water fluoridation. I just want to see what they said. And yeah, I mean, the main reason they claim to do it is for tooth decay, because fluoride, which is a whole topic in and of itself, what fluoride actually does to the teeth. But to be drinking it internally for something that's claimed to be, for example, if they really thought fluoride was so great for the teeth, they could be a product that you rinse your mouth with or put it in mouthwash or whatever people want to do. Then they could have a choice. But just putting it in the water to claim for tooth decay. Meanwhile, white sugar destroys the teeth, malnourishment. There's all these other issues with the teeth in the first place that causing cavities.
Initially, back in the day, and when I say back in the day, I don't know the specific date, but back in the day, it was more pertinent for fluoride to be in the water for tooth decay because it was saving people's lives. At one point. Nowadays, we're over that, right? Like we're over that.
But that's why I told you, first of all, it wouldn't be saving people's lives. If it was saving their teeth, that's a different thing. And it was calcium fluoride that had a positive test that said that it could be helping your teeth. Who knows even if that was good enough, good for your teeth in the long run. But calcium fluoride is different than sodium fluoride. Just don't keep conflating the two. They're totally different things.
No, I understand. I get it. But regardless, like blanket statement, let's move on. Blanket statement is that initially it was incorporated for human health.
Well, the calcium fluoride maybe, but then they replaced it with sodium fluoride and just called it fluoride as if it were the same thing, and that's what's frustrating because people still reference it as if it's okay, this is what it was, and now we're having doubts about it. Well, it's a different thing altogether. It's not even the same thing. So that's the reason that it's frustrating.
Well, what's funny is like simple people. Do you know who Erin Brockovich is?
Yep.
Some weird lady that was on a TV show at one point in time.
Yeah, they made a movie about her.
After Flint, Michigan, because the whole Flint, Michigan crisis in water treatment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember like the case study on that, like what happened to those people in Flint, Michigan?
I saw the movie.
Oh, there was a movie about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's a real thing that happened, and people went to jail for that. Like that's what that made water treaters and wastewater treaters more accountable. Like they were already accountable, but that was what made it more important. I'm sorry, I'm a little drunk, so excuse my stupid verbiage. But that was a huge issue, especially in the US. I'm sure it's a worldwide thing now, but that was a huge issue that got brought up, and people lost their lives. A lot of people lost their lives because of it. And people went to jail in the water treatment side because of it, because they were falsifying documents. They weren't treating water the way they should. And like it was a detrimental thing that we get taught about all the time.
Yeah. Oh, I
It's
sent you some
definitely a
videos.
conspiracy, man. I mean, they're putting it in definitely to mind control people, without a doubt. Fluoride weakens your body, makes you more docile. Whatever else it may be doing to other pineal gland.
Yeah, but what do
components
you
in your
mean?
body.
What do you mean docile though? Like as far as docility goes, like if you're making people docile, they wouldn't work. Like what kind of like when you say docile,
Complacent, maybe complacent would be the better word.
complacent to what though? To what?
To fluoridation not being bad for you, stuff like that.
No, you can't. Come on now. Like, what are we being docile to? Like, for real. Like, if they're feeding us this bullshit, what are we being docile to? Like, you have to think about this logically. Like, are we being docile because, like, the fucking Illuminati's taking control of the world and we're being docile because they don't want us to fight them? Like, come on, man. We're all just simple farmers and fucking workers, right? Like, we're going to be that anyway. Like, what do they want docility for?
What do you think about like the estrogen that they put in everything? Do you think that's a good thing that men are getting like a lot less manly, as a result of this beer and everything that they?
If you're into water treatment, that'll really trip you out a little bit because it's not necessarily there's a huge issue with water treatment going on with like those estrogen like pregnancy pills and stuff. So you know that like we piss, it flushes down the toilet, goes into our lakes, right? Wastewater goes to the lakes, very common thing. Now, pills and stuff that can't be treated through biological systems still go into that lake stream, which is our drinking water stream. Now that's a whole nother fucking topic.
But then they're literally putting it in beer and all kinds of soy products are partly
no, they're not adding
estrogen based.
they're not adding it to beer. It's just our drinking water from our lakes, which people piss out of. People like, people are literally like our wastewater goes into lakes, and biological treatment, which is our wastewater treatment, goes into our drinking water systems. And the biological treatment of wastewater cannot take out high estrogen levels, like things like this, that, and the third. So that's something that our species has to develop a better understanding of treatment. Like if you're talking about the whole frogs turning gay stuff, or I don't know who said that, but I remember that being a thing.
Alex Jones.
Yeah. Oh, is it Alex Jones that said that? Yeah.
They're turning the frogs gay.
He's not necessarily wrong because those are things
he's
that
not.
cannot be treated through conventional treatment systems.
Plus the
Like,
BPA's from the plastic.
yes, that's that, and microplastics too. So not only the BPA's, but microplastics can't be treated through conventional wastewater streams either. Like, so those are more important issues than the fluoride to me, in my opinion. The chlorine, chloramines, like this and a third, like those are more important issues to me than.
Do you drink tap water?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Of course I do.
So you're defending the poison you drink?
No, but I just think it's a foolish idea to drink bottled water when it comes out of a tap from the same company that you're buying it from at a premium.
It doesn't though. Bottled water is usually run through reverse osmosis or distillation. Some of it is like spring, quote unquote, spring water, but it may not be very actual spring water. But it's still not tap
it's
water.
not reverse osmosis because that's a very expensive process. So you're full if you think your bottled water is coming from reverse osmosis.
Pretty much all bottled water is reverse osmosis.
Now, if you drink your water out of a refrigerator that has a filter, yeah, that's your tap water right there. That's your bottled water right there. If you drink a fucking cup of water out of your refrigerator that has that little filter in it, that's your bottled water right there.
No, that's
Like,
usually just run through a carbon filter. That's only carbon. Like most bottled water, like Dasani, things like that, are reverse osmosis. They say it right on the bottle. It's not very.
Do you remember me telling you that I was in chemical cells with polymers and stuff? So I specifically work for those type of companies, and I will tell you, dude, don't get yourself twisted. Like it ain't that special. Like I promise you.
Okay, reverse osmosis is a very cheap way to filter water.
Very
It's
expensive.
done
way.
on massive scales. Most water that's used in sodas and bottled water is reverse osmosis. In your
So how do
house, you have to actually have a reverse osmosis
get reverse
system
osmosis?
in your
What does that-
house.
what does
guy's
that take?
Interrupting. You're just interrupting nonstop, man. I
Okay,
know you said you're drunk, but you can't just have a
I
conversation.
apologize. I'll set up for a second. I want to hear what you have to say though about reverse osmosis.
Well, I don't know. No, I was just saying that, like, if somebody has a reverse osmosis system in their house, they're like $200. You can install it under your sink. That'll give you RO water. The water that comes out of a refrigerator is through a carbon filter. And I was just saying, most water in bottled waters and things are reverse osmosis, which does take out fluoride and chlorine.
Good evening, Gio.
All right, so
Hey, what's up? What's up, Ruiv?
On the drinking water system, all right, so if you're talking about just like basic like RO filtration, do you know that's like 1 drop per, let's say, a drop a minute or something like that? So the type of filtration you're talking about is what people use for like fish tanks. Like when they have a saltwater fish tank and they're trying to clarify the water for like pure RO water is what they call it. It takes so long through that filtration system that it would not be tangible for human consumption. Now, when you talk about real RO water, it takes a lot of heat to do that, a lot of money, which is not.
I think you cut out, man. I don't know if we've kind of exhausted that topic. I don't know. Ruhif, did you have a topic you wanted to bring up?
No. Oh, refraction. That's a joke.
It's real. It's what makes a flat planar Earth be a globe. It totally is real.
Keeps them believing. Can't stop believing.
Hold on to that feeling.
Believe it all.
Refraction's all I need to keep on saying it's a ball. Gotta have more than that, Ruhif.
That's all I got. I got nothing. I got absolutely nothing.
I know. It's okay.
So you got nothing, Ruhif? Usually when you pop in, you got some topic you wanna go into.
Meh. No. The usual. The usual.
But I didn't want to cut off Enigmatic. But Enigmatic, your mic had cut out at one point. But just want to let you know.
Been having a few debates over on Shane St. Pierre's channel on his server. That's been fun.
Okay, who'd you debate?
Brian Leakey was one, and then Dan the Waterman.
Did you win or lose?
Of course I won. Jeez. I'm a champ.
I don't know. That was, the fact that you ended it with a champ. I'm not too sure. Now
I don't think Dan the Waterman even challenged you. He wasn't even like trying to debate. He was basically there to kiss your ass. It seemed like more than anything. He's like, oh, Yeah,
He
that's
loves me.
weird. I'd like to see the Brian Leakey one because he's claiming he demolished you. So I imagine that's probably true more than you admit.
Probably. Yeah. If I'm really honest, he smashed me.
Okay, good.
Can't actually remember what his presentation was.
Do you ever imagine that you'll ever just be done with this whole community roof? Do you ever think in your life you'll just be like, that's it, I'm done kind of deal?
Yeah, maybe. Like the rebuttals or the refutations are getting worse. So that's, leading towards that direction, yeah. I watched Oakley the other day, and it was it was really explicitly don't make any claims as a flat earther, and I was like, come on, dudes. It's like avoid making any claim at any time. That's how pathetic it was.
All right. I mean, you're saying Nathan said that?
Yeah, the whole stream was about that.
Well, that's the dumb protecting the dumb, right? Like it's, I mean,
Well, I would agree that you're not supposed to just go make claims that you can't back up in any way. There's a difference between making a claim and proposing an alternative to the claims that are being made.
I mean, this might
yeah,
be a little bit.
If you're watching mainstream TV, like in general, you're already on that platform of just degeneracy. Like
This might be an out of the box way of thinking, but I mean, if somebody makes a claim, why do they have to back it up? What I mean is that if I said right now, whatever, I assert something, I say something, why can't that just be me having my idea? Now, if the idea is right or wrong, that's fair. I might be right, I might be wrong. If I want to defend it or convince someone or whatever, I can do that. But why is it this like default that if someone makes a claim, they somehow have to back it up and they have to debate it instantly? Why can't someone just make a claim and just that's what it is?
Well, you can. Fine.
Human nature always wants to correct people and be right. Like it's just part of it.
It's up to you whether you want to debate it or not, or whether you want to back it up. But it's like if you don't want to debate, then that's fine. Have your opinions.
Well, in this arena, it's like we're fighting people that are saying that this is totally true when they don't really have the evidence for it. So, we're challenging them to evidence. So it's like they're going to definitely want to see the evidence that have a chance to get back and put it on us to prove what we're saying. So I guess I can understand it from that point. But I also hear what you're talking about. Like it's interesting to put an idea out there without necessarily having a.
When you make weak claims, that's a grand idea, right? Of like we agree on something. Like what are we agreeing on? Like because we've debated quite a bit tonight about different subjects, right? So what's the grand we?
Yeah, especially when you're talking about something with like fluoridation of the water, and there's a science that could be figured out, and then people are denying the science in that way. Then that seems like really important, more so than
No, I was
denying
saying like even
things that are
otherwise.
fallacious.
There has to be a grand we of like an idea, right? So what's the grand idea?
Right, and that's kind of what we're fighting against. Is that a lot of times people will say we went to the moon or we did this as if it's like this joint accomplishment, when even though that is what the pride of the country might be based on to some degree, if it's a false pride, then that's kind of important to figure out, right?
Yeah, and I think they're saying like we as humanity, but at the end of the day, it's like NASA and a couple people. It's not really we. Now if you want to connect yourself with that government agency and say, hey, that's me, I guess you can do that, but it isn't. It's really just a group of people, whoever those astronauts or whoever people that claim that. It's not that different than I said, hey, I got a research group over here and we did whatever. And it's just, I guess NASA's just big and takes money from everyone's tax money to where I guess they've gotten everyone. It's kind of like the world scientism religion cult thing. So I guess they got everyone to think that they're all part of it. They're all part of the religion. So I guess in that sense, it is kind of a we. If
Yeah, but think about the other perspective, right? And that'll be, I guess, I didn't know that I was in this kind of server, but think about the exact opposite of like y'all's grand ideas. You know, instead of we, I'll say y'all, right? Like, of having these grand ideas of denial all across the fucking board. Now think about that and how much more detrimental that would be. I would say detrimental. I'll say unprogressive that would be, right?
Right, but it really depends on whether it's denial of something because of it being fallacious, or if it's denial of something because it's something they just don't want to admit to themselves. There's a big difference.
Well, it was weird because like a perfect example is the conversation we had on the fluoridation of the water, right? And me being in the water treatment system, like we were able to kind of like talk about it. You know, we didn't come to a conclusion by any means. Like I understand that, but we're able to talk about that. But I was able to admit that there was a understanding. That's education on my point that knows that there was a problem and that we're working towards that, right? Now, so if you're just saying that the fluoridation of water is a bad thing, yeah, of course it is, right? Like I admitted to that. Like it's a terrible thing. But in that particular industry of mine, we know that we're progressing past that, and it doesn't have to be this like grand fucking like shameful thing of humanity, you know? Like it's a realization.
Right, but I mean, like, but that's the issue we're getting to is like if you're saying we and it's based on false assumption or false science, or even if you're in your profession and you're taught a certain way and you feel like you're educated about it because of that, there may be points that you're right about, but there may be like oversights that are intentionally taught to you, and for that very reason, it continues. So if like the base of something is completely fallacious, then you're not even building on anything that is progressive.
Yeah, but when those things are being alleviated and like totally taking out, like not totally like we're still treating water with bad chemicals, right? But we're recognizing certain things. I don't mean to get back on this topic. I don't want to go there again, but when
well, yeah, but if it wasn't a mistake, what if it wasn't a mistake? What if it was intentional to make you, you know, for your pineal gland to be calcified or whatever it is? Like, say some of those claims are actually true. Then it's not just a mistake that they're trying to correct. It's something that they did on purpose that now they're being called out on, and there's a big difference there.
Yeah, it could be though. That, but see, that is mass assumption without backing. Like that's assumption.
No, there is
without
backing. It's proven that fluoride calcifies the pineal gland. It's proven.
What's the downside of calcifying your pineal gland?
Is that a joke?
No, it's a serious question.
I'll take mine quite calcified, thank you.
Yeah, like what is the
works for me.
Calcifying
well, and think about this. Think about this. Like
it's refraction of the pineal gland.
Who actually knows what the pineal
DMT and melatonin is excreted.
Are you without it being calcified? And that's
what does it mean to have a calcified pineal gland?
DMT and melatonin is excreted from the pineal gland.
About the pineal gland in itself? And if you're going to
enigmatic, somebody else is trying to talk. Let them talk.
It's
please.
the seat of consciousness. Melatonin and DMT is excreted from the pineal gland. And if you calcify that, then you don't have as much in your brain. And so DMT and melatonin is, melatonin is what makes you dream as well.
Yeah, I mean, one idea with that is that it would be kind of like disconnecting you one idea is that it would be like disconnecting you from your spirit, basically from your soul. So perhaps from intuition, from any possible psychic abilities one might have, spiritual understanding, higher power, all of those components. That if the pineal gland is being impacted, then you're going to be perhaps more like in the materialistic paradigm that they're already pushing, the like Newtonian Cartesian thing, that it's all just material and science is God. And so I think part of the philosophy on that might be that if they're trying to attack the pineal gland, they're trying to kind of disconnect us from our soul, our spirit, our potentials, and put us into the more like rational, physical kind of mindset.
And you were part of the
So
conversation earlier when I was going into my Wiccan spiel and that. Were you still here in that part? At that part?
I wasn't here. But if you're
No,
asking, would I drop my spiritual side for healthy teeth? I would say yes.
There you
No, I
go.
agree.
That's what
I
it's all
would do that
about,
100%.
mate.
I would do that 100%.
Yeah, but you don't have to drink the fluoride. You could, if you really love fluoride, you could swish your mouth, swish it in your mouth.
Yeah,
and drink it.
but the point is that calcium fluoride was shown at one point that it may have a positive effect on your teeth, but calcium fluoride isn't what they're using when we say fluoride. It's sodium fluoride, which is a byproduct of aluminum processing and is a poison. So it's not at all good for your teeth, Ruid.
Are you saying it's got aluminium in it?
It's a byproduct of the processing of aluminum.
I don't think you should
Okay.
stop her.
You've thrown in aluminium.
Think about this. Aluminum is just a metal. Aluminum is
Right.
just a metal, just
So
like
sodium.
iron. Just
Maybe
like
it's
iron.
good for some people like you guys. Maybe fluoride is good for you, and it's not good for me. But you should have more.
But you threw in the word aluminium like it's a scare factor. There's no aluminium in sodium fluoride.
He's talking about in the water treatment side. There's a lot of aluminum based, like there's a lot of aluminum based chemicals that go into water treatment. That's what he's trying to say. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's saying that it puts high levels of aluminum in the water per se. I mean, the water's tested to have, under a certain amount of aluminum. But
Exactly. That's what I was trying to tell. That's what I was trying to tell you guys.
It's a
That's what I was trying
byproduct of the aluminum industry, though.
Yeah,
aluminum tends to go into water to take out high levels of solids, like TSS, like total suspended solids, and dissolved solids. Aluminum products go into the water treatment system to make them heavier. It bonds like with cationic and anionic covalence. Like they tend to bond.
Cations.
They settle down, like solids settle down to make clear water, and that's where the aluminum processing comes into water. I apologize again. I'm getting more drunk as I go along, so I'm probably
That's all right. Do you remember? I think it was on MC Toons, and this guy pretended to be some fucking chemist or whatever, and he was just reading off this thing, and he goes, "Oh, the sodium cations made up 80% of the something or other." It was fucking hilarious.
Instead of cations?
Yeah, cations. Fucking fantastic.
How do you pronounce it? Cations?
Cation. Yeah, cation.
Cation. The way in my terminology, I use it as like cationic and anionic, right? Like that's the word, the terminology I use in my job, and all it is just different charges, right? Like, yeah, that's pretty much it. Like different charges of chemicals that can. How can I explain this? It's very easy. It's not that complicated, really. It sounds complicated, but it's really not. It's like one grabs onto each other, others don't. They grab onto the other one. Like it's pretty much all it is. Anionic, cationic, like different charges, positive, negative, like we learned in science class in fucking 5th grade. Like some particles tend to like grab onto one, some particles grab onto the other. Like you have to figure out which one's which, right? And water treatment, they use the same kind of chemistry to do that. And all you're trying to do is get the solids out of the water to clarify water and get the bad stuff out. Like that's the best way I can describe it. That's the dumbed down version.
The pronunciation on the old Google says cation.
Yeah.
Cation.
Yeah, catty. Yeah. Cation.
I'm in the voice, dude.
Cation.
I
Yeah.
say cation, like like a Cadillac.
Yeah, just anything but cation's good enough, I think.
Yeah.
Anionic and cationic is that's how I say it, like cationic and anionic. You can say cation or whatever, but it's the same. It's positive, negative charge. That's all it is.
So, Ruh, if you would purposely calcify your pineal gland to maybe get a slight benefit to your teeth?
I don't accept that it's like a huge what's the word? I mean, do you think my pineal gland is calcified?
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously, it is.
If it is, I don't care. I would rather have that. Sorry, I'd rather
Do you
have
know what
that.
an
than better
NPC
teeth.
is? Do you know what
An
an
NPC?
NPC
Yes,
is?
I do.
Yeah, there you go.
Most of you guys are NPCs.
Oh yeah.
Well, in my mind, anyway.
But that would only prove that your pineal gland wasn't calcified. If you claimed that statement, dude, his pineal gland's fine. Like,
Not an NPC. But that will happen eventually if you keep drinking fluoride.
the
Just
guy's
turn to an NPC.
becoming
You
this
know
voice
what happens?
over
You,
like
you just drink too
25.
much tap water, and then the fluoride just accumulates, and you turn to NPC, and you make shit decisions.
Dude, what's funny about that is the most hippie people you've ever seen in your life that grew up on this tap water and like have these grand claims. They had more fluoride in their water than any of us do nowadays. Like there was more fluoride back in the day in the 70s and 80s than we ever had it in our entire life.
Obviously, it's dependent upon where you grow up, what kind of water you get from where.
That's
and
definitely true. That's definitely true.
When did they
But-
first start putting fluoride in the water? What year? Do you guys know?
Oh fuck, a long time ago, man.
Pretty sure I've had it.
I don't know. It definitely like way before all of us. Like I guarantee you that.
Well,
This happened like
first Jugal source gives me the mid 1940s, so right before
Yeah.
World War II, right into that era, right when they started. Well, after the 40s and into the 50s, you know, the NASA, the space, the whole deal. So that's interesting. So maybe people were more freely thinking before the 40s when people were not all into the globe as much and all of these other agendas now.
And
Yeah,
that's
well,
when
right.
atheism started to rise.
Right. But how would that, dude? Come on now. But think about it, man. Like how free thinking of like people are still more free thinking today than. No, I'd say they're equally more free thinking as back then. It's not like we've gotten so calcified and like zombified that like we can't have free thought. Like
Yeah, but it's
we're
a
around.
connection with the higher being and you know your higher self. That's the thing. Not
it
free
doesn't really
thought
matter
entirely.
because, we're just trying to get people to vote Democrat or Republican really at the end of the day. So, like, how much fucking brain cells do they need?
Yeah, well, you got Discord, which is meant to be like a very hot, combative, debatable
Is it red or
server.
blue, Timmy?
No, well, I know what you mean that like people are still free thinking in a way, but I guess the question is if you were to, whatever the effects fluoride has on the human psyche, if you were to, if it is like a biological weapon that they've done in a sense, or used it as a biological toxin or weapon, then it could have pretty significant effects on everyone. Like if you started giving everyone a certain chemical or drug or whatever, there are going to be effects, and then everyone's kind of affected by each other. So this whole thing of like staring and watching the TV and believing all of that, and then, NASA just went to the moon and space launches. There's this kind of like way in which there's so much programming. So if fluoride has, if fluoride has any effect like that, it's also going to play on a.
So when did the U.S. claim to go to the moon? Right.
Yeah, first time
I
69.
mask on real quick.
So what year did they incorporate fluoride into our water?
Well, I mean, they're saying that they first started doing the mid 40s. I don't know. It sounds like maybe 50s, probably most likely maybe 50s, 60s is when it started getting in all the water. But I guess
think about it.
Yeah, the first thing I said is just they started in the mid 40s, so I'm sure it was rolled out over the next couple decades there.
So think about that logic in itself. It's not like fluoride was like a prominent thing like how long would it take the calcification of the pineal gland to make people believe that? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't have enough evidence to like combat anybody on the moon landing stuff. Like, if people want to believe what they fucking want to believe. But the one thing I will say about the moon landing is like China's going to do it in like the next like 4 or 5 years. The United States is going to go right after them. Now we'll see if this is going to be fake or not, right? Like, like it'll be something we can see. That is something we will find out in our lifetime. Like, can we actually make this happen? We're about to find out soon, and I think that's cool.
I mean, another.
Because China's trying to do it right now, again.
Just on the fluoride thing, I mean, you know, like the rise of cancer is obviously huge. So many people getting cancer, getting treated for it. And then the treatment of cancer is a huge business. So, I mean, I'm just on cancer.gov, so it's probably a more mainstream site. But it says right here, a possible relationship between fluoridated water and cancer risk has been debated for years. This debate resurfaced in 1990 when a study from the National Toxicology Program, part of the NIH, National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences, showed an increased number of osteosarcomas, bone tumors in male rats given high fluoride water for 2 years. However, other studies in animals have not shown association, blah, blah, blah. So I'm just saying, like, if that's another thing, I mean, cancer's gone off the charts and the treatment for cancer is expensive and many people have died from it and all of the issues around that. So I'm not trying to make a claim that it does or doesn't cause cancer, but I mean, on this website, it's like highly debated. So it's just another.
I'll make that claim for you, man. I guarantee it does. It's highly carcinogenic. Like, it is a very it's not good for people, but it's good on the grander scale. You understand? Like, it's one of those weird issues. Like, fluoride in high levels is very carcinogenic.
I mean, they put fluoride in people's toothpaste. So, I mean, if you really need to dose your mouth with fluoride, if that's what people think. I mean, first of all, humans have lived. Well, okay, I won't get into because the people, but
well, I mean, that's why we have
nobody was fluoridating anything. Like, fluoride is a natural mineral that's found in foods. It's in the soil. It's in the spring water.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't doubt that we need some of it, but you can still get it from the environment. I don't think you need to be taking synthetic versions of it.
Well, it's not synthetic. It's not a synthetic version. It is in its natural form, but it's in its purest form, right? And it's in gaseous form, like a gaseous form, especially in water treatment. Like, it's in its gaseous form, which is highly potent and
But
very.
if people want better teeth, there's eating raw milk, raw liver, animal bone marrow.
Well, we're beyond like I said earlier, man. Like, fluoride in water treatment's kind of like dissipating. Like, water treatment's getting away from fluoride. Like, they're trying to anyway. There's other sterilization processes that people are utilizing now. Ultraviolet is one of them. Like, that's one of the processes that it's very expensive though, because it takes a lot of electricity and a lot of equipment setup. But we're ultimately getting to better water treatment processes. But it did have what all I was claiming in the past, or all I was claiming was that it had its importance in the past. That's all I was trying to say.
Mate, if you want good teeth, just don't have any fucking sugar. You'll be right.
Well, that's true, but even if you're not in the States, man, that goes for everywhere in the world, man. That's water treatment worldwide.
Well, they don't put fluoride in places in Europe, actually. They made it illegal. It's just the States and Australia.
Yeah, it's banned.
Yeah, but y'all still use chlorine. Like, chlorine, very similar. Very similar. It's definitely a carcinogen. Like, you have levels of chlorine that do this, that, and the third. You have your drinking water has a limit of chlorides and chloramines and this, that, and the third, and you're still drinking that. It's the same shit.
Who's drinking chlorine? You're drinking pool water or something?
I haven't drank tap water in probably 25 years.
Well,
That's impressive.
you're an individual that has the luxury of doing so, and that's good, man. If you can, but society just can't do that. Mass populations can't afford bottled water all the time. Like
It'd be
you
good
pay
if
a
they just
water
didn't
bill.
put fluoride in the water.
I mean, in this
Ma-
case, I mean, even a reverse osmosis system, you can get them for $120 on Amazon. They're not that expensive, and you get infinite. I mean, well, it's not infinite. You have to replace the filters every 6 months, but I mean, you'll get pretty good clean water for, $100.
Yeah,
So
but like I said earlier, reverse osmosis gives you drops of water at a time. Those little systems you have. I do one from my saltwater fish tank, man, and it takes a fucking full day to get like 5 gallons of
right.
water.
So I mean, the way
Takes a
people do them in like a drinking system is that have it like installed on your sink. So usually like the little area where you have like a soap pump or whatever, like on the right of your sink and kitchen sink, they can put the little faucet there for the RO, and then there's like a 3-gallon tank that goes under the sink. So yeah, you're right. It does make the water very slowly. So it basically just slowly makes your 3 or 4 gallons. So then whenever you're ready, you want a cup or whatever, you just turn on the faucet and it pulls it from that tank. So yeah, it does make it slowly, and it does kick out a lot of wastewater. So it's not really the most like in that way it kind of.
Well, it's expensive too because you have to change those filters out. And do you know, like you said, you have one, so you know how expensive those things are. And if you change those
Filters are
filters
not
out, they're expensive too. They're
not really.
expensive too.
They're not really like $30 or whatever.
It'll cost you $130 to just get an RO system, like a basic RO system, and then you have to install it. And then once you install it, it takes time, like you said, to produce that water. And then those filters, they burn out fast. Dude. RO water filters, like they go, like if you really wanted to, because if ultimately, like once the filters burn out, there's no like way to tell they go out. So
So
you can
there's a membrane and then there's carbon filters. The carbon filters usually are replaced like every 6 months. The membrane lasts for like 2 years. Neither of them are
Yeah,
very
that's true.
expensive
That's
to
true.
replace.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, carbon will get full, and it won't take out the. Yeah, you're right. But still, it's not compatible, man, for everybody. I mean, it's just not feasible. Like it's just not.
You can also buy a water distiller for $100 or whatever as well and distill your own water.
I mean, if you really want
filters.
to go that route, man, if you really want to go that route and drink that water, I'd go to your local fish store and ask them like pay $2 for like 5 gallons of RO water. They do that like they do that. That's what I do for my fish tanks. I've got 4 of them. And like I buy all that water. I don't even drink. I guess I don't even drink RO water because fuck, I drink it out of my fridge. But my saltwater fish tank and my freshwater fish tank, man, they get RO water. Like that's what they get. I go buy them all the time, and they have that filtration system. So you can go to your local fish store and buy that if you want to. And it's cheap. It's cheap. It's like $3 for 5 gallons.
What's that, Kosho? I was at a time graph thing. No,
What's that?
Oh, Kosho just posted a time equivalence thing. Where is Kosho?
What for? This is for time zones.
He's not even here. What's he posting for?
What does that do? It shows you the equivalent time zone in other areas.
Yeah. So what is it? 7:30 in Australia, 8:30 a.m. in UK, and where are you? Pacific. It's midnight, just 12:30 for you.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Here's the time. 7:36. Guess what time it is almost?
Time to debate with DP. Get into a debate with DP, and then you got to
And
tell
then
me you got to
leave.
feed the dogs. Yeah, yes. If you know you got about 5 minutes, get him going, and then give him the dog hit.
Yep. Always
was
the way it
glorious.
goes, eh, Rui?
That was pretty funny though, DP. Gotta give you that.
What was?
Oh, when I trolled you with the debate and then left. That was pretty good.
Well, it first happened this was like a couple weeks ago, but you did it. It was like 5-6 times in a row. Where right at the peak of the discussion, you were like, "I gotta go feed the dogs."
And he didn't only do it with me. I think it was just me that noticed it.
What can I say? 7:45 p.m. How about you guys set an alarm on your phone that says Ruief has to feed the dogs at 7:45 p.m. Sydney time?
Yeah, why don't we all do that?
Yeah.
And then I remember the time where
How about the
you were
Cowboys?
waiting
Baby?
for
That's
you were
what's real.
waiting for DP to come back just so you could tell him you had to go feed the dogs.
Yeah, that was
I was struggling, man. Them Cowboys, though, man, they fucking killed it tonight. I'm just saying. They had one football fan in this whole group.
Depends what you mean by football.
American football, man.
American
Cowboys, man.
football. Yep.
American football.
That's
Hey,
the one
Rui,
where they
right.
that's the one where they play it with their hands, yeah, and not
Yeah,
their feet.
the hands game.
Ah,
It's making its way over there, man. In Europe, it's making its way. Australia will have a team soon.
Yeah.
Ruhif, did you ever get that equipment where you were going to test the GPS signal, whether it comes from the?
I've got it. Yeah, I've got it all. I've made myself a promise that I'd catch up on a whole bunch of like life paperwork before I fuck with it. But I do have it, yes.
I mean, I do think the signals are coming from the sky. I think you'll find that. I don't think they're going to do this entire deception and just not cover that, especially when it's pretty easy to test. They're not just going to like let their whole deception go down with something as basic as that.
Wait, give some context here, man. Don't just talk amongst each other, man. Give some context. Come on, man.
I bought some raw GPS receivers, like the chips, and I just want to play with them with electronics kit. Dick around.
No, but I thought you have like some metal piping. You're trying to basically, angle it to the sky to isolate where the signal's coming from.
Yes.
Like radio waves?
GPS.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there'll be radio waves. Surely.
Is GPS considered radio waves? I guess, it's part of the spectrum, but.
Well, radio waves.
1575 megahertz. Radio waves, yes.
Yes. What are you looking for?
Oh, I just want to play with it. Pretty much. Yeah, it's tangential to flat Earth.
Well, if you were able to isolate that it was coming from the sky in a way that was like rigorous, at least you could show people that it's not only coming from ground towers.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've got a bunch of
doesn't mean it's
antennas and chips.
Doesn't mean it's coming from satellites, though. It could just be coming from some communication,
That's the problem.
relay or something in the sky.
Once you show that it is coming from the sky and it's not being, what's the word? Spoofed by ground towers, then you have to accept that it's a certain distance away. Yeah. And these
Hey guys,
satellites are moving across the sky.
it was a pleasure talking to everybody tonight, man. I really appreciate y'all hanging out with me. I'm out though. I'll see y'all later.
Yeah, you too, man. Have a good one.
In fact, there would be a nice globe proof in there as well, because once you have the ephemeris data, like where the satellite is, and you have two observers, the angle, like the elevation angle and azimuth that you have to point your metal tube at, would be a pretty good globe proof, I think.
Well, I didn't really catch that.
Once you have a distance to the satellite or to whatever is broadcasting that signal, you can have two different observers, and the azimuth and elevation angles will tell you what your surface is because you know the distance to the satellite.
How would you get the distance?
The time it takes.
But they're giving you the time. You're not really getting
No. The satellite broadcasts the time at which it sends the signal, and then you have to, the time you receive it. And you've got a time it takes to get to you.
Well, how do you know that signal that's being broadcast is actually legit from one device? That's what I was talking about, the spoofing. They could have thousands of devices up there that are creating a network, that are creating a system that is then part of what you're receiving. So it may not be coming from that one place that they claim it is.
That's what the metal pipe's meant to show.
Be interesting if you could do the metal pipe and like aim it at what they claim are the satellites, and then try to, get a signal from this one and then aim it at that. But that still could be spoofed. That's what I'm saying. It's still not really validation of it.
I don't see how that can be spoofed. I just don't.
Well, like
I'll go through it.
Well, I would say this. Let's say you're in a room and then the ceiling, which is equivalent to like the ground and then the sky. And if you had up on the ceiling a bunch of GPS transmitters and they're all sending what they're sending, all that system above you with all those transmitters could be spoofed in a way to where it basically calculates. It's kind of hard to. Okay, let's say there's 1,000 of them above you, and you want those 1,000 transmitters above you to claim that there are only 4 different satellites. You could do that with it. Out of those 1,000 sending the signals, you could program it to make it seem like it's only 4 signals with a certain timing.
I'm going to get one signal from one pointed direction in the sky. If there's thousands of them, I'd get 1,000 different signals. I think this is a pretty good globe proof, actually, now that I think of it. I'll have to, think through all the logic of it, though. Anyway, before I go, DP, come on. Come on, champ.
You're saying speed is magnitude and magnitude is size. The magnitude of something is the size of something.
Speed is the magnitude of the velocity vector.
So what's the size of speed then, Ruhif, please?
Yeah, we've said it 1,000 times. You want a stupid soundbite? We're not giving it to you. Speed is the magnitude of the velocity vector.
Magnitude is size.
The size of the vector.
When you say speed is magnitude, what is the size of the speed, please, Ruhif?
Size of the vector. Size of the vector.
You're not making any sense, Ruhif. You said speed.
It's been explained to you.
Vector is direction.
And magnitude.
The magnitude is size.
Of the vector. A vector has both a magnitude and a direction.
And you are saying the direction. Run it by me again, because it's really confusing, Ruhif.
Okay. A vector has both a magnitude and a direction.
Right. So the magnitude you're saying is the speed of the direction. The vector is a direction.
Yes.
I deal with vector drawings all the time, Ruhif. Right. And the vector is the direction.
And
you're saying the magnitude, which isn't part of the vector, because the vector is only the direction.
No.
And you're saying
the vector is a magnitude and direction.
You are saying the magnitude is speed. Now I'm asking you, what is the size of the speed? Because I know what a vector is.
Speed is the size of the vector.
So speed is the size
of the vector.
And what is the size of speed, please, Ruhif?
No, speed is the size of the vector.
The vector is direction. Once again,
no, I deal with a magnitude and a direction.
I deal
It's
with
been said
vectors all.
20 times.
Can I finish a sentence, Ruhif, or do you have to speak?
Well, if you're going to
from your-
repeat the same shit,
Well,
then no.
you're repeating the same shit, Ruhif.
Right, because it's
I
correct.
know what a vector is. A vector is a direction. Now
Yeah, the
you
magnitude.
are saying the magnitude is part of the vector, and magnitude is size. You are also saying the magnitude is the speed. So what is the size of the speed, please,
No,
Ruhif?
speed is the size of the vector. I don't know how many times I've got to
Again,
tell you,
saying
DP.
you are saying speed is size here, Ruhif.
Of the vector.
So what is the size of speed, please,
It's a
Ruhif?
stupid question. It's not the size
Can
of the
anybody
speed.
else? Can anybody else see
Oh,
the
shit.
circular reasoning here, please? Or is it just
Speed
me?
is the size of the vector, otherwise known as the magnitude of the vector.
Yeah.
This is like
Magnitude
basic fucking
is
year 8 physics.
size. We know this. When we talk of a 7.6 magnitude earthquake, it is the size of the earthquake. We know this, Ruhif. Now you are giving magnitude to speed. So please tell me the
Speed is
size
the
of the speed.
magnitude. Speed is the magnitude.
So you are still saying the speed has a size, but you can't tell me what the size of the
Size
speed
is
is.
the speed. Sorry,
The
speed is
size?
the size of the speed is the size of the vector.
The vector is a direction.
No, the vector has a magnitude and a direction.
No, vectors are only direction, Ruhif.
Okay, and then take it up with any fucking physics textbook, DP.
A vector is a direction, and now you're giving it magnitude and calling it speed, but you can't tell me the size of the speed in your magnitude.
Just Google fucking vector.
This is ridiculous, Ruhif. It's just craziness. Go and feed the dogs, man.
Yeah, good idea.
I mean, isn't your magnitude like it's like the wavelength versus frequency? It sounds like when you're saying speed, it's like more of the frequency of the wavelength versus the amplitude. Or you're saying magnitude.
Magnitude is like the length of the arrow, and the arrow has a direction. Okay, I don't know why this is so hard to get.
The length of the arrow. So that's a measurement.
If you were to draw.
That's a measurement.
The
That's not a
vector as an
speed.
arrow.
That is not a speed. That's a measurement. A length is a speed. Is a measurement. It's not a speed.
If you were to draw the vector as an arrow, the length of the arrow represents the magnitude, and the direction, obviously, is the direction.
So you're saying a drawing has speed now?
Good night, feeding dogs. Yeah.
You're not making any sense, Ruhif.
In
Was
what?
that just me, or was he not making any sense?
In what? In what is he talking about?
We're talking about orbits, and they're saying that a vector.
In what?
Go on, sorry.
I just mean like, is he talking about a program he's using?
Just vectors in general. He's come in halfway through a conversation and told me that a vector is magnitude and direction. Now, I know through using vectors in graphics packages, a vector is a direction. A vector line drawing is a directional line drawing. Now, he's telling me that vector has magnitude, which is size.
All of your vector packs have like a whole nother dimension. You didn't even know about it.
Crazy.
It's just a node, though. Like they have many different aspects you could put on what they are.
Yeah, like the magnitude might be like the length of the distance, but yeah, speed would be a whole separate factor.
That he's saying the magnitude is the speed, and magnitude is size. So, what is the size of the speed of the magnitude that he's talking about? He just can't tell me. It just seems really crazy that he says the vector is magnitude and direction. The magnitude is the speed, but magnitude is size, and he can't tell me the size of the speed that he's invoking.
Maybe is he referring to wavelength?
No, it's orbital paths.
Seems to me like the speed would be a separate factor. Like if you had like a 10-mile distance that would be like you could say the magnitude is 10 miles, but the speed at which you travel it would be a separate vector.
Yeah. Yeah, speed is time over distance, isn't it? It's not. It's nothing to do with size, and magnitude is size. And yet I'm the one that's being called the dummy in the text chat. Look, incredible.
Well, this Vive person always is texting but never has opened their mic, but they're in here. So, do you want to explain what you're talking about, Viv?
Hit that
See
blue
that?
tag, Viv.
Yeah, he won't open his mic if he's just a text troll. He won't open his mic. See that illustration that you've posted there, Geo? 0 to 10 kilometers magnitude. That works. That's the size of the distance traveled. And the direction of motion would be the vector. But they're saying the speed at which that distance was traveled is then the magnitude.
Right, because the magnitude is not really involving time. It's just a distance. The speed would involve time, which then involves a speed at which a rate at which you're traveling that magnitude.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I find their double speak confusing. When you use your vectors, are you using speed? No, I'm not. It's just a direction. Yeah, no speed. Not my field. And what? Come on, Viv, open up your mic. Stop being a text track troll.
I don't know if that's a sock account of someone's, or I've never heard that person speak.
It's probably somebody whose voice we'd all recognise.
They're always attacking Witsit, just going off on Witsit.
No, it's probably FTFE then.
It's probably FTFE. Just is this what he does on his off time? He just has thousands of socks and
More than likely.
tries to wind people up.
If
you're in the
just like
politics
leave here
Discord,
and
they're probably in that because I couldn't hear them at all, and the only thing I can assume is that they were pre-muted by me. So yeah, if you want to try and find them, they're probably in there somewhere.
Thank you, Shia.
Try and find who?
I don't know, whoever you were talking about just then.
What's up, Chris? How are you?
I'm feeling really good right now. Though I was sad all of like yesterday, but I'm feeling better now.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's
Thank
kind of
you.
amazing how quickly we can go through different mind states, you know, throughout the days.
No, I was feeling sad over what happened in America in that nightclub. Literally. It made me cry when I found out about it.
What happened?
There was a mass shooting
Oh
for
no.
LGBT
Colorado,
people
right?
on the morning of Trans Remembrance Day as well. It was awful.
What's Trans Remembrance Day?
Let me guess, America.
It was in America, yes. I don't remember the
Yeah.
state, but
It's when
it
the
was in
World.
America.
It's when the trans fought the British for the rights to Colorado back in the 1300s, 1400s. Just kidding. Trans Remembrance Day is something else. What is that in America? I don't know.
I'm not American, so Google it, literally. Like, I'm
Oh,
sorry, but I'm not American. I can't tell you. I only found out about it because it was LGBT people having awful things happen to them, like literally.
Oh, awful things happen to people all the time. It's not something that's just limited to the LGBTQ community.
Yeah, well, alright, so I don't know if you've actually Googled it, but there was a massacre, and LGBT people were massacred, and yeah.
Yes, it's happened to
Who was the shooter? Do you have
multitudes
a
of
picture of
places.
his face? You have a picture of his face?
It hasn't been released yet.
I wonder why.
Alright, so from what I understand, right, the shooter went into the nightclub and shot people, right? And then eventually, the people in the nightclub like jumped him, right? In retaliation to them shooting people or whoever they're trying to shoot, right? And then the shooter got incapacitated and put in the hospital. And they haven't released pictures of the shooter yet.
What do you think they're going to release the photos?
I mean, I hope they do, because if you're gonna shoot up an LGBT nightclub, then you deserve repercussions for it. Literally.
Usually they release it straight away. They're not doing it
Well, I'm
this
not
time. I'm not
American,
saying
so
it's fake.
I don't know why they haven't released it.
Where are you from?
Australia.
Fuck yeah, mate. You from Sydney?
I am.
Good on you, mate. Yeah, don't worry about what's going on with America, man. Don't worry about it.
No, but you say that, but like most of our politicians get what happens in America, and we base it on, or at least our politicians, they base it on what happens in America. That's why I'm so concerned about American politics.
I don't think it's the politics you're worried about. It's about the cunt with the gun shooting up people.
I don't know about this nightclub shooting, but the last LGBT nightclub that got shot up, supposedly, that was in Florida, the Pulse nightclub. Remember that? How fake that was? They faked the fucking shit out of that shit. It was one of the most obvious ones that had people like carrying their friend with like a bandana wrapped around their leg as if it was bandaged. And then like the camera, like, you know, keeps on them for too long and they put them down and they think they're off camera and they're like totally acting out as if they're hurt and it wasn't even real. None of it.
Yeah, well, that was like the NZ shooting.
Wait, before you claim that I'm talking nonsense.
I know, I didn't say you
Why
were.
don't
I
you
said the
look
last
up
one. The last
the-
one. The last one. I didn't say anything about this one. I haven't looked into this one yet. I'm not claiming anything. I'm just saying that you look into the Pulse nightclub shooting. It was
We'll
complete
look up
fake.
Club Q shooting.
I will.
Before Transgender Remembrance Day. There you go. It happened in Colorado Springs, Colorado.
If you understand that there's a possibility that it's political in the way that they do this, especially because it was right before that day, right? So it brings attention to it, right? It pulls the sympathy card. I don't know if
Are
you're
you
willing to
saying
accept
that
it.
transgender maybe not transgender, LGBT individuals went to an LGBT nightclub when they were hosting a drag show, right, to kill LGBT individuals? Is that what you're insinuating?
No, I'm saying most based on the last one, nobody died, nobody cried. It was all fake to pull the heartstrings of people that are really connected to it in the way you are.
Was
Well,
this
5
really the
people
Pulse one? I
died.
heard about that.
Wait. 5 people died, 25 people were injured. You can Google it.
Yeah,
You don't even need
that's
to
what
take
I
my
know. You
word
can
for it. Just Google it.
I know you can Google it, but that's the whole point. That they can report things now that aren't necessarily the case, and they can say how many people died. They can have pictures of them. They can show like them crying. Usually, there's no tears. You really have to look for these telltale signs. There's no tears. It's very bad acting. Usually, you can see people like carrying their friends and then putting down and just obviously acting it out. I mean, there's like a lot of real details that show you that these things aren't necessarily what you think, and Google doesn't have the truth. You just can't assume that any longer. That's all.
It's either that or wasn't a white person doing it, and that's why they don't release photos. Usually, that's the case. You have to be a straight white male doing it, or they're not going to share it.
Wait. Are you insinuating that this one might be a hoax? Or not? I don't understand.
I'm
What
not
are you trying
insinuating
to
anything.
argue?
I'm just saying that the last one
No, I'm
definitely
trying to
seemed like a hoax.
understand where you're
I'm
coming
not saying
from. What
anything
are
about
you
this
trying
one
to
because I haven't
say?
looked in. I'm not claiming anything. I'm just saying that you have to look into these things, especially when we're talking about like a mass shooting that has a political aim at it, which the LGBTQ thing is political, and they plan these things. And if you don't want to if you don't want to accept the mainstream story, that's fine. But if you're talking to me, I might offer you an alternative way of looking at it. That's all.
Can I ask you, is Washington Post good enough?
Bunch of shit.
I'm gonna go through.
probably.
Wait. I'm gonna go through news
Fucking
sources. You tell
mainstream.
me.
You're talking about mainstream, dude. I don't have any
wanna ask you.
credibility rating. I don't
Wait.
have any credibility rating. Anything that's mainstream is questionable. That's all I'm saying.
I want to ask you. I'm gonna go through a list of news sources, and you tell me
I
if
don't have
they're
a ranking of what's
acceptable
good
or
and what's
not.
not good. I don't think that anything's completely acceptable or unacceptable. That's not the point.
Might as well be Amazon News.
What about
All
if
right.
what about if I give you a Fox News article?
What if it was
Yeah,
Amazon News?
anything mainstream. You get that? It has
Amazon News?
anything. It's all corporately controlled, right? They're all under the same corporate control.
Jeff Bezos owns Washington Post, right?
I can. It's only giving me Australian news sources when I search Amazon News, but I can give you Fox News, I can give you Washington Post, I can give you NBC, I can give you
Right.
Politico, I can give you
You do know
PBS,
that it's not illegal to lie on TV, and if
CNBC,
you
The
look at the
Guardian.
law,
You don't know
if you
Rupert
look at
Everett
the
from
law,
Rupert Murdoch.
you check out the law. TV is for entertainment purposes only. So whatever news you see on the TV, it doesn't have to tell the truth. It's not written in the law.
Wait, I'm just gonna warn you, like, please. Alex Jones denied a mass shooting. I believe it. What was it? Uvalde, I think it was, and he got sued for $1 billion. So I just want to warn you. Just be very careful with what you're saying. Literally.
Yeah, but no one here is going to get sued for it. You know what Alex Jones was talking about was almost true. I've seen the information he was spreading at the time, and it was it made sense.
Well,
I
since
still
we're on
believe
topic,
whatever
I
he was
would love
talking
to
about was
hear the
hoax.
information.
And I believe the NZ shooting at the mosque was a hoax as well, and there was footage proof of it being a hoax. But I'm not saying this shooting of the gays was a hoax or
I just don't
LGBT.
want to.
Sorry.
I don't want to
I'm
talk
not
about
saying
it
this.
just so I don't want to lose my Nike sponsorship. Having a Nike shoe deal means a lot to me, so I'm not gonna fuck.
I'm gonna try to find you a video of the shooting, and then I'll keep talking about it.
Usually the video gives away most. But who's recording most of the shootings, right? Like the NZ mosque shooting.
I
Do you know
had a
about
big
this?
argument with my sister about that one. She said my husband watched that live online.
Which one?
The one It was like on Facebook
New
or something like
Zealand.
that. Yeah,
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 the
yeah.
New Zealand mosque one. Bro,
Mhm.
did you see the footage? It was fucked, man. Like there was already a mag on the floor when he went in.
It's crazy. We should speak in
Yeah, it's
code a little
dodgy.
bit, just for Geo's channel, maybe just.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you gotta be careful, don't you? It's unfortunate. But
Yeah, the algorithms and stuff is just there's some stuff you're not sure if you can talk about or not, and yeah.
yeah, the AI gets you. Fuck, yeah, that's true, eh?
Bugger.
It's sketchy, we'll say that. It's a bit sketchy, the whole thing.
Well, you have to be skeptical about everything these days, especially after 9/11.
Yep, and they even say that there was a big Australian one. I heard apparently that was a bit dodgy as well. Probably legit though. It's something in Tasmania, and that's when they got rid of all our guns here, which is I say it's a good thing. The whole gun laws, man. The whole gun laws here. Like, what do you need a gun for? You know, I don't really get it. I think it's a good thing because so many more. It'd be so easily accessible to not only commit suicide, but you know, if you're suicidal or crazy in general, you know, you could just take that thing, go blow people up. But because the guns are so, you know, considerably hard to get if you have history of mental health and things like this, you can't get a gun in countries like Australia. I think that's a good thing. I think gun laws, nothing wrong with it, in my opinion. But then when you look at if like the world was to go to shit, then you'd have a problem. But
Yeah, it's always the calm before the storm.
well, exactly. That's the only benefit of having a gun if there's anarchy, right? I mean, you can't really count on that. But I'd be fucking kind of petrified living in the States. Like, my mate tells me stories of what he's heard from his workmates who are American, and apparently cunts are just getting shot left, right, and center in the US just for like a little bit of money, you know?
Hey, Gerald, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, mate.
I just want to ask you if there is any mass shootings that happened. Since you're saying that
No, I
things
wasn't
about
saying
Sandy
that
Hook,
actually.
and you're saying things about the most recent. So I'm wondering if you are, what's your
Did you hear what I
opinion
just said?
on? I'm asking you.
I just said that, you know, these shootings do happen. People just get shot up on the street in the States. Mass shootings do happen, definitely. But some of them look extremely dodgy, like Sandy Hook. And the reason people brought that up was because, like the parents of the deceased children were like smiling and laughing, and then as soon as on the camera, they pretended to be sad. Things like that. It just looked really
Can you
sketchy.
provide wait, I'm not going to give you that for free. Can you provide evidence
I
for
don't
your
know, it's true.
claim? And second of
Believe these shootings do happen. And actually, what you're talking about, I do probably agree that did happen. But my point was, they probably don't release photos of the guy because he probably wasn't a white dude. He wasn't a white
Um,
dude, and it doesn't fit the story, so they don't release the photos.
At least for the shooting that happened at the LGBT club, the last update that I got was the shooter was in hospital, unconscious. So I haven't gotten updates since, but that's the last one that I got.
Well, I'm not
He was drinking
doubting
lots
that.
of tap water. Even court cases can be bullshit. Like, it looked like a legitimate court case, but it could just all be acting as well.
May I ask, are you referring to Alex Jones or something else? I'm confused.
Look at Judge Judy. People
Judge
believe that.
Judy is not a real. Wait, Judge Judy might be a real judge, but the show does not have any legal. They're not able to enforce anything.
Well, people
Oh,
believe it. Some
she's
people
also
think it's real, like WWF wrestling.
Okay, but again,
that's fake.
you said that people might believe Judge Judy. Yeah, sure, whatever. At the end of the day, everything that happened in Judge Judy, the
It's
show
legal.
literally pays the person that loses. The show pays them the money.
You think so? I mean, if they can fake
I mean, they
landing
do though.
on the moon, if they can fake landing on the moon and fake sending up rockets into space, don't you think they could fake a court case?
Which one, Alex Jones or Judge Judy?
Anyone.
No, it's hang on. You're trying to conflate two different cases. Anything that happens on Judge Judy is completely different to what happened with Alex Jones. Don't conflate the two. I'm sorry, I'm not going to give it to you.
Anything that is televised does not have to tell the truth by the law. The only thing that can happen is defamation lawsuits.
Can I just inform you of something, please?
That's
Is that
illegal.
alright? So I don't know if you know this, but you can actually look up the transcript of court cases, right? But you can't do that with what happens on Judge Judy. So the difference between Judge Judy and a court case, specifically Alex Jones, right? Aside from the fact that Judge Judy, yes, she might be a real judge, but she can't enforce anything legally. The difference between her and the Alex Jones case, right, is because you can actually look up the transcript of everything that happened, word for word. You don't even need to see the video. You can look it up word for word.
Where do you get that information?
I mean, I can find it for you if you want. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting if you have public access to transcripts because I couldn't even get public access to my own court case. I had to pay $15 a page. So
Well,
it's
then
not
pay
just
for it.
yeah, but you can't just look it up. That's my point. So you're literally
I mean, in
not
Australia,
telling
you
the truth
can.
right now. Okay. If it's Australia, yeah, but you're not going to have the court case of Alex Jones in Australia.
What was it titled? Alex Jones v. who?
You're not going to be able to find an American court case just digitally accessible to anybody.
No.
They don't
What
just.
was the case specifically? What was it called? Was it versus
I
state
don't know. You guys are talking about it.
or was it versus individuals?
You're the one talking about it. I'm just telling you that not every court case is just digitally accessible to the public. I don't know where you got that information. That's all.
I based it on specifically the fact that in Australia you can look up court cases, and when you look up the court cases, you can find specifically the transcript of everything that happened in the court case. And I'm asking, the reason why I'm asking what the other
That
party
might
was called, whether it was
be
the state or somebody else, is because you
well
need to know the other party
and good.
name.
Yeah, that might be
You need
well
to
and
search it by
good.
date.
Yeah, that might be well and yeah, that might be well and good in Australia. I'm telling you that is not the case in the States.
Well, give me the name of the other party.
I don't know why you're saying give me. I'm a bystander here. I'm a by listener.
Oh,
You're the one talking
okay.
about Alex Jones. I don't know his
Alright,
court
I'll
case.
find it for you then.
Oh, shit. All right.
Oh, mate, don't worry about it. It's not as bad as what's his name, Jeffrey Dahmer, an LGBT man himself, eating and murdering and having sex with dead bodies and guts of fellow LGBT people. So
Yes, they're a
you can
psychopath and
you can
awful.
always
Which
you can
one?
always look on the bright side. That's my point. Mate,
And what
it's just guns in America, man. That's the problem.
guns
Like
should
I
be
said, my mate
banned.
has stories of just people being shot. Yeah, but America, they're not obviously, and Americans here obviously are gonna have reasons for why they shouldn't, because of anarchy. Usually is what they have to say about that and defending themselves. At the end of the day, if no one has guns, you don't really need to defend yourself, right? They should be banned, obviously. Like I think it's a given, really. For the average person, there's no reason for anyone having a gun unless you have a really sane record and you want to go hunting or something. Like that's the only reason you need a gun. Otherwise, it's too easy to shoot someone or yourself. Because who out here is going to? Oh, unless you're looking at the UK and you're looking at London with certain type of people who are stabbing everyone. But that's only when you import certain type of people.
So I found one part of the Alex Jones case on transcript, according to CNN. It's going to take me a while to find the entire case because it spanned over multiple days, but I don't know what you want me to send you.
Language.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear. Hello?
You have to translate it into Australian, though, right?
I mean, yeah, I can. Do you want me to do it right now?
No, it's all right.
It's alright, this is what it says. Aired August 4th, and it says cunt, 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 dumb cunt, sad cunt, dog cunt. Full stop. And that's the first line.
Kangaroo. Kangaroo.
Yeah. How did you know? Wait, are you reading the same document?
Yeah, dude. That's the conclusion. Kangaroo. Hopped on my kangaroo to school.
Australian 1 and freshman.
Do you know in Australia, right? We don't just have dollars, but once we get to $100, we change it to kangaroos because that's how much a kangaroo's worth. So, for example, in America, something would be $280. It would be 2 kangaroos and $80.
Facts.
That's regardless of
It
weight,
changes to
size, color,
$150.
class, age. Just any old kangaroo is worth its weight.
Yeah, literally.
Well, then you got to think about the wallabies. You know, there's even rat kangaroos. So the other day, there's something called a rat kangaroo. It's hilarious. It looks like a rat, but it's a fucking kangaroo.
Like, is it not unreasonable to suggest that, like, your people should have, like, tamed them and rode them around like medieval warriors with blades and then armed with the
Kangaroos are
That's what you're doing in Western
kangaroos are
Europe.
actually like a pest to farmers, right? So
You
you know
should have
how in
domesticated
America they
them.
get things like
Look at what we've done to
Yes,
boars,
there's a
stallions.
things
shit
like
ton of them.
that.
Look at what
We
we've done to
have
horses. We make them
kangaroos.
dance around in dressage,
Well,
but
the
there's no.
Arans managed to
Mm.
domesticate the horses. So kangaroos, I don't know if you could ride on them. There's not much use. The
We can
meat's
make
pretty
horses like
chewy.
we can make horses moonwalk. I mean, there's nobody that domesticated a kangaroo. I hope there's somebody that tried though.
I mean,
hope
yeah,
Well, I
he
mean, we
tried.
just
Guess what? He ended up beating the
I'm gonna
kangaroo, and the
ride you
kangaroo
now.
ran
All right.
away like a little
Okay, Bessie. I'm
baby.
gonna get on you. All right. Don't jump too much. Okay. Right. Somebody's tried to ride a kangaroo before, right? I hope. Let me get on ya. Come on.
Yeah, perfect.
And you feed them a little carrot, and they're like, nom, 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 you know.
I'll probably hit like 5 kangaroos, actually run them over locally.
Are they like a
Oh,
kangaroo
fuck, man.
horse? They're so fucking. Or
Gerald,
kangaroo
how
Yeah,
much?
rabbit.
it's like
How
a
many?
deer
Or
that's
horse rabbit.
it's like a deer that stands up straight. Just
They're
imagine
nuts.
Gerald,
They're
how
really
many
weird.
kangaroos could you physically fight? Meaning, you would fight
Probably
one, and then
one.
after you win, you would fight the next one. How many in a
Realistically,
row?
I could. It depends how big the kangaroo is. Like,
It's
I
the
reckon
same
one on
size as
one would
you.
be. Yeah, one. Yeah, exactly. One on one would be a hard fight. Like we're talking about, they can not only they kick with their fucking feet and they use their hands. Like they're crazy boxers. The kangaroo. You'd be good to do one on one. Honestly, like talking about numbers here. Fucking hell, taking on 2 at once. You'd be hard pressed with that. Seriously, when's the last time you saw one? You've been out of the country? These things are fucked.
The last time I saw a kangaroo was like way too long ago. Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't go out in the bush, you wouldn't expect to see one if you're in the city, obviously. But man, they're fucked. They're fucked creatures, eh? I see
live
how they're
in
really
like
interesting to international
Western
people.
Sydney, but like
Yeah. You live in Western
I've
Sydney, so you're a wog.
I've been to the country like a bunch because I have relatives there.
Whereabouts? Southern Highlands?
But what do you mean Southern Islands? What?
Never mind. That's not where I'm from or anything. Don't worry.
I live near Parramatta. There you go.
Do you walk?
No, I'm not. You sound like a like, and forgive me for saying this, but you sound like a Lebo.
I sound like
You
Man, I'm as
do.
Aussie as it gets. I'm fucking Irish. Fucking there you go.
Oh.
Pure blood Irish. Not
Well,
Irish,
color
but
me
Irish descendant.
impressed. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, I can't believe you just said that.
I'm sure
Anyway,
you grew up in an area like that,
no,
though.
I grew up in Sydney. I grew up in eastern suburbs, actually. Did you know Paddington?
Paddington. Wait, I need to look it up. Maybe it's near me.
Woollahra, Paddington, eastern suburbs. You know what that is, right? It's like one of the richest areas, mate. It's right next to the CBD. It didn't used to be rich, but
Oh,
it became
wait.
rich over the
Is it near
past 30
Paddy's
years.
Markets?
Oh, that's like the China markets now. Well, it's very like centered in the city. Like it's about a 5 minute
Oh,
walk
wait. I
to.
know where that
It's right
is.
next to Oxford
Oh
Street.
my
It's literally
god, I know where that
it's a
is.
30-second walk. Yeah, mate. 30-second walk from Oxford Street.
Yeah. You're near the
You,
Harbour
you
Bridge.
know
Wow.
Oxford Street is, no doubt about it.
The only time I've been to
That's
Oxford
where the gay
Street was
parade is.
when I
Oxford.
was like drunk going to nightclubs.
Yeah, but they do the parade there. What's it called again? You must
I
go
don't
there every year.
I spend
You know,
most
what do you mean you
yeah, the
don't know the
Pride
parade they do on Oxford? Yeah, there you go.
I spend most of my time at nightclubs when I go to the city.
Have you heard of what are some clubs I used to go to? The Flinders. There was another one. Had a number. I don't know. I used to go to the techno clubs, Berlin Underground.
Usually I
Civic.
would ask like adorable guys and I would say, "Look, hey, let's go out." And they'd be like, "Okay." And then they would just plan everything, literally. All I know is the start of the night started in Sydney, the CBD, and then we ended up in Newtown.
Yeah, shit happens in Sydney. I haven't been there for a while. I'm out in the country these days, but yeah, kangaroos, eh?
Oh, you're in the country.
Yeah, mate.
Near Wollongong?
Yeah, near Wollongong, but up high,
Oh,
like,
okay.
in the
I used to
Highlands.
live there, and then I moved back to Sydney. But yeah, I used to live there.
The
Better
gong.
not be
Yeah,
near
the gong goes up.
Kiama.
Nah, mate, I'm up in the Highlands, so it's really flat and it's near the shore, Wollongong. But then you go a bit more west from the Gong, and there's the Macquarie Pass, things like this. It just gets really high altitude up there.
Oh,
Yeah, it's up in the
okay.
mountains.
Wow.
Yeah,
That
mate.
sounds really lovely.
Yeah, it is. It's really similar to like the UK, sort of. Like the atmosphere here, it's a lot different to the rest of Australia. We still have gum trees, but yeah, it is good.
You know, not gonna lie, I would prefer anywhere in Australia to live over America, literally. Cry about it, Americans. Thank you.
I mean, America has beautiful environment. Definitely entirely better than Australian environment in terms of trees and fauna and things like this.
Wait, I mean, in terms of Americans, I mean, maybe if, like, you're 400 pounds and your only, like, enjoyment is going to Walmart, I guess.
Yeah, but countryside America is so much better than fucking Australia, hands down. Like, there's no question how beautiful America is in that regard.
Yeah, because they
Most
have
of that has
Franklin's
been taken away from the
barbecue.
Americans. Yeah, something with
That's
about
my
me.
#1 destination in America. I want to go there.
Anyway, mate, I'm gonna bounce right back.
Anyway, I'm just gonna take the W for that one. Thank you. What happened to the person that was talking about shootings? Where did they go? Because that was someone else, they said.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Anybody there tonight?
Hey Godric, what's the latest gossip?
I want to know. I want to know what's blood relation. Is my aunt on my father's side blood related to me? Is she blood related to me and my aunt, or no?
Of course, that's your father's sister, right?
Yes.
Yeah, well, they both came from the same mother, yeah?
Yes. So my aunt is blood related.
I'd expect so, unless you were adopted.
So where's the cutoff in blood relation? Cousin, second cousin. Where's the cutoff?
You'd have to follow your family tree all the way back, and then someone else does the same thing, and we find out we all came from somewhere of the same origin, I'd say.
That's kind of interesting because we probably are related, by 6 people or whatever, But I wonder what's the actual cutoff for blood relation. if there is one.
There have been some strange relationships with like grandchildren marrying their grandparents and stuff. Like, are you considering something strange?
No, I was just having a discussion. The other person told me that my aunt is not blood relation, but my father's blood relation, but my aunt isn't. So I thought didn't make sense to me.
If it's your family tree, then it's blood relation. If it's
Anything on my
if
family tree,
if
blood
it's not
relation.
to do with marriage, right? If it's to do with marriage, then it's not. Yeah.
Well, I think you can marry. I think you can marry like second cousin. I think that's the official rule, right? But not first cousin. That's where it's cut off, right?
I don't think it's against the law. It doesn't work out good for your gene pool.
The cousin or the second cousin can work out.
When you think about our history, like how many, we must be all birthed from cousinly. You know what I mean?
Right, so probably related somewhere up there down the line.
Well, back in the day, we've probably been birthed, or our genealogy has lots of cousinly links in it. Because, they say that there's trillions of ancestors theoretically, but that's not correct. It's a lot less than that because of the interbreeding that's in all of our lineage. So it's interesting.
Yeah, we're all mongrels. Yeah.
So would you
Yeah,
marry
to an extent, yeah.
Would you marry your second cousin?
I think that's all right. Second cousin's fine, really. Even cousins, cousins kind of fucked, right? But because there is a birth defect factor. But say you didn't know that they were a cousin, or it was back in the day, cousin seems far enough, It seems better than nothing.
Okay, so who's your second cousin? Explain second cousin.
I wouldn't even tell you. I wouldn't even know. Like, who knows their second cousin? It's hard to know.
I think your second
That's
cousin.
like your grandma. Yeah, it's like something to do with your grandparents.
I think your second cousin would be your nephew's. No, that's not right. Your cousin.
Relation to your grandparents, for sure. Like your grandparents, like sibling or something like that.
Yeah. My grandparents' sibling would be my second cousin, right?
My father's parents. Okay, so there was a brother and a sister, and another brother and a sister from a different family, and they married each other. So the brother
Is that second cousins?
the brother from this family married the sister from that family. No, they're totally different families, right? So his cousin is his brother at the same time, with absolutely no incest involved, no inter-family blood mingling. It's totally legit. So my uncle is my cousin, but not by blood.
Now, if somebody's adopted, is it legal to marry them if they're adopted? If they're like your cousin? Or is it? I mean, that would be weird, right? But because they're adopted, does it become legal? Wait a minute. It's actually not illegal to marry your cousin because Einstein did that, right? It's your brother and sister that it's illegal. But then what if they're adopted? I know it's
Well,
weird,
it's a stepbrother and sister. That's like fantasized these days, isn't it?
what if like your let's say your mother, right? Okay, that would be your half. That would be half of it. That wouldn't work. What if your mother adopts somebody and they're really hot and they're your same age?
Yeah, you can't, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, well, you know what I mean? Like, honestly, it's just a label when you have step involved, obviously.
Yeah, like
But
stepbrother,
in
stepsister.
reality, you probably wouldn't do it, would you? Like, in theory, it sounds like a good idea, but in reality,
Probably a bad idea.
it'd be different for sure.
Stepbrother, stepsister.
Would you take 20? Is the price 21.64? And it says 50. Okay, so I just spent the last 2 hours going through all your video shows. What do you think vintage is? Saying she did. I'm never coming back here.
My question is, so I bring up flat Earth to my coworkers all the time, right? And my boss has told me apparently next year or the year after, apparently NASA plans on building like some sort of moon base to send them to Mars or something. Has anyone heard about this? Is this true?
I don't know, but you gotta be careful because what they're doing, they have a computer. They have a massive computer that's collecting all the social media pictures we have and all the texts and all the even the voice messages and the phone calls. And what they're gonna do, they're gonna make an AI for you and me. So that way they can control, they can technically control you, right? So you sign up to go to the moon base. All they have to do is put your social media. Hey, I'm at the moon. Send pictures, all fake, right? Little videos, all AI, right? And then you end up getting turned into Soylent Green, and and they just sell your product for whatever, like beef jerky, right? And have this quote unquote fake moon base. Anybody goes there, it's like going to the island. In the movie The Island, you gotta be careful, bro. That's all I say.
You know, that's the thing. That's what I have to say, real quick. If they were to make a moon base, then perhaps we could see it with a telescope, and then maybe that means something, right? But until then,
No,
I don't
because
know. But
look,
if no
right there,
one's
my
heard of
cat.
this
Let me
moon
stop you right
mission,
there.
then maybe it's a bunch of
Stop you
shit.
right there. We can't see any detail of the moon landing. Not
Yeah,
by
no,
any
I
kind of,
agree. The moon
not by any
landing.
kind of confirmable. They'll tell you that the flag is here. Here's a little
Yeah, I
tracking
agree with
pod.
you.
Tell you that the reflectors are here. Here's the reflectors, but we can't confirm that. So honestly, so you
But
can't see.
theoretically, if they were to build a moon base, then we'd probably be able to verify it with a telescope. But you know, until that happens, obviously, I don't expect it to ever happen. But that'd be the only defining factor, right? If it was definable through a telescope. But yeah,
I think it'd
if
be
no
true.
one's heard of this mission, I don't know what to say. Yeah.
I think we can see the Sea of Tranquility. I don't think we can see a moon base in the Sea of Tranquility. I just don't
I'm
think
in
it's
the
possible.
future. Yeah, in the future. Like apparently they plan on doing it. NASA plans on building a base to the moon next year or the year after.
Right, but how do we
According
even
to my
verify that?
boss.
How do you verify that? How do you verify it?
Yeah. Well, I'd say the only way once it's done is we'd verify it through a telescope, right? But like I said, until that happens, it's just smoke in the water. And I don't expect it ever to happen. It's just people like, you know, the people I work with seem to believe this sort of thing. I don't know where they get the information from. I should have clarified with that, where you heard this, because clearly no one here has heard of this NASA mission. I haven't heard anyone tell me this is true.
Well, I mean,
So
you have to be like a NASA enthusiast, be up to the latest information about when they're going to retire the ISS, when they're going to have the next moon base, when the next launch. People over here don't really believe that stuff. So
Yeah, I don't think I don't believe it either, bro. I don't believe it at all. My point was I bring flat Earth up to my co-workers, right? And this is what my boss told me. He told me that NASA next or the year after is building a base on the moon. Apparently, right? And it doesn't seem like anyone's heard about this, even the Globers, if any Globers are listening. Which I don't think there is any Globers on right now, otherwise they'd be saying something about it. But
I'm a
yeah.
Glover, but like I have not heard the claim before, so I'm gonna
All right.
Yeah, well, apparently they plan on doing
Well,
it.
there's something's even worse than that right now, right, man? All right, so I've been following this Artemis mission, man. I heard that lately. The lady said that. But check this out. 7 hours ago, this thing was 24,000 miles away. And it's been going from 200 miles an hour and slightly I think it went down to like 70 miles an hour. But in 7 hours, it managed to travel 15,000 miles.
Can I ask you a question? Not you who just said that, but the one that mentioned the moon and Artemis and NASA, right? Are you talking about the Artemis mission to build a base on?
He mentioned Artemis.
No,
But what I personally heard was they're building a base on the moon next year.
Yeah, they said that they were gonna build a base in the moon, not with Artemis. Artemis is gonna do a flyby, according to them.
If I give you a NASA source, is that what you consider valid, or do you want a different kind of source?
Well, if you can give a source about their plans on doing this, I'd like to see it because this is only something I heard today.
Yeah, no, I heard.
Yeah,
I
no-
heard it.
I'm on the NASA website, and I'm just wondering if there are some sources that I just should discount because people don't like them.
No, I mean
That's
they
every
said it.
time,
They
man.
said it, dude. They even said it on the before the launch that they were gonna build a mission. I mean, a moon.
Yeah,
a moon base.
do you know
Oh, here we go.
they were
Yeah,
saying they
no, I
were
found
doing
it,
that
yeah.
next year?
But
Did they have a
I'll
date
put
on
it
it?
in the text channel. Here
That's
we go.
not
That's
the
the
weird
link.
shit, though, man. Look at
And then
this.
here is the first paragraph. Here we go. And then in the second half of that paragraph, it says, we will collaborate with commercial and international partners and establish the first long-term presence on the moon.
Right.
That sounds
And when do
wonderful.
they plan on doing this? It does sound wonderful, doesn't it? Imagine having it be on the moon, eh? The thing is, when do they plan on doing this? Obviously, it's never going to happen because it's impossible. It's impossible. It's never going to happen because the moon is a ball of plasma.
But dude, hold on. Forget about the moon mission, man. Think about
Well, the
just
moon-
this.
yeah.
I'm just telling you, man. Did this go over your head?
Yeah, sorry, it kind
Did
of
you
did what you said.
understand that 7 hours ago, it said it was at 22,000 miles away. The velocity is 300 miles per hour.
What is?
Of the Artemis, the Orion or whatever it's called, the Orion spacecraft.
What is the Artemis? I don't know what that is.
Artemis is the rocket that launched, which was carrying the Orion spacecraft that's supposed to go do a flyby around the moon.
I'm just
What's
looking
going
up
on with it?
now. Apparently, NASA is tracking it, and I'm gonna send it to you as soon as it loads.
I have it. I have it on there right now.
Well, it's not real. From
I mean-
base one, it's not real.
Right. But did you understand what they're trying to pass on right now? That
What is it? Say it
it's
again.
traveling at 3. Well, when it started traveling about 3. It went down to like 70 miles an hour, but it's currently about 200 in 7 hours. Can you multiply
It's in the
7
text channel.
hours?
Live stream text. There
Can
you go.
you-
That's
can you
tracking it.
I don't know how Mouse works, unfortunately. Sorry, bro.
Can you multiply 300? Let's give them 300 miles an hour. 300 miles an hour times 7 hours.
No, I don't know how miles work. Like I said, we don't use miles.
Yeah, literally, we don't.
Okay, well, can you convert it from miles per hour to kilometers?
It sounds crazy though. It sounds crazy.
All
But
right. In kilometers is 482 kilometers per hour. It was.
Well, that's not too bad. Like the fastest I've ever traveled, you go on the highway and the limit is 110 kilometers
Listen to
an
this
hour.
part. All right. So
the
hold on.
NASA
7
space-
hours ago.
Wait.
Let me get this done, bro.
I want to give you the
I know the
kilometers
website, bro.
for
I
the
was giving. I was.
spacecraft.
Dude, I'm giving to you. I'm going here and actually getting the calculations. Is just gallon kilometers per hours. So 7 hours ago, it was 35,000 kilometers away. It was traveling an average of 482 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, guess what? I just converted it, right? Literally, the spacecraft, according to nasa.gov/specials/tracker Artemis, right? It says it's traveling 309 miles an hour, which
Mhm.
is literally 495 kilometers per hour. So there you
Right.
go. We're currently
Right.
That's 4
233,000.
times the speed.
How many kilometers is that in 7 hours?
That's 4 times the speed my car goes on the highway.
Yeah, right. That's
So,
fine. But how many kilometers is that in 7 hours?
How fast?
I'm telling you, it's the elapsed time of the mission has been 5 hours and 3 minutes, right?
It's about
They're
7 hours. It's been
traveling.
7.
Wait, it's according to nasa.gov/special/tracker Artemis, right? It says the mission has been going for 5 hours and 5 days, 3 hours, right? And it
Right.
says, right, if you translate the 312 miles per hour into kilometers, right, you get 495 kilometers.
Okay,
You can do the
400.
mathematics.
I already know that. All right. In 495 kilometers an hour, how much is that in 7 hours? What distance has it traveled in 7 hours?
Which
What is 495 times 7?
Yeah, I'm asking you, how much is that?
Do you know how to use a calculator?
Oh my
or not?
God, I already did the calculations. I'm trying to ask you, how much is that?
How much is it? 3465. There you go.
34,565 kilometers.
3,465.
Oh, 3,000. Right. So they traveled a total of 9,000 miles an hour, 9,000 miles, meaning it was at 7 hours ago, there was 24,000 miles left, about 24,000. Now there's only about 9,000 miles left. So in kilometers, they've traveled about 24,000 kilometers.
Is the point that
I'm gonna give you an equation to do since you want to do equations.
Oh my
right?
God.
I'm not debating with you, but like, is the point that the math doesn't add
not
up?
you, Gerald. It's the other
No, I'm
person.
talking to old mate. Yeah, I'm
You're
talking to
not-
old mate.
I'm talking to old mate as well. Literally, we can give you the velocity. We can give you the distance. All
Right.
we
No,
need you to
I'm
do
not on your
is
side,
work
Crystal.
that
I'm
out.
I already
in
did, bro.
kilometers.
I already did.
Guess what? I can give you the miles because that's what it
Yes.
says here.
Dude, how much you said it traveled? How much would it traveled in 7 hours?
What in your dumb miles equation?
No, in your kilometers.
I haven't worked it out
That
yet.
doesn't add up.
Literally, I haven't worked it out
You
yet.
said 15. You said it was 15.
I can
15.
give you numbers.
Holy fuck, bro.
Do you want me to sit here and work it out, or do you want me to give you numbers so
Yeah,
you can work it out?
I already
What
told
do you want?
It traveled. You said it was about 1,500 kilometers.
The velocity right now is 319 miles an hour. The current distance from Earth is 233 miles and 233,526 miles from Earth. right? The distance to the moon is 8,310 miles.
Okay. So
It's
in
been
7
5 hours
hours,
and 3
oh, it's
minutes.
been 5 days. But
Oh, sorry, 5 days, 3
yes,
hours, and
but I'm
3
not worried
seconds.
about that. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the last 7 hours that I've been viewing this video. The last 7 hours. When I started
Okay.
watching this video, right? Let me get the kilometers that it was. When I
I'm
started
sure that
watching this
if
video,
I'm sure if they faked it, man, they would have done the maths right. Like, there's probably something on your end that's a bit dodged.
no, dude, what the
Maybe
fuck,
not.
bro?
No. You
Send
get
me
my
a link
point.
to the
Like, if
video, please.
if it is
Post the
entirely
video.
fake and they put the numbers out right, and they obviously would have done the maths coherently, right? If you
Post
can,
the video.
I'm not doubting you because I don't get your point exactly, but you see what I'm
Post.
saying?
Okay.
Wait.
My
Post the
point
video.
is,
Put it in Livestream 1 text. Where's the video? I want to see it. We'll go through it together, you and I.
There you
No,
go.
maybe they did it. They did it on fake. You know, they faked it around and they purposely made it retarded to
All
put
right.
the truth in plain sight. Eh?
Okay.
And so, what is your question in
All right.
regards to this video? Let's go through it.
Let's go to the beginning of the video. About 7
Yep,
hours and 20
okay.
minutes.
I just put it at the beginning.
All right. What does it say there for miles per hour? Like they're not they're travel. How long is it left? How left? Oh my gosh. How much miles is left to get?
Do you mean distance to the moon?
Yes. How much distance to the moon is
It
left?
says 24,901.
Okay. And it's traveling about 300 miles an hour, right?
No, in the current part of the video,
that
it's
time,
traveling 197 miles
Yeah,
an hour.
right. It was 197, but it's been averaging about 300 to about 70 to about 200. So let's just give it 300 miles an hour, which is about 500 kilometers an hour, right? Right? Let's say 500 kilometers an hour.
Wait. I'm scrolling through the video at random just to see if the velocity increases randomly.
It kind of goes lower, doesn't it?
Let's say the same distance, right?
All right.
Let's say the same distance. Yeah.
Let's say it's
200 miles an hour.
300. Let's say 300. Give them the max. 300 is about 500 kilometers an hour. In 7 hours, right? That started about half an hour ago. Now go to the end. Right now, go to the life part, and let's round it up to like 900 miles left, which is so. Let's get this right. Beginning was about 24,000 miles, which is 38,000. Write that down, somebody. 38,000 kilometers left.
The only thing I want to know.
Hold on, don't ask about anything else. Just write that down. 38,000. Let's say 39,000 kilometers left, or 9,000 kilometers left. Right now is marking about 12,000 kilometers left. It was about 13,000. Let's say 13,000.
Hang on.
Kilometers left.
Hang on. Wait. Before you derail, right? When
I'm
it gets
derailing.
to this, when it gets to the speed of anywhere close, I would even say to 200 miles an hour. Guess what?
Right.
In the video that you linked, right? That was how long? That was 7 hours in the video. To when it gets to 300 miles an hour. Let's find out when that is in the video.
It doesn't matter. Let's give them the max of
that
300.
Is at. Hang on. You need to keep your speeds consistently. That is after 7 hours and 20 minutes. The whole thing about saying, let's say the whole thing is at 300 miles an hour. Guess what? It takes after 6 hours or so, it's still going 117 miles an hour.
Right,
Do you see where your argument falls apart?
No, you're not even know what my argument is because you're jumping into conclusions. I'm giving them the max speed of 300 all the way through, no matter what.